Good morning, welcome to fieldside here at Headingley ahead of the first of our T20 double headers today. First up, the Diamonds take on the Storm. The toss has just happened out in the middle. Alongside me is a Diamond skipper, Holly Armitage. What's the news?
We've lost the toss and we're having a bat first.
Fairly clear skies, the sun's out, a lot of weather in the area over the few days. Are you happy with that though?
Yeah, we were going to look to have a bat first, hopefully put a big target on the board. We know Headingley's renowned for being fairly flat, so hopefully we can do that job first up.
And what's the team news going into this game?
We've got the same team as the last game.
And how do you approach it? Because like yourselves, Western Storm, looking to build on just the one win so far in this year's competition. Presumably you see this as a big opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. We want to be looking to take momentum into our 50 over comp, but also put our best foot forward and keep trying to perform and do the basics really well, so hopefully we can do that today.
Go well today.
Thank you.
So that's the news from the middle then, where the Western Storm have won the toss. They will bowl first. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Headingley for the first of our double-header in the T20s today, starting with the Charlotte Edwards Cup tie between the Northern Diamonds and Western Storm. And here is the starting 11 for the Western Storm. Danielle Gibson, Emma Corney, Nat Wraith, Fran Wilson, Sophie Love, Amanda Jade Wellington, Izzy Wong, Sophia Ishmael, Chloe Skelton, Lauren Filer and Ellie Anderson. And now for the Northern Diamonds. Your starting 11. The skipper, 57, Holly Armitage. Wearing 7, Emma Marlowe. 22, Stair Ellis. The wicketkeeper, 25, Bessie. And 26, Rebecca Duckworth. Wearing 29, Erin Burns. Number 10, Leah Dobson. Number 70, Catherine Fraser. Wearing 48, Sophia Turner. 23, Katie Levitt. And wearing 72, Rachel Slater. We're now just moments away from the teams coming out. So are you ready?
Well, to the sound of some dramatic background music, good morning and welcome from Headingley, ahead of another Charlotte Edwards Cup match. This one, the Northern Diamonds taking on the Western Storm. We will, of course, have further T20 Blast action as well later on today when the Yorkshire Vikings take on the Leicestershire Foxes. I'm Jonathan Deutsch, thanks for your company. I'm joined this morning by former England women's head coach. It's a different title, I know, Shawsey, but it's always one I forget. So it's England former women's head coach Paul Shaw, who is alongside. Give him a wave. Good morning from the comm box here.
Good morning, everyone.
So we're looking forward to calling these two matches, and the news from this first one is that the Storm have won the toss and will bowl first, and the Diamonds team is unchanged from the one that lost a couple of days ago. Holly Armitage, Emma Marlowe, Stair Callis, Bess Heath, Leah Dobson, Erin Burns, Rebecca Duckworth, Sophia Turner, Catherine Fraser, Rachel Slater and Katie Levick. And for the Storm, it's going to be Danny Gibson, Emma Corney, Nat Wraith, Sophie Luff, Fran Wilson, Issy Wong, Amanda Jade Wellington, Sophia Smale, Chloe Skelton, Lauren Filer and Ellie Anderson. And both these sides, well, of course, I think their goose is pretty much cooked as far as qualification for finals day next weekend is concerned. Certainly is for the Diamonds, but there's still a few things to play for, not least the usual professional pride of trying to get a win. And although they're bottom of the table, Shawsey, and just one win so far, they have not been far away in several games, including the one that we covered ourselves at Northampton a couple of weeks ago.
Absolutely, the last ball finish, wasn't it, down at Northampton? I think in a number of games they've actually been really unlucky. They've played some decent cricket, and I know they've lost a couple of close games there. That said, they will be disappointed to be lying at the bottom of the table with just one win from 8. And I think Danny Hazel and the coaching team and of course the Diamonds team will be really looking forward to see them get a good performance in here today at home at Headingley Stadium. That said, though, actually, I mean, the Western Storm team, interestingly enough, have also had a really tough campaign, and although they sit 6th in the table, they also have just had one win from 8. They've had a couple of rain-affected matches, which has meant that they've got 4 more points than the Diamonds. And I know both coaches pretty well, Danny Hazel of the Diamonds and Trevor Griffin of the Western Storm. I lost my train of thought then as I was looking across the stadium. And what I would say is both those coaches are very competitive coaches and believe in real good brand of cricket, and both coaches will be certainly looking for a win today.
Yeah, who are you fancying to pick up the points?
I think it could be a tight game again, Doige. I think the home advantage here at Headingley Stadium for the Diamonds means I'm going to say could well be a very close game and a Diamonds win. But it'd be interesting how it goes today. Hopefully there'll be 1 or 2 coming into this famous stadium here to watch this, hopefully what will be a really positive spectacle.
Happy Father's Day, by the way, because I know you are, just like myself. Looking forward to see my kids, actually, hopefully, are somewhere in the ground either now or at some point during the day, during the 2 matches. Certainly, I think they'll be a bit later on. And happy Father's Day to all of you out there, and those as well who we remember on Father's Day today. As the players enter the arena, did you get a present, by the way, of your
yes.
Your boys?
No, I got a chocolate orange.
Chocolate orange.
Chocolate orange, my favourite. That. John.
Well, you are a bit of a chocoholic, aren't you? Really? I mean, I know you cut a fine figure of a man, but you wouldn't think so with all that chocolate you do take in during a commentary normally.
Well, that's.
I've always said you're a bit flaky.
Very good. I should also say that they've spent some money and they've got me a beautiful, very good, practical barbecue set.
Oh, really?
Just need the weather now.
Dads always barbecue, don't they? With a few probably doing that today on their own celebrated day. Anyway, they're out there on the field of play. The Diamonds, as I say, they lost the toss and have been put into bat by Storm skipper Sophie Luff. And it's going to be Issy Wong, who's with the club on loan from the Central Sparks, who'll be opening the bowling here. And in the absence of Lauren Winfield-Hill, Holly Armitage, who's going to take strike, and Emma Marlowe are the 2 batters out there for the Diamonds, and they'll be looking to get off to a positive start here. Let's see how that goes. Wong going to bowl from the Howard stand end of the ground, the old football stand end, if you know your Headingley. And here she is, first up, and that's a beautiful drive. What a shot to start the day's play. And if we're going to be treated to that sort of thing in these two matches today, then we're in for a fine day in the Headingley Sunshine Pole Show, because that was a lovely extra cover drive from Holly Armitage.
Absolutely. Easy Wong just slightly over pitch there, didn't she? But Holly's just leant into that beautifully, hit the ball under her eyes, and caressed the ball through the vacant extra cover area here at Headingley, and the ball runs away in a speedy fashion for a welcome 4 runs off the first ball of the game.
Start as you mean to go on, as this latest delivery is a little straighter and just turned into the leg side. There's no run. We saw Holly get a tremendous century against the Storm on this ground last year.
We did, and you know, I think she's really developed over the last couple of years, and obviously a very good player, becoming an excellent player, and certainly the Diamonds will be hopeful of a really good performance on a good pitch, where it looks like here today.
Here's Wong again, leg stump this time, and Holly tries to work it away, can't do so. Nat Wraith with the gloves, dashing round from behind to do the cleaning up. So Holly, a bit of gardening for her. It does look a good pitch from a distance. Neither of us, I don't think, certainly speaking for myself, have not been up close with it, but it'll be the one for the men's game this afternoon as well. The two fielders outside the circle at the moment, down at third man and deep backward square, as Wong just fades one across the face of Holly Armitage, and that's going to be a wide down the leg side. And if you saw the England men's match last night at all?
I did, Georgie, yes, I did. 11 over game, wasn't it? And much needed win, and a good win for England last night, which now puts them in a good position, I believe.
Yep. Couple of good Yorkshire performances. Johnny Bairstow and of course Harry Brook, superb. Here's Wong in and bowling to Armitage again, who drops it into the offside up to mid-off, and there's no run. Umpires, by the way, for this opening match of the day, Amy Clark, who seems to be following the Diamonds around. I think she's umpired the last 3 or 4 matches that I've commentated on, and I know that's not every match that they play. Peter Hartley as well, very much formerly of this parish, is at square leg. Here comes Wong again past Amy Clark, and Holly will drive this square on the offside. It might have the legs to make it to the boundary. Yep, it does. She didn't get 100% of it, but probably about 85, and that was enough, and that's a very nice start indeed. 9 without loss after 5.
Absolutely. Easy Wong here has hit a decent length. It's just the line is just a little bit enough room for Holly to get her hands through the ball, but it's a good shot. So Holly works that one and times that one through the covers for 4 runs. I think Wong is just beginning to get into her length quite well. It's just ensuring that line's just as straight as possible, running the ball into middle and off, I think, Georgie, on this pitch today.
And she comes again, final ball of the over, and this one pushed into the offside. Very good piece of fielding at short extra cover, and Emma Marlowe, who is not slow, had to get the hurry up on. Fortunately, the throw was not a direct hit, and they got through for 1, so a very handy start indeed. 10 without loss after the first.
Yeah, very good start. They'll be happy with that for sure, but a good little bit of fielding there from Danny Gibson, the Western Storm extra cover there. Dove across, left-handed pick up, threw down at the stumps. Didn't quite manage to hit the stumps, but I think it may have been a close one for Marlowe if that had happened. But we saw Marlowe, I've seen Marlowe bat a few times this season. I think she's a good young player, wearing the number 7 today. Obviously opening the batting, normally bats a little bit lower for this Diamonds first team, but I think she's a really good prospect. She times the ball well, she gets into the ball nicely, and exceptionally quick between the wickets. I think she's a good young player, Dodger.
Yeah, look forward to seeing what she can produce today. And Lauren Philo is going to open the bowling from this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, at which our commentary box is positioned. Up here in the gods on the 4th floor. And she's going to be bowling to Holly Armitage, who's faced everything in the match so far. It's a lovely, that's a beautiful shot. That really is a top draw shot from Holly Armitage. It was overpitched by Lauren Filer, and she's simply leant on it, and it's just raced away through between mid-off and the stumps for 4 runs. Class.
Yeah, that's beautifully timed, isn't it? Filer's just overpitched her first delivery of the day today, and Armitage has just leant into that ball and timed it away beautifully. Also gives you a good insight in terms of the pace of the pitch. Looks a good pace, and you can time it well off here.
So Lauren bangs in this next delivery wide of off stump, and it has been wided by Peter Hartley. It's funny, the interpretation on wides, isn't it? You know, from match to match across whichever it is, men's or women's cricket that you're watching. In one game you can see the umpires being really lenient with loads of them, and in other matches they're pretty tight, and that's not so wide really, is it? Holly just chose to let it go, and Peter Hartley wouldn't let it go. So here comes Lauren Filer in again. She's gone wide of off stump once more, and an uppercut this time from Holly. Has got it away square on the offside. There's a sliding stop, bit of relay fielding out there, and they've kept her to 2.
What we do have today, George, is we've got a little bit of pace on show, haven't we? We've got Izzy Wong that's been in and out of that England environment. He's had a bit of an up and down year, and is I think on loan at Western Storm from Central Sparks, but does have some pace. And obviously Filer has played for England now a number of times, and although slightly raw, does have that pace.
Yep, and she is again. It's a straight delivery, turned in front of square leg side. They were alert to that. It's good running between the wicket, because Emma Marlowe was 2 or 3 strides down, just in case there was a bit of a fielding error, and there was by Emma Corney. She couldn't reel that ball in, and so they made it into an easy one. Good play. Absolutely,
and the way that that was played there by Armitage, she just let the ball come really, really close as it's running towards a hip area, and just diverted the ball through the mid-wicket area, and both batters were really aware of picking up that single to keep the scoreboard ticking along.
18 without loss after 9. Filer in again. Oh, good delivery. That's a very good attempted Yorker, and whether it's beaten the stumps or whether Emma Marlowe got something on it, either way, she was living slightly dangerously there. Let's have a look for those who can see the pictures. She's dug it out beautifully, hasn't she? Wow. That's a great effort. That is a very difficult skill to perfect, which is why so many people get bowled by Yorkers, because once the ball's gone under the eye line and out of reach, there's that element of guesswork in there about where you're going to drop the bat, and she did really well there. Another good delivery from Filer to follow that up as well is defended.
What is interesting in those 2 deliveries, both exceptionally full balls at a good pace, so they've obviously done their research and analysis on Marlowe. Although it says she's a good young player, there's a very different game plan for Marlowe here from Filer. She's going as full as she possibly can at good pace, isn't she? So let's see how this little passage of play goes.
And she comes again. It's short of length this time, and Marlowe defends slightly less comfortably actually than the previous ball. End of the over. It's another good one though as far as the Diamonds are concerned, because 8 came from it there, 18 without loss.
After 2 over play, the Northern Diamonds
and talked about the prospect that young Emma Marlowe is, but I'm not sure she will have faced consistent pace that Filer has on 2 regular occasions, and it certainly looks that the Western Storm backroom team and captain have really focused on a real clear game plan in terms of looking to dismiss the young Marlowe. Whereas we're here today looking over Headingley. I'm looking across at the scoreboard, and the Norman Diamonds have made a really good start and at 18 for none. And I think it's important now, they've got a bit of momentum in the game, that they just focus on putting the bad ball away as much as they can, be really positive intent, and rotate the strike as much as they can to get to a decent total.
Armitage on strike then, and new bowler by the way from the Howard stand and Ellie Anderson first up with her right arm seam. That ball turned around the corner by Holly, but can't get it past short fine leg. It's a pretty reasonable day weather-wise. We were expecting, I think forecast a few days out was that we might get rain more during the morning than the afternoon. It'd be showers probably. It's Holly pushes into the offside. There's no run, but it doesn't give you the impression at the moment that we've got anything like an immediate threat, although there is a bit of the grey underbelly to the cloud that's not so far away from being overhead. A few pockets of blue poking through as well, and some nice white fluffy stuff around, so it's cloudy, and the sun not out at this moment in time as Anderson's in again, and a flat bat this time from Holly Armitage, who was stepping back outside the leg stump to open up the offside but couldn't find a way through. So good over so far, 3 dots. There is a bit of a breeze out there as well. Anderson turning again then to come in past umpire Amy Clark, right arm over the wicket, wide of off stump, and has the beating of Holly, who has a flash at that one but misses.
Anderson's made a really good start, hasn't she, to her spell here today. She's bowled decent areas, and 4 dot balls, the first 4 balls of this over. I'm just looking at the slight changes in field. Got deep cover, third has come up into the ring, and we've just got 1 other outside of the ring at deep square.
2 left in the over. Anderson in and bowling, and Armitage plays it out into the offside. There's an underarm throw down of the stumps, but Emma Marlowe was rooted in the crease, so no problem. That's not a bad crowd in to start the day. There's a pocket of people way over on the far side in the Taverners stand, who are here for the full day out. And in comes Anderson again. It's short, and Holly this time does find a way through on the offside to the sweeper, and they pick up a single, but a really good tight over, having seen 10 off the first, 8 off the second, just 1 off over number 3. The Diamonds 19 without loss.
Yeah, Anderson's bowled really well there. What a good over, just 1 off that over, bowled really good areas, and just that last ball made an adjustment on the field, so third came up, cover went out, and she just bowled that one back of a length just outside off stump, so that's what we would call getting out the over in reasonable shape, but a really good start by Anderson.
Had a good time getting in today, didn't you, Shawsey? I mean, you did a few lengthy chats with the stewards. I know you like to linger and have a talk with the stewards, don't you?
Well, you know, I like people and,
yeah,
you know,
people
interacting.
person, aren't you? Yeah.
Absolutely,
yeah.
I mean, exchanging pleasantries, but those exchanging of pleasantries lasted about half an hour to get into the gate,
yeah.
And then actually it took me 10 minutes to get in the lift downstairs. Calling me Graham.
Graham Shaw. Are you sure? Yes, of course I'm sure. But Paul, as that's turned around the corner, it is Sophia Smale who's come on at the Kirkstall Lane end. Sorry, we'll concentrate on the cricket. Holly Armitage turns 1 backward of square for 2. So 21 without loss.
Armitage just took that away there behind square, and already Armitage is on 19 and a partnership of 21.
Smiling again, left arm round the wicket, and this one turned into the leg side by Holly, and there's no run. Emma Marlowe must wonder what she's done wrong, because she's not seen many deliveries so far, just the 3. There have been 20 bowled in the match, or 20 legit deliveries bowled in the match. Smile again floats this one up, and Holly, looking down the ground, will nudge it on its way to long on for 1. So 22 without loss, halfway through the 4th. Cut-off time for this first innings is in just over an hour, 12:15. Early start for this one again, 11 o'clock. Wasn't happy with the alarm when it went off this morning, as that one's turned into the leg side. Lovely shot by Emma Marlowe. It's going to be chased down by Issy Wong, I think it is, out in the distance at Cow Corner, and they pick up 2. Looking much more the real deal this season, which has had more opportunities, Emma Marlowe, I think, in the last few matches I've seen her.
Been really impressed with Emma Marlowe, a real good young prospect, and there's a really good example of how she times the ball away nicely.
Very open stance. Oh, that's a lovely shot down the ground. She's not going to quite get it past mid-on, but she'll pick up 1. takes her score on to 3, the total to 25 without loss.
I've been fortunate to see a lot of the women's game over the last, well, a number of years really, but it's always nice when you see a diamonds player such as Marlowe coming through.
Yeah, ball that is around about leg stump. Holly Armitage going back foot and again finding long on with a single to complete over number 4 at 26 without loss. So back on it, the Diamonds, 7 runs from it.
Yeah, they've made a good start, haven't they? Partnership of 26, which is 21 Marlowe on 3. We were just chatting there, weren't we, about young Emma Marlowe. And what I've been really impressed with is her attitude, or seemingly. She's very intentful when she bats. She looks to time the ball away. I saw her get a really good 40-odd at Emirates Old Trafford just a few weeks ago. And I like the way in the field as well. She's quite energetic, positive behaviours. I think she's a real good young player that's got a good future in the game. Early to say that, but I think she does.
So 26 without loss, and Holly Armitage has crashed this one away through cow corner, first ball of the over, and will pick up 4 runs. Ellie Anderson continuing, by the way, for over number 5 at the Howard stand end. Stand and deliver, that, wasn't it?
It was, and Anderson's just dropped this one a little bit short, hasn't she? The great thing here, always a good sign for a batter, is that Armitage has picked length really quickly, rock back and pull that ball away through mid-wicket very powerfully. So another 4 runs to the Diamonds total and to Holly Armitage.
She went through the trigger movement back and across, and it was just absolutely perfect for her to pull it through there. Here's Anderson again, this time short and wide of off stump, and Holly just dismissive. She's in red hot form this morning, right from the first ball of the day. She's a class act, she really is, and you know, you can't believe that there aren't going to be significant honours for a higher level than this, I think, over the next few years. She does look so much better than many when she's out there in the middle. Such a well organised player, shots all around the ground, and the last 2 have just been cases in point. 34 without loss. This one wide of off stump and signalled as a wide. I haven't mentioned, but we do have the president, Jane Powell, in the back of the box, and we'll bring her on comms in a few minutes, and we'll kick Shawsey off for a little while, let him have a breather, because you know, and he loves the sound of his own voice. Everybody, we know that, but you're just going to have to, you know, get used to having a breather for a few minutes. We'll get Jane on. I'll get a clip round the ear for that after we finish this broadcast. He's like that. Here is another lovely shot, and again, so this over, Holly Armitage has gone through cow corner, she's gone long off, and now she's hit a boundary backward of point to a full delivery wide of off stump that she got down fairly low to, and she's just got, as I say, she's got it.
She has, and what she's done this over is she's gone back and across into a crease to open up that offside. She's worked out what Anderson's plan is, so all Anderson's done is then move a little bit wider, but because Armitage has taken that position slightly across the stumps, it gives her the opportunity to get on top of the bounds and open up that offside.
Super stuff, as she's now driving through the covers, and she's going to get 4 more here. There is a chase on round the boundary, but no chance, absolutely 0 chance. She's drawing her own textbook in this over of where to play cricket shots round the ground without taking any unnecessary risks. You know, this is a blueprint for how to play T20 cricket with a bat.
Absolutely, and I think the key point here is that she's not having to take a risk. Look at that beautiful shot under her eyes, hits it through the vacant extra cover area for a really well-timed 4 runs. But she's beginning more and more. I see her play low risk, high reward cricket. And on a pitch such as this, all you have to do is have a really good base and hit the ball under your eyes.
Short ball again, that's going to be 4 more through the same area as the first one this time. Oh, it's just getting too repetitive now, Paul Shaw. 2 shots in the same area in the same over. That's a brilliant, it's superb batting by Holly Armitage. Where are you, everybody? If you're not here in this ground watching this now at 11 o'clock, well, you should be, because this is quality and you're missing out.
We've seen the full repertoire of shots here, haven't we? On the front foot, the back foot, open up the offside, rock onto the back foot and open up the leg side, which tells you she's picking length extremely well. And we've said it's a really good pitch, good batting pitch, but the way that she's picking length is enabling her to get onto the ball, whether it's moving forward through the crease and down the ground, or whether it's off the back foot. And great players pick length really well.
41 already. Sensational stuff. Here's Anderson again. Here's Armitage again. Oh, she's human after all, because she's only going to get the single off this one too. Deep backward square leg, but she is now 42 off just 25 deliveries. She's faced the vast majority this morning, but the Diamonds are not going to be too fussed about that, because after 5 overs they're 48 without loss.
Yeah, they've made a great start here at Headingley, haven't they? They've played some really good cricket so far. And Marlowe plays an important role here, because sometimes you can get in competition with the batter at the other end that's going really well, but actually her role here is to support Armitage, run hard between the wickets, and give Armitage as much of the strike as she possibly can as she gradually eases herself into the game. But they made a great start. What a start.
What a start. So, long may it continue. Lauren Filer, well, you would call for your England international bowler at a time like this, and see what she can produce. Well, at first delivery is good. It's around about leg stump and just eased into the leg side by Holly Armitage. There's no run. Lauren Filer, she kind of sets off. When you see somebody bowl regularly, you pick out those little things, don't you? And she starts off the run up a bit like she's a walker, you know, like a walking athlete. We've watched the first 2 or 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. She's almost about to do the final lap in the Olympic walking race, and then she launches into that run-up as if she's going to launch a javelin. She's bowled a few good arrows today. That was another pretty good one that was pushed into the offside by Holly Armitage. There was no run.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it, when you watch bowlers bowl, pace bowlers, and each and every one of them's got a slightly different approach, different run-up to generate that momentum at the crease, to generate the pace.
I'd say it's a good run-up and delivery stride, and that's all helping her get where she's got in the game. That's another good delivery from her as well. Turned into the leg side this time by Holly. There's no panic. She was putting the ball to all parts in the previous over, which went for 22, by the way. 3 dots in this over, so if you like, she was ahead of the game in the last one. And she doesn't need to do anything out of the ordinary here. Just wait for the next ball that she can put away, and she has done, and there you go. So again, sensible play. She's seen off the good deliveries. She's got a short one. It's not Lauren Filer's best. 1 bounce, 4 through mid-wicket. What can you say?
What a great shot. She's reading the game really well, reading the bowler well, and keeping that low risk in the game. And once you get slightly ahead of the game, the temptation is you can get a bit complacent or get a little bit carried away, can't you? But actually, it's about pulling your game back in and making sure you're doing the right things, getting the right movements and the right contacts.
50 up in 5.4 for the Diamonds. Make that 56 now, because that's another brilliant shot by Holly Armitage. Again, she's hammering the ball when she feels like it. She's stroking the ball when she feels like it. And she's got herself a brilliant half-century. I don't think I've seen her play better than this. 24 minutes, 30 balls, and 10 fours included. And that includes the 100 she got against this team last year. This is every bit as fluent as anything you've seen from her, I think, so far.
So far, it's been an outstanding knock, absolutely outstanding. Real good, strong cricket shots. It's been beautiful. It's been a real pleasure to see, actually. But now, she's done half the job, hasn't she? Now it's about taking this game even deeper. If she can bat for another 5 or 6 overs and give that foundation, gives the Diamonds team the opportunity to score 160 plus, which is going to be really important on what I think is a really good pitch.
We've got a great view up here. Emma Marlowe, you're slightly jealous of her, aren't you? Because she's really down there at close quarters watching it all go on, and she's getting a real lesson, you know, for a young player in how to go about playing this game. Short ball pulled for 1 there by Holly, who now has 51 from 57 runs scored in the power play. Absolutely unbelievable.
I go as far as saying it's one of the best knocks I've seen so far in T20 cricket this season. I've seen lots of good knocks, powerful knocks, but the way that she's played today, for me, is the blueprint, as you mentioned, Doji, of how to open the batting, put the bad ball away, rotate the strike, and put momentum into the game and build a really good foundation for the Diamonds.
We'll have a swap round for a few overs, and We'll make sure he come and earn his money again a little bit later on. So 57 without loss. I'm delighted to welcome Jane Powell alongside once again. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
How are we?
Oh, brilliant. Lovely day. Sun shining.
Sun shining. It's certainly a sunny disposition here for the Diamonds, who've obviously had a bit of a rough time of it during the competition and in the season so far with off-field matters. And Holly Armitage is going to get us another 4 here. First ball of this over from Amanda Wellington. She steps away to leg, and this time almost played it flat bat, but straight back over the bowler's head. But she's finding orthodox and unorthodox ways to score, and she's just giving it a masterclass here.
Yeah, she certainly is. And I think once you start to feel that you're middling the ball like she is, then you feel like you can put it anywhere on the pitch, and she's shown that in the last few overs when she's gone square on the leg side, square on the offside, straight on leg, straight on the onside. Just a real masterclass, as you say, and I hasn't gone unnoticed that she's taken a 1 off the 5th ball of most overs, so that she's keeping strike.
And this time she gets a delivery wide of off stump and has put it away through the covers. They're going to come back for a comfortable 2.
Yeah, good support by Emma Marlowe, though. That wasn't a straightforward 2, but because she ran the first one quickly, she could turn and get back for the 2, and it looked comfortable.
So what can Wellington offer this time? Straight delivery, that's better from her perspective, and Holly just drops it out into the offside. No run.
Amanda Jade Wellington from South Australia. Probably hasn't seen much sunshine over here since she's been here.
No. Leg spin, and this one she starts off wide of off stump. And again, Holly, just sensible play. Sees that length early and just strokes it towards mid-off and picks up a single.
Yeah, I think Shawsey made a really good point about not giving it away. You know, you've got off to a great start, but just play sensible. You've still got another 14 overs, you know, so you don't need to go mad. And you know you've got some big hitters lower down the order should that be needed, but keep building that foundation.
So Emma Marlowe, well, just have to remember who she is out there. She's barely seen a delivery so far, and she's trying to chop one wide of off stump to that latest Wellington delivery, but misses out. That's just the 6th that she's faced in the match so far, and we're in nearly the end of the 7th over. That's how good it's been from Holly Armitage, because she's just been good enough to manipulate everything out there around her, as Emma misses out again on the final ball of the over. 64 without loss after 7. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, she has only faced 7 balls. You know, it's remarkable to think that you've had 7 overs and somebody's only faced 7 balls without any wickets going. It's just staggering the way that Holly has manoeuvred the batting and made sure that she's faced as much as possible.
Change of bowling for the Western Storm, coming into the attack from the Kirkstall Lane end.
There's a whole group of Yorkshire women's past players up in the Howard stand today.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, special day with a real get-together.
Yeah, it's lovely to see Helen Plimmer here, one of the old-time legends.
Absolutely.
Sue Metcalf. You know, there's names over there that if you followed the women's game, you go, wow, there's some real legends there. Sadly, you know, there'll be people listening who go, who? Because they're from a generation that didn't get the profile and didn't get the publicity, but they're definitely here today. So
great. Yeah, great to see that. As we have a change of bowling at this Kirkstall Lane end. Chloe Skelton coming on, and Holly helping herself to a single with the first delivery of the over, but I think symptomatic of the way it's gone so far for the Storm. We're into over number 8, and we've already seen 6 different bowlers. Not sure if that would have been the plan. It may have been at the outset.
No, and interestingly, Izzy Wong was transferred, wasn't she, sort of during the season, and I think they were hoping that she'd come in and have some impact, but she went for 10 in the first over, and I think there's always a danger then that you can't bowl them another one.
Yep, another dot there, and then Emma Marlowe setting off for a run off this 3rd delivery, but Holly had a different opinion at the non-striking end and sent it back. Yeah, so what's what's happening over there? Is it just a good old sort of get together and celebration of cricketing friendship, and watch what's going on out in the middle?
Yes, it is, although we've got a little something at lunchtime, but it's top secret at the moment, so we'll gather them together for a few words at lunchtime. Not lunchtime, in between the two games.
Okay. Interesting. We'll keep our eyes peeled on that one as Emma Marlowe works a single into the leg side to take her score on to 4. 66 without loss, the Diamonds. In comes Skelton again. This time it's been pushed up to mid-off, no run. Holly on 59 off 37 deliveries. 11 fours she's hit so far. And that's not going to be another one, but she's got it along the deck all the way up to long on for a single to complete the 8th over at 67 without loss. So a fairly quiet one and a good one as far as the Storm are concerned. Chloe Skelton conceding just a 3.
Yeah, that was a good over from Skelton there, you know, and you could see that Holly was starting to think, oh, I need to move my feet a bit more, I need to change the length so that it comes into my hitting zone. I think she's been very good at waiting for the ball to be under her eyes and hitting the ball, and she's couldn't quite get there with the variation in length there, so she'll be trying to work out now, how do I play the next over, but she won't be worried too much about it because I think she's seeing it very well.
Amy Clark just signalling dead ball as Wellington, who's continuing at the Howard stand end, stopped in a run-up. She's got through that delivery and it's been pushed to short extra cover. There's no run. So long on and long off are out. There is a cow corner. There's also a cover sweeper as Wellington's in again, and Holly has lifted this one clean over the boundary for the first 6 of the day. Fabulous shot once again.
Yeah, I think she was annoyed the ball before because it was a very slow leg spin turner, which she middled very well but hit it straight to the fielder, and I think she thought, well, I'm going to change it for this next one, and she played that slug sweep almost very effectively, and 6 runs coming off it.
Yeah, super stuff from Holly Armitage then. 66 to her now. Wellington in, she steps back and she's crunched this one away through the covers, and again just has too much power. I mean, that's a brilliant shot. She's got back and across, she's over the top of it, she's clearly got the top hand through it, but she's also giving it a real bump with the bottom at the same time.
Yeah, she's got a very strong thump as she hits it with the bottom hand. You know, I often think, wow, she plays a straight flat drive stronger than most people I've seen, and it's that bottom hand that she puts some real punch into.
We're seeing something special here today, folks, with a special gathering from Yorkshire Women's Cricket to see it as well. 77 without loss, 70 of those runs to Holly Armitage. Would you believe it? Here's Wellington again, turned into the leg side, and there's no run. And every single one of you watching on today, for all your achievements, be watching this thinking, you know what,
yeah,
this is pretty special.
Yes, no, she's a great player. She's batting very well.
And she's stood back to try and crack this one away again. Can't quite get it past extra cover on this occasion. But this is a real pleasure to sit and describe for you.
And I guess once you've hit a 6 and a 4 in this over already, you don't need to panic. You know, that's 10 runs already off the over. So just wait for it to come back into your hitting zone. Don't force it. And there she just drops and runs, and the fielder's on the heels, and it's a very simple run, and there she goes, last ball of the over, maintaining the strike. It's almost like Holly's like, this is my game and I want it, and she's captain, she's opening the batting, and she's taking ownership and really showing the youngsters in her team, this is how we play T20 cricket.
Yeah, in these regional matches, I've never seen a game where it's revolved so much around one player, and it's almost, you can almost see a scenario where if you didn't know what was going on, you walked on the ground, you saw the scores, it'd be like Emma Marlowe was like a night watchman type of thing, wouldn't it? You know, and she was just there to push a one and let Holly have the strike, but she's a genuine opening batter with her, and she's barely seen a ball, and Holly stepped back and crunched another one through the covers. She's going to be denied the chance to get back for a 2 though, so Emma will see a delivery.
Yeah, you're right. It does look like Marlowe is playing the night watchman role, but she's not. She's only had what's she had now? 10 balls.
Yep.
10 balls that she's faced in the whole game, and she is rotating the strike quite well when she gets opportunity like that there, where she just pushes it down the ground and takes an easy single.
Yeah, good play, and she's got Holly back on strike. And when you've got a partner out there, this is again back to that sort of cricketing sense thing, isn't it? You know, if somebody's hot, then great, let them play. As this one floated up, ooh, aerial for a moment. Not
yeah,
sure
and
if that was a bump ball.
the great thing with Marlowe is that she's not panicking either, because youngsters, if they suddenly look at the scoreboard and see somebody on that score, will think, I've got to slog the next ball. But she's not. She's just playing the partnership. That's a great shot from Holly Armitage, straight over the boundary, I think.
I think that might have gone for 6, Peter Hartley. Just have a check. Have a check. It was a cracking shot, as Jane described. Chloe Skelton continuing, by the way, from this Kirkstall Lane end, and really good use of feet by Holly. She's only going to get the 4, I think, there. Yeah, let's have a look ourselves if we can see the replay. Didn't pick it up in time, to be honest with you. So 4 in the book. But another wonderful shot by Holly, who's just played out a dot into the offside. 84 without loss. 76 out of 84.
It's a phenomenal innings.
Remarkable stuff. And she waits again for the final ball, and she's going to hit that one down the ground. And this time there's no doubt that is a 6. Beautiful cricket shot. Absolutely fantastic stuff. It really is. And she's on to 70. She's on to 82, my apologies. 82 now from 90. It's just ridiculous. Halfway through, 90 without loss.
And it's just incredible that one player can dominate so much. But I do want to highlight that Emma Marlowe has not lost her head on the times when she's faced the ball, because Holly could be batting like this, and the Diamonds could have lost 3-4 wickets at the other end, because people have come in thinking, I've got to copy or I've got to play the same way. And Emma Marlowe's just playing well within herself. She's rotating the strike, and let's not forget, it's 90 for naught. The partnership is 90. They're nearly onto 100 partnership, and we talk about batting in pairs, you know, building partnerships. This is a great start for the Diamonds.
Yeah, unbelievable. Emma Marlowe on strike then. She might have just about got used to the light now after 10 overs. She's faced just 11 balls in 10 overs, and Issy Wong is back into the attack for the first time since the first over. And again, really good play by Emma Marlowe, because she's rotated the strike with a single up to long on.
And a safe single as well. You know, it wasn't even sort of any problems for the batting team at all. Just push it out into the onside. And mark of a good batter often is, can they play that leg drive? Can they push the ball out there?
Wong turns again then. Well, in her right arm seam, and she's in once more. It looked like a slower ball variation round about leg stump, and Holly has got it away. No, she hasn't off the bat. It's a leg bite. Down fine on the leg side. Just got a little bit gloomier overhead. But fingers crossed we're okay, without any stoppages. 92 without loss. And Wong to bowl here to Marlowe, with the field closing in, and Emma Marlowe hits down the ground but can't get it past mid-on this time. Pretty full-length delivery by the looks of it from Issy Wong, because she seemed to crunch it into the deck, didn't she?
Yeah, that was a good change in the field, because long on was back and they brought long on up to mid-on just to prevent that single there. So good field placing there from the Storm.
3 to come in the 11th. In comes Wong again, and Marlowe, a lovely shot by Emma Marlowe, who just eases that ball out towards cover, who's coming in off the boundary, and we'll keep them to 1. Relatively quiet over so far, 4 balls bowled, and that 3 runs scored. But Holly Armitage back on strike.
And if you're on the fielding team now, Western Storm will be starting to sort of get a little bit concerned, because they haven't picked up a wicket, and the opposition are on 90. And
Yep.
Just place that one out for a single. to long on.
Full toss, wasn't it? She controlled it pretty well, although there's always that feeling that you wish you could have got more out of it as the batter. She's got down to the non-striking end with a single.
Last ball of the over coming up. Field changes again, so mid-wicket drops out to deep mid-wicket. Square leg comes in from deep square to on the circle.
And Emma Marlowe stepping back has worked it towards long on. Holly wants a second here. She'll retain the strike if they get back for 2, and she does. Good running between the wickets, and I think that was really good placement by Emma Marlowe to get it so wide that she was able to get back with a partner for 2. So 11 overs gone, 96 without loss.
Yeah, super placement from Emma Marlowe, and again didn't hit it too hard, so that they knew that if they turned quickly that their 2 was on there. And you could see that Armitage was intending to get back so that she'd be on strike. I think she's thoroughly enjoying her day out there at the moment. She's on 83 out of a total of 96, and we're only in the 11th over, so 9 overs to go, and Holly Armitage is looking good for potentially a few more yet.
And in she comes then for the first ball of this over, Sophia Smale. And that one hammered up to long on. There's 1 run. And so in comes Smale again. Kirks to the lane end, and that's hit aerially by Emma Marlowe. This should be the first wicket of the day, and is. She's been caught behind, but well, not really behind, caught in front by wicket keeper Nat Wraith, and she won't take many more simple catches than that. And she's in single figures on the scoreboard, Emma Marlowe, but she's played an invaluable part in that opening partnership of 97 for the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a part of her that's a little disappointed, but she doesn't need to be disappointed at all. She's built a platform there with Holly Armitage of 97 for the first wicket. That's a fantastic start for the Diamonds, and if you had that start in every game, you'd be over the moon, you know. So she needs to just be aware of the part she's played in getting the team off to that great start. A great little innings from Emma Marlowe, who only faced, is that 18 balls?
16.
16 balls.
16 balls for 9 runs, no boundaries, but as we've been saying, no issue with that. The boundaries have all come at the other end. 2 6s and 13 4s so far for Holly Armitage, who has been joined out there in the middle by Stir Callis. And so we can expect to see the ball run around, as we do when Stir is out there. She's drops one into the offside first ball. Thought about one, but Holly didn't fancy it.
I think there was the yes, no, no sort of thing there. I think if they'd gone straight away, there was the potential of a single, but the minute you hesitate, it's better to say no.
Smiley again floats this one up, and Callis pushes to mid-off, no run.
And Smale is being very economical as well as picking up that wicket. She played England under 19 most recently, and is a good left-arm spinner.
Yep, she just drifted a little bit leg stumpish, and Stir will get off the mark with a single that she's pulled in front of square on the leg side. 98 for one to come in the 12th.
The field just adjusts slightly.
So we've got a cow corner out away to our right, but not into play with this delivery, where Holly steps back and has flat batted that all the way up to Amanda Jade Wellington to long off. 1 run, she'll keep the strike. 99 for 1 after 85. I'll stick with us for an over 2 more. We'll hear enough of her as the day goes on. So 99 up, 3 off that over,
8 overs yet to go, and you start to wonder what would be the target that you'd be looking for. I'm sure that they'd be looking for that 160 plus from this stage.
Yeah, they said so, and they've been scoring at 8.25, so if they just maintain this sort of rate, they're going to be up there 160 odd, 170. We know things can change, and certainly if Holly is not with us throughout, that may change. There's an appeal for LBW to the first ball of this Amanda Jade Wellington over. Holly got down to sweep, and she has got some bat on it. She's got it away very fine, and 4 more. And if you had a wagon wheel of her innings so far, it'd be all over the place, wouldn't it? Because she's been playing 360 cricket.
Yeah, definite 360 innings so far. I can't think of many areas of the ground that she's not hit today. Maybe a very fine third man, but on the whole, she's certainly been positive and hit everywhere. She's looking to sweep Amanda Jade Wellington, which is a little bit more risky against the leg spin, just in case they bowl the wrong gun or the googly.
Tried that without managing anything off the previous delivery. As Wellington again stepping back. Holly gets it away to extra cover, 1 run.
It's interesting, isn't it? You've got a circle there, and yet there's a very easy single to anybody on the circle, and you'd be expected, certainly when I was captain, if I put somebody on a circle, I'd be expecting them to stop that single. You know, so come on, let's attack the ball, let's get in there. But I think they're a bit nervous as to which side of me is she going to try and hit this ball. Yep. So they're on the heels rather than attacking the ball.
That would have been the same. Callis on strike then to face Wellington for the first time. Pushes one back to her. Standards. Shawsy's at the side saying standards.
Well, they're the basics, aren't they? They're the basics that you're telling youngsters, you know, when you're in the field, start moving in. Make sure you attack the ball.
Wellington in again, and Callis has got something on this, turns it square leg side. Wraith tries to throw down the wickets but misses.
Yeah, and
Holly was off the bat.
Holly ran through for that single quite easily. I think mainly because she wanted the strike.
So she waits. She's on 90 now, 105 for 1. Final ball of the over. Steps back and turns that one into the leg side dot ball. I wonder if it will change her game now that she's 10 runs away from a century. We'll see. 13 overs complete, 105 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think it will with Holly. I think she's the sort that is playing each ball on its merits at the moment, and that's why this has been such a good innings, is that she's not gone into all hit mode or all defence mode. She's looking at the ball. She's seeing, does it actually come into my hitting zone? Is it under my eyes? If it is, then I'm hitting it, and if not, then I'm just pushing it back and I'll wait for the next ball. When you're on 90, you don't need to worry, do you? You know, you can just play a dot ball, knowing that there'll probably be one that is much more in your hitting zone coming up. And the young quick bowlers, you know, they've got some speed, but they're not always as consistent as some more mature players.
Lauren Filer then coming back on at the Kirkstall lane end. She's bowled overs 2 and 6 so far and gone for 17. Here for her third then. Ball short of length, and Callis is a bit too close to try and cut, which is what she tried to do. Missed out, and then plays a leave.
Yeah, she got a little bit of lift on that ball, I think. You know, she's quite a tall girl, and she can put the ball into the deck and just get a little bit more bounce out of it. And this wicket is just a good competitive wicket, really. If you put something in, you'll get something out.
Callis waits, flexes at the knee, tries to play a pull shot and doesn't really get much on it. But she will get a run with one that drops into the leg side. Lovely player to watch when she gets going, Stir Callis. I always feel watching her that she feels more like a 50 than a 20 over player to me.
Yeah, although in the World Cup qualifier, I believe she went over 1,000 runs, didn't she, for T20?
Yeah. I think if you were picking one format, I think that's what I'd say. I'm not saying she can't play T20.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you there. She's good at building an innings in the 50 over competition.
Ooh, now then, this good slower ball from Lauren Filer, which does fox Holly Armitage, which is interesting after 58, 59 deliveries that she's been out there.
Yeah, I mean,
58.
often when you see a batsman on 90 go, maybe they're a bit tired, but she's only been out there 13 overs, so I'm sure she's not tired. She just needs to keep her concentration levels high.
It's a good bit of bowling from Lauren Filer. 3 to come in this 14th over. And she comes again past Peter Hartley. It's wide of off stump, and Holly stretches and drops that one into the offside and calls Callis through for a single. 107 for 1. You listen to BBC Radio Leeds on the BBC Sport website and app. Jane Powell, president of the club here, of course, these days. Myself, Jonathan Doidge. Paul Shaw will bring him back in at the end of the over. Poor lad is feeling left out and looking forlorn, standing alongside. We've got ball-by-ball coverage on this, and then the men's game, the Vikings against the Leicestershire Foxes, which starts at 3 o'clock. As Callis takes a good Yorker length delivery from Filer and has to just play that with respect out into the offside. No run.
Yeah, we've got a big day ahead, haven't we, with the Vikings playing the Foxes later. But this is quite a big game for the Diamonds, playing at home and just wanting to entertain the crowd.
Been doing that this morning. A one-woman show, in a sense, as Filer with a very good delivery, Yorker length again, and Callis can do nothing but drop the bat on that, so the run rate just dropping slightly. It was probably always going to do to some extent, but they're still on course for that 160 with 6 overs remaining. 107 for 1. Thanks, Jane.
You're welcome.
Great to have you on board once again, and do pop back at some other stage today if you want to do so. Welcome to come and join us again. Enjoy the get together. And very well deserved. So, Holly Armitage on strike. 107 for 1. Paul Shaw is back alongside. He's been making his notes and observations while Jane was on commentary. We're testing you shortly. Oh, now then, Holly's got underneath one here, out towards long off. Oh, she's going to drop a little bit lucky, but she deserves a bit of luck as well. And it was one of those where you've seen it so many times, the ball bounces just short of the fielder and then runs beyond them because they're trying to affect the catch, and you can't blame her for that. She's conceded an extra couple of runs, but at this stage, the value of Holly Armitage's wicket is absolutely enormous. They didn't manage to quite take it. So 3 off that. Holly on to 94. 110 for 1. Square leg is just dropped out to deep backward. Callis on strike. And this hit down the ground and dropped at mid-on. It is Sophia Smale, by the way, who's bowling. I don't think I signposted that, but she's on at the Howard stand end. That's been put down by mid-on. Callis on 3. Smale again, wide of off stump this time, and Callis, oh, she's not far from chopping that onto her own stumps. She will get 1 run for it because it went leg side of keeper Nat Wraith. So Nelson, 1-1-1 for 1. And then comes Smale again, and Armitage has pulled this one straight, really. She's got a long way across. Looked like she was going to play something through the covers and got it straight up to the Howard stand end. So she's on to 95. Closing in on what would be something particularly special. Callis waits, and she tries to effect a pull shot, doesn't get anything on it. It's been wided by Amy Clark, and they get down for an extra run as well from the bye.
One of the things that's been really impressive with Holly Armitage, of course, it's been a real privilege to see her play the way she has, but her cricket intelligence and game awareness today has been absolutely outstanding.
Smale to Armitage, who goes along the ground this time up to long off rather than the shot she played earlier in the over. She'll get another single.
And there's an example of what I mean, really. You know, it's fantastic the way that she's rotated strike, picked the pockets, run twos really well. and any ball that's been in her half or been really short, she's really pounced into, as well as timing the ball away. So yeah, I think she's played beautifully so far, Doidge. It's been a great knock, hasn't it, to date?
Yeah, now then, unfortunately we've got a moment on the board where we don't quite know what she's got, because there's been some readjustment made. I think it's probably following the wide the ball before. No, she has now got 96 against her name. So 114 for 1. And Ellie Anderson coming back into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground under gloomy Headingley skies at the moment, I'm afraid. In she comes. Holly will hit that one down the ground to long on, where it will be fielded by Fran Wilson. Single. 97 out of 115. Things have gone, by the standards of what we saw earlier, gone a little quieter. Does now feel like we might get some rain here. I have to say that cloud is very dark grey right above the ground as Callis steps back, and she's going to get 4 here. She's hit it straight through the field, and that was Sophie Luff, Storm skipper, who missed it straight through her legs. And 4 through extra cover, nicely played by Stur Callis. All she can do is put the ball there, and she can't help the fielding errors herself. She's on to 919 for 1.
And out of character for Sophie Luff, the Western Storm captain there. She's normally a very good fielder at extra cover, but really well timed back foot shot by Callis.
Who's stepping back with a lovely cut shot by Stur Callis. She's going to pick up 4 more. That's quality, just a bit too much width from the bowling of Anderson, and she knew that where the field was, the fielder at third was up inside the circle. She's got it away finer than that, and well worth the 4 runs.
Yeah, I don't see many late cuts nowadays, Doidge. You did necessarily in the game, but actually, again, Callis has picked lengths really well, just rocked back and played that really, really lately. Lovely deft touch, and the ball ran away for 4 runs.
123 for 1. Callis on strike. This time we'll turn the ball out towards straight mid-wicket. Picks up a single. She's on to 14. Partnership already worth 27. They came together when the score was on 91. Third ball of the 12th over. We're now onto the 5th ball of the 16th. And Holly Armitage is on strike. And in she comes, driven back down the pitch. Oh dear, oh, it's pretty much the first false shot that she's played all day, and Chloe Skelton has got the wicket of Holly Armitage, caught and bowled. Well, not 3 figures, but I've got to say, you will not see a better innings than that in domestic T20 women's cricket. That was outstanding by Holly Armitage. She's got 97 from 64 deliveries in 58 minutes. Of absolutely masterly batting, 14 fours and 2 sixes. That is rich entertainment for all of those who've been here, and a privilege to watch, Josie.
What a magnificent innings from Holly Armitage, the Diamonds captain. For me, Doidge, the innings, and for our listeners, the innings had everything. Her game awareness has been outstanding, picking little gaps in the field, rotating strike exceptionally well. The timing, the pure timing that she's had today by getting into really good positions, front foot and back foot, and just striking the ball or timing the ball under her eyes, as well as the ball striking, is probably the best innings I've seen this year. It's been an absolute privilege to be here, and a wonderful opportunity to see such an innings by Holly Armitage.
No, he's absolutely hammering it down, just as Holly has left the field of play, almost with an element of theatre about it. She knew she'd got the dry conditions, she's gone, and now the players will be gone any second now, and off they go. So at 11:59 they leave the field of play, bang on 16 overs in at 124 for 2, 10 runs from the over, and that wicket of Holly Armitage, who was caught and bowled by Skelton for 97 off 64. Just to reiterate, that wicket falling when the score was on 124, with the 5th ball of the 16th over. Partnership worth 27, and yeah, outstanding. 2 sixes and 14 fours for an overall strike rate of 151.56. But in terms of percentages, let's do that while we've got a moment. I don't know why I'm calling you by accident there. I've got the phone out, I've got the calculator out. So what is 97 into 124? 78% of her team's runs at the point she was dismissed. Nearly at the end of the 16th over, she'd scored 78% of her team's runs. Just astonishing. As you can tell, I'm flabbergasted by what we've seen this morning.
I often see you almost speechless, George, is it? But what an absolute wonderful innings to actually be in a position to observe that here at Headingley Stadium, and this real traditional historic stadium. To see Armitage, the Diamonds captain, play the way she has just been absolutely outstanding. I think I said earlier on, the way that she's rotated strike, the way that she's made real good contact with the ball and timed the ball beautifully to all parts here at Headingley Stadium has been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be a part of. It's one of the great innings I've certainly been a part of seeing over the years, and certainly here at Headingley. It's always special as a captain when you play a captain's innings of such magnificent nature here at Headingley, and I have to say that's been an incredible innings. Well supported by young Emma Marlowe in the way that she supported and rotated strike and gave Holly Armitage the strike. I think was absolutely outstanding for such a young player. And also the way Stair Callis has come in and again rotated the strike, put the bad ball away, and gave her captain Holly Armitage the strike as much as possible has also been really impressive. So it puts the Diamonds in a very strong position as they leave the field with this little interval. Hopefully it will be a short interval, but I have to say it's raining very heavily here at Headingley at the moment. The score is 124 for 2. Callis is 14 now not out, and she's been met in the middle by Bess Heath, who the Diamonds setup will have put in there to increase the strike rate and finish this innings with I think with some real impetus. But until then, we have a little bit of rain here at Headingley. Yeah. And Doige is back with us.
I don't think it's going to be too long. I just had to save the effects mic, which is hanging out of the window here, just to, one of those broadcasting things that you don't really need to know, but it's hanging out of the window. And it was raining so heavily, I just thought it might be in danger of getting drenched through, and that's never a good thing, is it, with electronics? So I've managed to salvage that while you kindly reminded us that we were here at Headingley. I don't know why, but the covers have not come on in their entirety on the square. It looks like the ground staff must know it's a very quick passing sharp shower, because they've only put them to the right of the covers, which is the western terrace side of the ground. Richard Robinson and staff just hung around out there for a minute or two, and they're now walking over the top of the covers. The actual strip itself is covered with the usual wheel-on pieces, and they're already taking the covers off, so this is good news. Hopefully they'll be back out there fairly soon. You would think, given how heavily it's just rained for a few minutes, that they'll have to rope the boundary off and all of that, so we might be off for a few more minutes yet, but optimistic that there won't be too long before they're playing again. We'll take a quick breather while we wait for some more action. Back with you as soon as they walk out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back out to the middle your umpires Amy Clark and Peter Hartley.
Welcome back then. Our umpires Peter Hartley and Amy Clark back out there in the middle. That was a pretty hefty shower, but fortunately for a short period of time. But you can see the areas that weren't covered, the wicket ends. If you've got the pictures at this moment in time, you can see the wicket ends are pretty dark in colour following the precipitation. Paul Shaw and myself, Jonathan Dodge, with you for this one. Just try and get rid of the passing air traffic for a moment. There's not a lot of point talking if you can't hear us, there really, or can't be heard. So we've got 4 overs remaining in this Diamonds innings. We've been treated to one of the great innings you'll see, I think, in domestic T20 cricket by Holly Armitage. 97 off 64. It was just wow. And we can probably watch 4 overs of cricket now again, Shawsey, when they go back out.
I think so, but you know, we've talked about it a lot already, but it really was a fantastic innings from Holly Armitage, the Diamonds captain. She played beautifully, and we saw, we saw all the shots. We saw strike rotation, everything we've talked about earlier. It was a real privilege to watch that innings. And if there are any of the England scouts here, and I know that they view every game in terms of the regional cricket, then I'm sure they'll be hugely impressed with the way that Holly Armitage went about that innings today. And be interesting now, with 4 overs left, to see how the Diamonds can build on the 124 for 2. Interesting, the run rate since the spinners have come on and the pace bowlers have started bowling slower balls and using variations. It's gone from 8.5 down to 7.75. Obviously still a very good run rate, current run rate, but it'd be interesting to see if the Diamonds can get close to 160 plus, maybe close to 165, something around that is what I would have thought they'll be looking to focus on, which really from this point onwards would be round about 10 runs per over, wouldn't it?
Which is eminently gettable the way that we've seen the pitch playing so far, because there's been, no, we haven't really mentioned the pitch, have we? We've mentioned Holly Armitage and Holly Armitage really, but the pitch has played really well. There's been a little bit of offering a turn for those who can turn it, but it's not ragging, which it never seems to do here, and bounce wise it's been absolutely spot on. So good pitch, and you want a good score in that respect. Bess Heath is a good person to come in with 4 overs to go when you want to keep on kicking on, and she's standing at the non-striking end at this moment in time as Issy Wong is back into the attack for the Storm, and coming into bowl here to stir Callis, who gets one down the leg side, and that is a wide.
Interesting to see the first ball after the little rain break from Izzy Wong was a slower ball, so they've obviously chatted in, you know, there's 4 overs left, let's vary his pace. It's a good pitch, so I think they'll be taking pace off from time to time as much as they possibly can, and when they have done that, Western Storm, that is, it's actually just slowed the game down a little bit, so I think that's something that's certainly in their mind's eye at the moment.
Yeah, we're just having a slight break after that first ball because Izzy Wong's not happy with the run up there following the rain, and she wants some sawdust putting down. Richard Robinson, the head groundsman here, was also throwing a fair bit on the wicket ends that are just to the left, as well, looking at the strip that they're playing on from the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. And now Nat Wraith has also got a couple of wicket-keeping gloves full, which is good use of wicket-keeping gloves, I think. Excellent effort there. By the way, while we've got a break here, they've announced the England men's fixtures for the T20 World Cup for the Super 8s. And Thursday the 20th, this coming Thursday, 1:30 AM start against the Windies in St Lucia. Then on Friday at 3:30 in the afternoon, this is UK time by the way, England, South Africa, and then next Sunday the 23rd at 3:30 in the afternoon, United States taking on England in Barbados. The top 2 in that Super 8s group will go through to the semi-finals. We wish the boys well, as Izzy Wong is in after that sawdust break, and that's been launched aerially into the offside by Ster Callis. The fielder out there has overrun that in trying to stop it, and there was good running between the wickets. It was Ellie Anderson who was doing the fielding. Ball might have spun as it landed, and they got back for 2. Not a bad time for the Diamonds to have a break, really, after the frenzy of earlier on. Just to have a reset and think, right, we've got 4 overs now, let's maximise what we're doing. I'm sure they've had a good chat. And Ster Callis is looking like she's come out with real purpose following the break, and she's pushed one into the offside. She's thinking about a second, but the idea of going back for 2 was very, very risky after a throw that missed the wickets. So Bess Heath is on strike for the first time. So her pinging the ball to all parts recently. Her recent stats in the competition, we'll give you those in a sec, because Wong is in and she's played across this one as Bess, and there's no run, but just having a quick flick back. Yeah, 59 against the Blaze here last weekend, and then 31 as well against the Vipers in defeat on Friday. So she arrives in hot form. 128 for 2, halfway through the 17th. Wong in again, a nicely played cut shot by Heath out to the sweeper Anderson, and they get an easy single.
It will be interesting to see who is suited best by that little rain break. Sometimes it's the batting team, sometimes it's the bowling team, but it does give the bowling team the opportunity to regroup, as it does the batting team, as you've mentioned, Dorothy. But actually it just slows things down a little bit and gives them a real focus.
Here's Wong again, and playing across this one, Callis. It was a slower ball, and actually quite a good slower ball, because it just foxed Callis slightly. Classy, thrilling batting from Holly Armitage, says Andy Walker. You're right there. Mighty Mariners asking why there's no scorecard on the live stream. Mighty Mariners, as you know, but I'll point it out once again, I have no control whatsoever over the stream, nor what goes on it. You can just hear my voice and my fellow commentators over the top of it. That's operated from a different room within the building. As Wong is in again, that's down the leg side, and Callis, well, she went for a little scoop, didn't she, and missed out. So end of the over, 17 now complete. Not a bad over by Wong, because just a 5 conceded, 129 for 2, and they didn't manage to get that 10 that maybe they were looking for.
Absolutely, and I think at this stage of the game, only 2 wickets down, the Diamonds would be looking for a minimum of 10 per over. The Storm will know that, so anything below 8, the Storm, I think unit will be really happy with that. But interestingly, in that over, I think there were 3 or 4 slower balls in that over. So there's certainly been a regrouping and a conversations around what's the best types of delivery to ball on this pitch to minimise the scoring. And that's something that Diamonds are going to have to work with now, isn't it? They're going to have to give themselves the opportunity to set up for the slower balls, with the variation probably being the quick ball now.
Here's Sophia Smale, left arm spin, bowling to Heath, who's got it up to long on. She really did rattle through that first run, but Callis wasn't that couple of strides back to go for the second. 130 for 2 during what is now over number 18. This will be the first completion, I think, of the innings in terms of 4 overs bowled by a Storm player. Next ball is short of length and cut for a single by Smale. Good morning, good afternoon as it is now to you, Martin Bloomfield, by the way. Got your email earlier on. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Mentioning Harry Brook and the Yorkshire boys playing for England last night. I'm feeling sorry for Scotland missing out in that competition, as this reverse pull from Heath was clothed really to what originally would have been cover. There's no run. At Sporting Lives 1 or at Inside Leader 1 for your ex-contact if you want to get involved, but Heath has got underneath one here and should be caught. Oh dear. She's been put down at, well, short fine leg it would have been originally. She reversed it. And maybe something for her to think about there, for both parties really, because it was an eminently takeable catch by Emma Corney. Or an eminently takeable catch maybe. As Heath also got in a pickle with her own shot. So not great cricket all round that little bit, but we'll move on as Callis gets two with a little flick backward of square leg.
But I could see what Heath was trying to do with the reverse, because there's 3 people out on the leg side boundary here, but only 1 on the cover boundary on the offside, so she was trying to target that boundary.
Callis using her feet here, and she drives one into the covers. Picks up a single, so she's the senior partner in terms of runs now in this partnership in its infancy. 135 for 2, so 6 from that over. So if they were trying to go at 10 for the last 4, well, they're coming up short here. They've gone 5 and then 6, and they've only got 2 overs now to try and get up to that 160 mark. It's looking more difficult. The other thing to bear in mind here is, although the outfield has been roped offshore, there might just be still a bit of moisture drag on that ball when it's hit along the ground, and maybe if you can, you want to be trying to get under the ball here and hit it over the top and take the outfield out of the equation.
Yeah, absolutely, and from that perspective, there'll just be a little bit of moisture in the pitch again now, won't there? Even though it just had maybe a few minutes of rain, it will affect how the surface of the pitch, certainly for ball striking.
Issy Wong to complete her set with a slower ball first up. Callis was way outside leg stump trying to give herself some room, but good piece of bowling followed her and prevented any runs being scored.
The Western Storm outfit will be delighted with the start that they've made after the rain interval, and the Diamonds now are in a position where they need to really maximise these last 2 overs. Still need to target that 160. It seems a long way away now at this stage, but 2 or 3 boundaries, all of a sudden it looks different again.
Here's Wong, and Callis steps across then, trying to be inventive and scoop that over the top of Nat Wraith, but needs to keep her eye on the ball until she's hit it, I think. 135 for 2. Callis, player we were mentioning, feels like if you were going to pick a format, you'd be thinking 50 overs primarily, and probably that things like we've seen in the last few deliveries are reasons why. She's just run one down to 3rd and picked up a single, but that upping the ante in closing stages of matches, she can still continue at the same pace. There's not often that injection, is there, later on?
Yeah, she's
not like a Bess Heath might be able to do.
Yeah, and she's the type of player that if a wicket goes down early on in a T20 game, she's really good at rebuilding and then building a partnership, but needs someone at the other end that can ball strike.
Yeah, here's Wong halfway through the 19th. Bess Heath has tried to put a few away through the leg side, but again she's beaten by this one, which rattles into the pads and from which she gets a leg bite. So it's just stalling a little, and maybe it was always going to do after we saw such fluency from Holly Armitage. It's going to be very difficult for the Western Storm to come up with something quite as fluent as that, even as a collective, let alone now an impossible for one person. And they've got the runs on the board here of the Diamonds. Oh, gone. Ster Callis stepping way across. She was almost on the next strip, trying to give herself some room to play through the leg side. She's been bowled off stump, but round her legs, bizarrely. And so she's gone for 22 off 26, including 2 fours. It's 137 for 3.
Yeah, Callis moves across the stumps here, doesn't she, and shows all the stumps and tries to work that one behind square, or at least square on the leg side. But it's incredibly good bowling there from Issy Wong that again's taken the pace off. And that's something that these 2 bowlers have done incredibly well since they've come back. Wong and Smale have bowled good areas, and Wong in particular has taken pace off and bowled cutters, which has made it really difficult for the Diamonds players, should I say, the batters that they have out there at the moment, to strike the ball and go at the tens of over that they really probably need to do. The score at the moment is 137 for 3 with just 1.1 overs left, so their target of in and around 160 is looking more like 145, maybe 150 at best.
Okay, Wong is in, it's down the leg side though. Rebecca Duckworth, by the way, is the new batter for the Diamonds, who was given as number 26 on the team sheet, was spotted 18 on her back out there, so we'll go with what she's got on her back. First time I think I've seen her in any of the games that we've covered this year. Final ball of the 19th, 138 for 3. Wong bowling to Duckworth. Again, another slower ball, and she's managed to get that away into the covers for a single. So with 6 balls remaining, 139 for 3 is still a pretty healthy effort. They might not get to that 160, but let me tell you this. I was put in the picture by Liam Holgate, the Diamonds analyst, before the match, that 132 is a par score here, so they're already past the par, and 152 or more is kind of, that tips it very much in your favour as a winning score. There's a 7-2 bat first win ratio, so they're still in the driving seat. You know, a healthy over, even if you get up to 150 and you're not quite at that 152, you're still going to feel like you're probably favourites to win this match if you execute pretty well with the ball. As the first ball of the final over, bowled by Amanda Jade Wellington, is turned square on the leg side by Duckworth, and they're going to come back for 2, and a dive from Bess Heath to get herself in there. Good running.
Yeah, very good running certainly there from Duckworth, and I actually think that Bess Heath was happy with the one there to take strike, but Duckworth certainly come in with some real intent.
She comes again to Callis, who's driving up to mid-off and has got through for a single. Issy Wong, by the way, finished with a very respectable 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23, particularly considering that she went for 10 off the first over of the day. And Sophia Smale, 4 overs, 1 for 22. They're the 2 that are bowled out. I can give you the other figures as well. Now we know that nobody else is going to be bowling again.
Shot.
That's worked into the leg side by Heath, and good piece of fielding out there, denies her a boundary at long on, and they can't even get back for a second. That was an excellent effort by Danny Gibson, running round from Cow Corner. So 3 overs for 19 for Lauren Filer, 2 overs for 23 for Ellie Anderson. As this one floated up and hit straight to mid-off. Oh, and it's been dropped. Stare Callis should have gone. She's been dropped twice now on 3. It was Rebecca Duckworth. My apologies, not Stare Callis, she's already gone. She's been dropped on 3 herself. And Heath turning that one into the leg side. Gibson in off the boundary, keeps them to 1 again. So Storm will be thinking, well, this is not a bad over, we haven't had a boundary yet. The Diamonds will want 1. They've only got 1 left, which to try and achieve that. And Duckworth on strike on 5, 145 for 3. And she has hammered this one away along the deck into the offside, but they're only going to get the 1 for it. So tidy enough last over. They managed to make 7 runs from it. They haven't quite got to that supreme level of confidence of 152 plus, but they've got a handy score here of 146 for 3.
Absolutely, Doja, they have, and they've definitely got their foot in the game at this stage. They would have wanted 160 plus with the start that they had and the way that Holly Armitage played, but if you'd have said you're going to get 146 closing in on 150 before the game started, I'm sure they'd have taken that at that point. However, what I would say is that it's the Diamonds batting unit that's perhaps their strength, so it will be interesting how their bowling unit goes. The key learnings that they will, I would think, take away is that pace-off variations is something that Western Storm did really well in the latter end of their innings. So, you know, when Wong and Smale bowled real tight lines, and Wong in particular, in her last 2 overs, took the pace off. It looked a lot more difficult pitch to bat on. So I'm sure the Diamonds will have taken that into consideration. But they've posted certainly a competitive score, 146. And let's see how the Western Storm batting lineup go in as they look to chase down this total.
Yep, other bowling figures. Amanda Jade Wellington there finishing with 4 overs for 31. Chloe Skelton with 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. Bess Heath finished 5 not out. Rebecca Duckworth 6 not out from 9 and 5 bowls respectively. There were 2 leg byes and 5 wides, so 7 extras in total, and 146 for 3, 147 required by the Western Storm. Back in a few minutes when they come back out for the second half of this one.
Headingley, please welcome back your Northern Diamonds. And opening the batting for the Western Storm, Danielle Gibson and Emma Corney. Opening the bowling from the Howard stand then for the Northern Diamonds, Rachel Slater.
Welcome back then from Headingley for part two of this Diamonds versus Storm match. Western Storm out to bat then, needing 147 to win. Danny Gibson is going to take strike, and she's been joined out there in the middle by Emma Corney, and it's going to be Rachel Slater, she of the bunny hop, to bowl the first over for the Diamonds from the Howard stand end of the ground. We've just eaten the fastest burgers in the West, haven't we, during that break?
We have. Very, very nice, I have to say.
Hope you've got some indigestion tablets to hand. In comes Slater then, it's wide of off stump, and he does have wicket, first ball of the innings it is. Well, we had a great start from Armitage with a boundary first ball of the Diamonds innings, and here we have a wicket, and it's the very dangerous Danny Gibson, who has feathered a little tickle through to Bess Heath, and she has gone, and the Storm are none for one.
That's a major breakthrough for the Diamonds. First ball of the innings, getting the dangerous Danielle Gibson, who can certainly play a very powerful ball striker, and that's a great wicket. Nice little tickle, just a little bottom edge on the ball as the ball went through to the wicket keeper, Bess Heath. So big breakthrough for the Diamonds.
It is. Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester, joins us ahead of the Vikings against the Foxes a little bit later on. Which is good reminder for a commercial for that. Thanks, Rich. He's probably wanting to know where the food is. That's probably his first port of call. He's going to head that way. The other side of the press room, keep going a bit further, is the news on that front. The news here is that Nat Wraith has gone out to bat at number 3. Danny Gibson, well, that is a massive fillip as far as the potential outcome of this match is concerned for the hosts, as Wraith solidly forward to her first ball, the second of the innings.
That's well bowled from Slater then, just hard into length, It's a good first ball for Wraith. Yeah, what a start by the Diamonds. First ball, little bottom edge through to Bessie, the wicket keeper. Rachel Slater running in a pomp.
Yep, as Wraith pushing forward back to the bowler for ball number 3. So that just stops you in your tracks a little bit, doesn't it, at the start of an innings, when one of the big players who you're hoping, expecting, ready to come up with something, can't do so. It's cricket. It's so often happens, doesn't it? First ball. You're not used to the pace of the pitch out there, the light, all those sort of things. You're just not quite settled, and she's got a tickle on one through to Heath. First positive shot with the bat in the innings so far is punched into the offside. There's no run. Nat Wraith looking for a few runs as well. Just at this moment in time, she's not done badly in the competition, but 21 against the Vipers 30th of May, 17 the next match against the Sunrisers, but the last 2 innings, 6 against the Blaze and 2 against the Vipers. The Storm are going to get another run here though, because Rachel Slater's bowled that one onto the next strip almost. That is a wide, says Amy Clark. So first run, 1 for 1, none off the bat so far. We're still 2 hours and more away from that men's match to come, as in comes Slater, and trying to get this one away through the offside. Wraith misses out past the outside edge through to Bess Heath. Good delivery. You do wonder about the bunny hop. I know I mention it because it's just a quirky thing and something that you talk about, but actually, is she losing some of her momentum by doing it? She must be, because it's kind of just a slow hop, isn't it? You may as well almost start your run up from the point where she lands after that hop. There she goes. 3, 4, 5, 6 paces after it, and she's bowled her. Absolutely cleaned her up, middle stump out of the ground. What a spectacular opening over, bunny hops or not. And well, she'll be hopping off to her fielding position for the next over, very, very content, because Rachel Slater has had Danny Gibson caught Bess Heath for naught, and then Nat Wraith bowled for naught of 5 deliveries. Fantastic start for the Diamonds. The Storm are 1 for 2.
Yeah, very great start there by Slater. Rachel Slater's bowled really well that first over, and certainly that last ball, getting the second wicket there, really full, just a slight bit of swing, just beginning to shape, hit the pad, then off Wraith and went into the middle stump. And what a great start by the Diamonds, and it leaves really Western Storm really 1 for 2 off just 1 over of this game.
And it's brought Fran Wilson to the crease according to the scoreboard. And looks as though Erin Burns is preparing to open the bowling, capped as ever from this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, bowling her off spin. She's impressed me greatly during the matches that we've been able to cover on BBC Radio Leeds during the competition so far. Handy with the bat, but it's the ball certainly where, even though they've only won the 1 match in this competition, she's had an effect on games. And if she goes, nearly gets a wicket first ball, nearly caught by Rachel Slater, who can't keep out of the game at the moment. She wrings her hand, that ball just bouncing in front of her. They got a single, so the first run off the bat in the match. But it's all happening here at Headingley today. Whirlwind knock by Holly Armitage, Diamond skipper, earlier. 2 wickets in the first over with the Storm out there. We've already had a bit of a storm, a fairly hefty shower which kept them off the field for 16-17 minutes or so, but the sun back out at this moment in time, and the Aussie Erin Burns ready to bowl her second delivery. Comes in past umpire Peter Hartley, bowling to Wilson, who steps back and pulls along the deck into the onside. Sophia Turner comes in to do the fielding. They pick up 1.
And Burns is just looking to bowl the ball into the pitch here, not bowling too full, just back of a length. And I'm sure that she'll try and tuck up both the Western Storm batters.
And this one, Corney turns it into the leg side. Fielded at mid-wicket. Dot ball. There's some certain element of consolidation about the Storm at this moment in time, but they're also got to be aware that they're in the power play. It's a difficult situation for batters to manage, isn't it, when you've lost 2 quickies and you're chasing a score. I mean, this is a score. It's not, you know, a world-beating score, but it's still going to take a bit of chasing anyway. How do you go about it out there? 10 balls in, they're 3 for 2, and another good delivery from Burns, just pushed into the offside by Corney, and there's no run.
Excellent cricketer, Burns. Really good all-round cricketer with the bat, with the ball, and in the field, and he's a really good character to have in your ranks.
Burns in again, and driven down the ground by Corney to mid-off by Callis Fields. End of the over, so 2 gone. Fantastic start for the Northern Diamonds, because the Western Storm are 3 for 2 compared to 18 without loss at the same stage for the Diamonds when Holly Armitage was blazing it around. What do you do if you're coaching out there? You've done all that many times now. If you're able to have a timeout at this point, what are you saying to the 2 batters out there in particular?
I think it's a really interesting point that you raised, because actually before they go out there to bat, you're talking about maximising that power play and the fielding restrictions quite clearly. Lose 2 quick wickets in that first over, thinking, gee, pretty tough this, but actually you've still got to look to be positive, keep your risk low, so looking to hit the ball hard, looking to rotate the strike, and just probably keep that risk low.
Rachel Slater gets another over, and she's going to go for 4 first ball, so she is human after all. Just a little bit too wide of off stump, and a lovely late cut. We've seen that a couple of times today. Just laid her bat on it, did Fran Wilson, and she's getting going with a boundary. 7 for 2.
And Fran Wilson, former England player, someone I used to coach a number of years ago now, is really good square of the wicket, so anything short she will look to cut, or in fact anything full off the spinner she looks to sweep. So really good improviser too, so Diamonds will not want her to bat long.
Here's Slater. This time she goes fuller and chopped into her own pad by Wilson, drops out into the offside, no run. Crowd is continuing in gradual numbers to build. Looking forward to decent numbers in this afternoon for that match against the Foxes. The Vikings owe them one after a pretty hefty defeat in the second match of the Blast a couple of weeks ago. Here's Slater meanwhile in this Charlotte Edwards Cup game, short ball, and there you go, just as Shorty was saying, it could almost be a coach. Ball short of length, and she stepped back and pulled it square on the onside for 1.
Yeah, she's a good player, Fran. She's an experienced player now, so now she's worked a lot on her tactical awareness and decision making when under pressure. So certainly under pressure at the moment, so it'd be interesting how she plays this. But anything short, she will look to pounce on.
So it sounds like a good player to have out there for you in this situation. If you have to be 2 down early doors, and the sort of player that might be looking at longer term during this match at 20 overs. Slater in, nicely played by Emma Corney, who gets that front elbow up, punches it to Callis at mid-off, no run.
Just looking at the 2 fielders that the Diamonds have got out, they've got a deep square, of course. We're in the power play, so there are fielding restrictions. Of course, we're allowed only 2 out of the circle at this point. We've got a deep square and deep mid-wicket.
Slater with the hop, in she comes. And that's turned up to mid-on. Fielded by Emma Marlowe. They're going to stay put. So, quiet start here.
I've worked it out, don't you?
Go on. Is this the secret of happiness, eternal?
That little hop, that little jump, I reckon, when she learnt to bowl many, many years ago in her back garden, she had to run in and jump over something and get into the constraints-led coaching, I'd suggest there is.
Could be. Here she is.
Shot.
Beautiful shot. It really is a lovely shot by Emma Corney. Wide of Callis, the diving Callis at mid-off, and that's as good as anything we've seen all day. Right over the top of it and along the carpet all the way. 4 makes it 12 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Corney, just slightly over pitch from Slater. Corney just leans into the ball and strikes that ball down the ground. It's a beautiful shot through mid-off. Beautiful shot. And what I would say at this stage, we know it's a good pitch. There's a little bit of something in it for the bowlers, certainly after there's been that little downpour that we had. But I should say it's still a very good batting track. So anything full or anything short, I'm sure the Western Storm batters will look to pounce on those deliveries. Score here is 12 for 2 off 3 overs.
And it's the leading wicket taker in the universe in women's cricket. Katie Levick, leg spin, Kirkstall lane end, chopping one down into the deck was Fran Wilson. First up, no run. And one or two of you were asking last week, and I wasn't aware of the information at the time, by the way, that why were the Diamonds wearing black armbands in the field as Lev bowls this latest delivery, and it's driven by Wilson up to Callis, no run. And it was in honour of Katie's uncle, who sadly passed recently, I think, and she was very grateful. I saw a posting on Facebook, on X I should say, from her after the match, thanking her teammates for their support. So that was the reason for that last weekend, as we see Wilson play one out into the covers for a single.
It'll be interesting how the Storm batters play Levick here today. Anything slightly back of a length, I'd be looking to rock back and work square or in front of square on the offside and try and hit 2s or maybe 4s. Anything full, I'd be thinking down the ground or beat extra cover. There we go.
Levick in again, and she's gone through the covers. Fairly central out there was Erin Burns doing the fielding. They get another single, but they're having to play with a fair dollop of caution at the moment because of those 2 early losses, and not just 2 players, 2 very good players in Danny Gibson and Nat Wraith. Burns is moved back inside the circle as long off is moved out, and there's an appeal for LBW here as Levick has the beating of Fran Wilson, but Peter Hartley unmoved at the non-striking end. Sorry, non-striking end at the coastal lane end. He's not striking it either, I can assure you. He's umpiring. 1 to come in the 4th, 14 for 2. Levick in again, turn around the corner. Oh, they're taking on the arm here. Must be a run-out chance. They've got home. Well run, Emma Corney, to get herself in there, because that looked like it was going to be very tight. 4 overs gone then. Corney on 6, Wilson on 8, and it's 15 for 2, the Storm.
I think that's good bowling from Levick. I think that's the type of line and length and pace to bowl on this pitch. He's looking to run it into middle and leg, round about knee roll height, which still keeps all dismissals into play. She had a big LBW appeal, which were, I think, relatively close. So if she keeps bowling and focuses in on that area, that's quite important. Gives her a chance to catch the Western Storm batters stuck on the crease too. And with that in mind, of course, if the ball then grips, it brings the wicket keeper and the outside edge into play. So I think a really good start by Katie Levick at the start of her spell.
Now they're going to keep Rachel Slater going here. So 1 off her first over, 9 off her second, 2 for 10 off 2. And she's bowling here to Fran Wilson with Bess Heath standing up. And she's missed that one standing up. Unfortunately, it's wide of off stump. It's going to be 4 byes, signalled by Amy Clark. It was fairly wide, wasn't it? I wondered if she might signal that as well, but she's gone for the 4 byes. So 15 for 2 becomes 19 for 2.
Yeah, it was. Did look fairly wide. That I've not seen the replay as to how wide it was, but Bethy just wasn't able to get a glove on that, was she?
Slater in again. Oh, better delivery, and this time Heath is safe and secure as Wilson misses a cut shot that Shawsey tells us she enjoys playing.
I think the shot there, though, George, is to just drop back and punch it with a full face through extra cover, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the gap between Sophia Turner, who's now moving from centrally in the covers, between her and Holly Armitage would have been your area, wouldn't it, really?
Yeah. Bit too straight, perhaps, to try and work it backward a point.
Turner now being sent off to backward point as Slater is bowling one that Wilson tries to turn into the leg side and misses. No run. You listen to BBC Radio Leeds on the BBC Sport website and app. Jonathan Doidge and Paul Shaw alongside. We've had Jane Powell, president of the club, in as well. Lots of former Yorkshire women's cricketers here today opposite us in the Howard stand. Sounds like a fantastic gathering from previous successes, as a short ball is pulled into the leg side here by Wilson, and that is definitely a strength of hers, the way she played that shot. Got her wrist rolled over the top of it, 4 runs through mid-wicket.
Yeah, excellent shot here. She picks length really well, does Wilson. In fact, it wasn't that short, was it? But she's managed to rock onto the back foot and pull that ball away through the vacant mid-wicket area. But I think for Slater here, the success really will be if she bowls hard into the pitch, just varies that pace and look to be hitted probably halfway up, maybe 3/4 the way up, middle and off would be the ideal length and delivery, I think, on this pitch.
So 23 for 2. Wilson now into double figures, 12. 2 to come in the over. She's gone wide of off stump this time, Rachel Slater. And again, that felt fairly wide, but Amy Clark is of a lenient mind today.
And the reason that Wilson can't reach that ball is she's just opening up her left side. So her left side, her left foot is moving towards mid-on, okay, as opposed to towards the ball. So she's not able to get across to the offside at that point, which tells me that she's lining up that mid-wicket area, or straightish mid-wicket area.
Final ball of the 5th. Slater in again and pulled once more by Wilson. Yep, out to Erin Burns at Cow Corner. 1 run to complete the over at 24 for 2, with Wilson on 13 keeping the strike and Corney on 6. 9 off it.
And the current run rate is 4.80, but the required run rate is 8.20. So what these two will want to do is continue to build this partnership. It's already 23. They're looking to build this and take the game, or go as deep into the game as they possibly can. And then all of a sudden, as we will see, as we normally do with momentum shifts, that required run rate will start dropping. So I'm sure now these two are getting themselves in, that will be their plan. But they want to do it in a really positive nature.
Yeah, Catherine Fraser coming in to the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling off spin for the final power play over. First ball is just short of length. Wilson steps back and pulls it to Leah Dobson, who's out in the deep. No run, and Leah just slipped when throwing that in, and she's just looking at a patch on the ground as if she's slightly turned her ankle. So that's maybe a bit of an effect from that heavy shower we had an hour or so ago. Keep an eye on that, but yeah, she's just walking slightly gingerly back at the boundary edge. 25 for 2. Here's Fraser again, and that's going to be pulled towards Dobson. Can't quite get in to make an attempted catch. She lets the ball bounce in front of a 1 run. But yeah, you wouldn't say she's moving completely freely.
No, she's walking a little bit gingerly at the moment, isn't she?
Fraser to bowl to Fran Wilson. Nicely attempted reverse sweep, but she can't get it past Rachel Slater. Right on cue, square on the east side of the ground. No run. Still got some dark cloud overhead, but there's a break in it as well, with some white fluffies and a bit of blue. I'm pleased to say, as this one is down the ground from Wilson, and nicely played, as Shawsey was saying, lofted just beyond the circle, straight past the bowler for 4.
Yeah, really good shot this. Wilson's in a positive mindset, has picked the length, come down the pitch early. We know it's a good pitch. He's met the ball on the high volley and timed the ball over mid-on for a well-timed 4 runs.
So 18 to Fran Wilson, who is now working one out towards Leah Dobson, who looks to be moving a bit better as she goes round and feels that. And they pick up a single. Again, the numbers continue to increase. But if you are watching and you're within reach, then do get yourselves down here. Well, that's to the atmosphere. Vikings against the Foxes later. Nicely played pull shot here, and very well fielded as well by Sophia Turner. That's in difficult conditions out there following the rain on the Western Terrace boundary, and she's certainly saved 3 runs on that occasion from that Emma Corney pull shot. She'll keep the strike on 8, and it's 32 for 2 now at the end of the power play.
Those last 2 shots from Wilson shows that Wilson's in good form. The one that she's worked past mid-wicket, or straightish mid-wicket, for 2 runs, and for 1 run, and then the one out there to deep square. But I should say, when that was Armitage and Marlowe batting, I think they'd have turned both those shots and both those singles into 2s, Doidgy.
I think you're right. Yeah, they ran very well, the pair of them today. And just to give you a comparison at the end of the power play, the Diamonds were 57 without loss. That's a big difference, isn't it? 25 runs and 2 wickets as well. And Slater is going to bowl out. Unusual to see that, but she's going to bowl all the first 4 from the Howard stand end, with Corney turning this first ball into the leg side. Erin Burns into field. They pick up 1.
The current run rate is just beginning to increase. They've gone up to 5.35. Required run rate is still 8.24. So it's still a steep task for the Western Storm batters, but as long as these two can build in the partnership, they stay in the game.
Yeah, Slater again. Wilson just punching into the offside. Holly Armitage round to field from extra cover, no runs. So at the moment, long off, cow corner and deep backward square are all out. Katie Levick is up inside the circle at short fine leg. There's a short third, a sweeper square on the offside, and then cover, extra cover and mid off. Slater, well, she just pulls out of her run up just a couple, 2 or 3 strides before delivering the ball. That one called dead by Amy Clark, who continues to stand at that Howard stand end. We've got some pink fluorescent jackets around the side. Perhaps stewards, not sure. I think the stewards seem to be in the fluorescent yellow ones. Shawsey will tell us all about it. He's had a good chat with them this morning as Slater is in, and that's turned backward of square leg by Wilson for a single. Leah Dobson doing the fielding.
Yes, I got on very well with a few of the stewards this morning, but my influencing skills took me some time to get into the ground. So it's something I need to work on for sure, Doidgy.
First name terms?
Yes, we got there in the end.
You should have tried the "Do you know who I am?" As Slater is in, that's turned into the leg side by Corney, and that's very nicely played. She looks a nice player, I've got to say, Emma Corney. She's obviously been under some pressure from the outset with losing a couple of partners before she'd even managed to blink. But Slater bowling that one around about leg stump, and she took full toe with a lovely shot along the deck through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, it was a good shot there, wasn't it? And I'm just looking how you can break down an over as a batter. If you go full up, we get 2 singles, a 2 and a boundary. That's 8 and over. We can afford a dot ball.
Slater in again. Corney going straight this time, but Callis round to do the fielding from mid-off. No run.
And sometimes if you break it down like that, thinking it's not always about ball striking, but if we can get a boundary and over, a couple of singles, and let's look for the pockets here, you can see on the leg side, and look for 2. All of a sudden we've got 8 and over, which is quite close then to the required rate, isn't it? It's not always about smashing it everywhere.
Now Slater in. Corney goes slightly aerial into the leg side. Oh, now then Erin Burns has let one through her legs, and that, I think, combination of bounce in front of her, but also mainly she just lost her footing in a bit of a slippy patch out there, so it can't be too hard on her for that. Partnership now 41, and it's 42 for 2 with Slater. Well, she picked up 2 wickets in that opening salvo. That first over, 2 for 1. She's finished with 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 25, which is a cracking effort.
Yeah, she's doing well, hasn't she? She's bowled well. 2 for 25 in that 4 over spell, as you rightly say. 2 big wickets in that first over really gave the Diamonds real impetus in this Western Storm batting innings. So she'll be happy with that, and it's important now that Armitage coming on can bowl really tight lines and restrict the Western Storm.
Yeah, first up it's a full toss that she's thrown in. Leah Dobson trying to get round to field. It does well. They're going to get back for 2, but in all honesty, it probably didn't deserve just the 2.
Dobson looks to be struggling out there.
Yeah, she does. after that little slip earlier on. So we've seen her go, and also Erin Burns. So it's pretty greasy out there. Better delivery by Holly this time. Pushed into the offside by Wilson, no run.
Fran Wilson's just beginning to move around the crease to adjust the angle so she can increase her strike rate. So it'll be interesting over this.
Here's Armitage again. Oh, dear me. Wilson trying to smother this one and get it through the onside, but missed out. A skillful piece of bowling, and she was lucky not to lose a wicket. To be fair, 22 she has. And it's been a good effort as the Storm have been trying to get themselves, I was going to say back on their feet, but just on their feet in the first place. And yeah, another full toss this time. Hasn't managed to let that go exactly how she would have wanted, Holly Armitage, and it's a lovely stroke through the offside by Fran Wilson for 4.
Yeah, it's really well played, isn't it? Wilson's looking to come down the pitch here. You can see as the ball's there, she's looking to come down. It is full, so she's been able to get it on the full and strikes the ball past. Extra cover to the vacant long off boundary for 4 runs.
Holly in again. Wilson stepping right across outside off stump before that delivery and has pulled it square for 1. On to 27 now, 49 for 2. There might still be challenges to come in this match for the Diamonds. It's not been easy for them in the competition, so they can possibly expect that. Sophia Turner, I think, has just been given the nod to get loose, it looked like. Not sure. She's not doing any arm winging as Armitage is in again. That's struck into the offside and fielded out there by Slater, by Fraser, I should say. End of the over, 8 gone. 49 for 2 at this stage. That compares to 67 without loss at the same point for the Diamonds. So they've been, I mean, literally on the front foot really through from the first ball of the match when Holly Armitage hit that 4, and they still are, but they've still got to control things and just not give the Storm a sniff.
Absolutely, Dodge. I think that's really important because this Storm partnership now I think is worth 48 or so, so it's beginning to build nicely with Corney on 17 and the dangerous Wilson on 27. Notice that the run rate again, which I do mention from time to time purely because it's good for the batting unit to keep an eye on that, it's now risen to 6.13 in terms of what they're currently achieving, and the required run rate is gradually coming down, although it's still above 8.
Well, Sophia Turner had got the nod to come on, even though she didn't wing her arms round a bit, because she's bowling from the Howard stand end, but the first delivery is a wide, so maybe she should have winged him around a bit. It's just what you do, isn't it, when you get told you're going on to bowl? You just, you know, throw your arms around a bit, you know. A couple of stretches. 50 up after 8 overs for the Western Storm with that wide, and then Wilson pulls a single to Erin Burns out into mid-wicket. Second ball of this over. Medium pace, of course, from Sophia Turner, who turns again. And in she comes. Good delivery. Felt like it was a slower ball. Whether it was or not, he had the beating of Emma Corney. Bess Heath cleans up. No run.
Yeah, I think she just rolled her fingers over the seam there, didn't she? It's really good slower ball, and actually what's often good about that, it's not just the difference in pace but the area she bowled.
Here she is again now then. She's got underneath this one, Emma Corney. There's a catching chance at long on, and well, who's there at long on?
Holly Armitage. No surprise there, Dojic. No surprise there. So that's another big wicket for the Diamonds, with Corney hauling out 2 long off. And who else but the Diamonds captain, Holly Armitage. I would think she'll have she'll have won the lottery later today, Doji, because I tell you what, she's playing well today. Every aspect of the game, captaining really well too, and takes an important catch there to dismiss Corney for 17 off Sophia Turner's first over in the game.
Yep, 8.1 overs in then. Third wicket falling, and Emma Corney with 17 off 18, including 3 fours, and we've only had a glimpse of her there and obviously we don't get to cover that many Western Storm matches, but from what I've seen of her, she looks like she's got the makings, and probably somebody we'll see a fair bit more of in the future. Emma Corney, some nice shots. But she's held out on this occasion to Holly Armitage, who's having an absolutely tremendous game.
Which brings Sophie Luff, the Western Storm skipper, to the wicket. And Wilson and Luff, often in that middle order, are the ones that build partnerships and try and take the game as deep. So this is an important partnership to break from a Diamonds perspective.
Yeah, that third wicket partnership, by the way, worth all the 51 runs that have been scored in the match. And dot ball first up. Luff just pushing that one back to Turner. So she waits right-handed, and in comes the right arm seam of Turner again. That one's drifted down the leg side. They've gone through 4-1. Katie Levick doing the fielding, and it's going to be one leg by, indicates Amy Clark. So Luff yet to get off the mark, 52 for 3.
And both these batters, Wilson and Luff, as I said, have got some experience and have batted some time together. These two will really look to run really hard.
Turner in again, stepping back and cutting very nicely. Wilson here. And
slipped, Wilson.
Yeah, so she's slipped as well. It's the third player since the rain that has ended up on their backside. Leah Dobson was one of them. She did the fielding there and kept them to a single. So 4 off the over and a wicket. It's a really good start from Sophia Turner. 9 overs in, 53 for 3. Now Duckworth Lewis is shown on the scoreboard just to give us that indicator, because we have had some rain, so it is relevant in this match. If it does rain again and will get washed out, at the moment the Diamonds are in control, because the DLS method says that the Storm should be on 64 after 9 overs. They're 53 for 3.
And for any team and coaching staff, it's actually a really good indicator of where you're at in the game, isn't it, the DLS par score? So I think that's really well pointed out. Interesting there that Wilson was running on the non-cut pitch at the side there, obviously green and more slippy. So that's why she slipped.
Short ball first up from the returning Catherine Fraser. That's a very good piece of fielding, really is, by Sophia Turner. About a yard in from the boundary at outside away to our right, the Western Terrace side of the ground. 2 runs the result to Wilson. It was a well executed shot, so good cricket all round, but she had to make a fair bit of ground and then get both hands down to that. So excellent effort in the field, 55 for 3. And in comes Fraser again, floats this one up wide of off stump. This time Wilson cuts but can't get it past Rachel Slater at point, sporting the shades. Very cool. No run. Wilson waits. Fraser from round the wicket. That's cut firmly into the offside, where it's fielded there in the covers by Erin Burns.
You just feel the pressure just beginning to build on the on both these Western Storm batters.
Yeah, needing nearly 9 and over, and Wilson trying to get across and play a slog sweep from outside off stump, misses out. Good piece of bowling by Catherine Fraser.
I think Wilson needs to target down the ground and to the right, long on here.
Here's Fraser again, wide on the crease, this time a bit straighter, and this time she can get bat on ball, Fran Wilson. It's out to Emma Marlowe, and she covers the ground quickly at long on and keeps them to another single. 56 for 3. Well, fingers crossed for the Diamonds. It's going well in their quest for just a second win in this competition. And Sophie Luff yet to get off the mark. Has faced just 2 so far, but she gets an opportunity to face a third here and steps back, and she will now register a positive score with 1 to Leah Dobson coming in, who checks the ground again, having picked that ball up. There's some sawdust down, but she's not happy with life out there. Underfoot, so halfway. 57 for 3, just 4 runs from that Fraser over. 57 for 3 compares to 90 without loss. Big difference between the two sides.
Huge difference, and that's at the point where Armitage had just started to really accelerate, wasn't it, in the game, to take the Diamonds to 90 at the midway stage. And of course, one of the best ways to slow down the run rate or the strike rate is to take wickets, and the Diamonds have taken 3 important wickets, 2 in the first over actually, through Rachel Slater's first over of the game, so which has enabled the Diamonds unit to have real control of the game so far, and that reflects in the scoreboard where the score is 57 for 3.
So Katie Levick back on from the Howard stand end, and Sophie Luff stepping back and just using the natural turn there to the right-hander, away from the right-hander from the leg spinner to push into the offside.
So as a batter here, Dorji, I'm thinking anything slightly back of a length, I'm looking to beat extra cover. I'm looking to beat extra cover. Anything full, I'm looking to go down the ground.
Levick in again. Oh, Fran Wilson gets in a bit of a pickle trying to sweep this one. Hits her on the front leg. It was well outside leg stump. So no run.
And if I can get to it on the full, I might just look to hit it to the right and mid-on, providing it doesn't bounce. There.
There you go. The coach knows as Wilson works one wide of long on. Sophia Turner doing the fielding and picks up 2. Thanks, coach.
Funny how it works, isn't it?
What are you doing next season? 60 for 3 as Levick is in, and that's run by Wilson down to short third. Fielded there, no run. A bit of a commercial for more coverage here, folks, because Graham Colley and Scott Reed and myself will be doing a joint venture up at Chesterley Street this coming Wednesday when the Diamonds are in action against the Thunder. A 11:30 start as Fran Wilson works a single square on the leg side out to Emma Marlowe. And there's one to come in the over, so we'll be on air, 5 minutes or so before the off. Diamonds v Thunder in this Charlotte Edwards Cup on Wednesday the 19th of June. As Levick is in and Luff working this one along the ground. Erin Burns always gets through a fair percentage of steps during a T20 match. She's in to do the fielding. End of the over, 1 from it, so 1 from that last ball I should say. 35 to Wilson, 3 to Sophie Luff, and at the end of it they produced 5 runs there, 62 for 3.
Current run rate is 5.64, and the required run rate I think is as high as it's probably been. It's gone up to 9.44, and for our listeners, the Duckworth Lewis par score is on 75, so the 13 just off that, which I said before is a really good indicator of where you're at in the game. And as a batting unit, if you keep your eye on that and stay relatively close to that, it normally sets you up to have some impetus going into the last few overs of the game. But I must stress, as we said before, this partnership for Western Storm with Wilson and Luff is a really important one. This is the engine room of the Western Storm unit.
Erin Burns returns. Poet, and I don't know it, at the Kirkstall lane end, and that is worked nicely up to long on by Luff. First ball for a single. She's on to 4, 63 for 3, but a lot of work to do here for the Storm. And the Diamonds very much in the driving seat, but they'll know after what's gone on in this comp so far that the job is far from done, as Burns, more than anybody with the experience she has, will be saying that. And she's just been hammered for a 4 straight back over her head by Fran Wilson, who used her feet very nicely indeed.
She certainly did, and Wilson's just looking to attack the bowlers now. She's come down the pitch. She didn't quite get there, but just got enough on it to get it over Burns' outstretched hand in the leap, and managed to get the ball down the ground for 4 runs, which puts Wilson now on 39.
Burns it again, stepping back. Wilson has got plenty on this out towards Leah Dobson, who's once again in the deep fielding, and they keep them to 1. So Diamonds Thunder, Wednesday the 19th of June. I'm going to be testing everybody on this later on. What time does coverage start? Yeah, you see, you weren't listening to me, were you? 11:25. Match starts at 11:30. Curiously, I'm not quite sure why 11:30 on the morning, but I'm sure those up at Durham do. And Burns is in again, and that's worked to leg by Luff. Can't get it past Holly Armitage, who's positioned in there at a straight mid-wicket. Dot ball. Then we're back here on Thursday evening. Graham Colley, Jamie Rayner and I for a 7:15 start for the men. The Vikings against the Lankies. Yep, the Roses match on Thursday night. Sure we'll have a packed house here. That'll be great to cover, particularly if the result goes the right way. And Luff's latest shot is a cut straight to Rachel Slater. Dot ball. Burns in again. That's a lovely shot. Really is a lovely lofted drive. A loft from Luff over the top of Sturkallis at mid-off, and that will complete the over with a 4. So going for a couple back down the ground, Erin Burns, and maybe needs to think about length that she's bowling. 72 for 3 after 12.
That's a lovely shot by Luff. That's an area of her game that she's really developed, because for a number of years she's been strong down the ground and through mid-wicket and square leg. But she's come down the pitch there, held a shape, and just lifted that ball nicely over mid-off. Beautifully lofted drive. That was a very, very good shot. But as I said before, you've got 2 important batters at the crease now for Western Storm, and the partnership is gradually increasing. It's now up to 21, with Wilson on 40 and Luff on 8. And the Diamonds, it's really important, if they can, to break this partnership as soon as possible before it really starts to accelerate.
And Sophia Turner bowled a really good first over, 1 over for 3. 1 over 1 for 3, in fact, at the Howard Stand end. She's back on, having missed the previous over at that end. And she comes back on to replace Katie Levick. Wilson on 40, Luff on 8, partnership 21. It's not done yet, but the run rate required 9.38 to sustain that over 8 overs. Well, you deserve it if you get it, as this one is hammered by Wilson, but along the deck to Sturkallis at mid-off, no run. So continuing the commercial, you know what's happening on Wednesday. Yeah, Chesterley Street, 11:25, Diamonds v Thunder. 7:15 start on Thursday, Yorkshire versus Lancashire in the Blast. Friday, more Blast action as Turner bowls to Wilson, and that's turned out to Erin Burns at mid-wicket. They get 1. We're up at like a yo-yo this week. Chesterley Street Wednesday, Headingley Thursday, back to Chesterley Street on Friday for a 6:30 start. Durham versus the Yorkshire Vikings, and joined, unless he's selected of course, joined on commentary for that by Jonathan Tattersall, a man you've worked with the gloves,
yes,
haven't you?
Very much so.
In your capacity, one of your many coaching, one of your many hats in working life as a wicket-keeping coach. That's turned into the leg side for a single. So Johnny Tats is joining us on Friday night in the com box. Don't miss that. We'll actually have somebody in there who knows what they're talking about.
For a change. Be great to get his insight, actually, wouldn't it?
Yep. 74 for 3. Turner with 1 for 5 so far after 9 deliveries. It's been an excellent start. Slower ball. She kicks the turf in disgust, so it clearly didn't come out exactly how she wanted. It was wide of off stump, and she was worked for 1 by Fran Wilson, but it was still a pretty good delivery. And there are 2 left in this 13th over. 90 minutes or so away from the Vikings against the Foxes, as Turner is in. It's hit down the ground. Sturkallis was round quickly from mid-off to field. Another dot, well bowled. Really good little spell this from Sophia Turner.
Yeah, she's bowling really, really well. Of course, we had Sophia Turner across at the Thunder, and she wanted to play more cricket, so makes the journey over the hill to Headingley to play.
Turner in again. Short down the leg side. Luff tries to pull, help it on its way really, but misses out, but it's going to be signalled wide. So after those 3 T20 matches this week, 1 women's, 2 men's, where are they again?
Chesterley Street is one of them. I'm focusing on the game, don't you?
Chesterley Street is
Someone's
2
got
of them,
to focus
Shawsey.
on the game.
2 of them. Turner in again, and working this one out square on the offside for Catherine Fraser to field is Luff, who picks up 1 more to complete the 13th over. That's 77 for 3, 5 runs coming from that. So just to finish the commercial, so Diamonds Thunder Wednesday, Yorkshire Lancashire Thursday, Durham Yorkshire Friday, and then just when you thought it was safe to say that the next game would be T20. No, within 48 hours of finishing a T20 match at Chesterley Street, Yorkshire are going to be back in action playing red ball cricket at Scarborough next Sunday. We're back at Scarbados for the first time for a men's game this year, first of 4 days against Gloucestershire. So loads of cricket to look forward to on BBC Radio Leeds over the next, 10 days or so?
Yes, and I'm nipping up to Scarborough to watch a little bit of that game. If I might come and say hello.
Well, come and say hello. Make sure you're not wearing shorts, though. You're not going to be allowed in the commentary box with them on, not after what we've seen before. So if it's sunny, you're just going to have to suffer with your long trousers on, or else you're not coming in the box. Do I make myself clear?
Fair fella.
Fraser is in, and that is dropped into the offside by Luff, and there is no run.
We're coming into an interesting phase of play here, aren't we? With just, what we got left? Best part of 7 overs left.
Yeah, here's Catherine Fraser in and bowling, turning to the leg side by Luff, and it's a good shot. It really is a lovely shot, because what she's done there is turn that into the leg side, but taken enough pace off it to mean that Leah Dobson has got further to run than the pair of them have to get back for a 2. Excellent cricket from the batting side. Luff goes on to 12 with that 2 runs and 79 for 3 in the 14th. Remembering they need 147 to win this from the outset, as Luff just has to push at one into the offside. There's no run. So Duckworth Lewis thinks the Storm should be 92 at the moment, so they're clearly off the pace with regard to that. Doesn't look like there's any immediate threat of rain, by the way, so I'm just showing that as a little marker as to where they're at here. As Luff hits one down the ground, Emma Marlowe fielding at long on.
This looks like a really good area, doesn't it, for them to target this pocket here. And if it's really, really full, then through the covers, because there's no one out on the offside. But that's a big shot against the spin.
Yeah, that single made him 80 for 3. Rachel Slater watched one well there that was cut by Fran Wilson, who's still 42. One to come in the 14th. They're getting through this over, this innings, quickly. Sun shining at the moment. Those down opposite us, if anybody's waving, if anybody's listening, gives a wave in the Howard stand end. It's probably fairly parky, because you're, as usual, in shade. Now then, chance for a catch here. Emma Marlowe very confidently takes that one, fingers pointing in the air. And that is the end of another Western Storm batter. And it's a big wicket as far as the outcome of this match is concerned, you feel, because Fran Wilson, former England, as Shawty says, has gone for 42 off 44, including 5 fours, and they're 80 for 4.
Yeah, that's a big wicket for the Diamonds, and it was really, really disappointing from the Western Storm perspective, with Wilson getting out the way that she did then. I think she could have come down the pitch and tried to hit the ball hard into that pocket, just to the left of Emma Marlowe, and really run hard to get 2 runs there. But unfortunately came down the wicket, didn't quite get there, and lofted that ball to Marlowe with a really good safe pair of hands at long on. So he's 80 for 4 with just 6 overs remaining of this game, and the required run rate is now up to 11.17 Doidges. So looks a stiff task at the moment for Western Storm.
Yeah, big gap between the sides. Diamonds 107 for 1 at this stage. Storm 80 for 4, 6 overs remaining. Katie Levick coming back into the attack for her 3rd over at the Howard stand end. She's bowled overs numbers 4 and 11 so far. Amanda Jade Wellington, by the way, is the latest Storm batter out there in the middle. So all of the top 4 have gone. And Catherine Fraser picking up her first wicket with the final ball of her 3rd over, 1 for 15 off 3, as we get the large shadow overhead of passing air traffic, while that first ball was just dropped into the offside by Luff, and there is no run. Huge task on their hands, you feel now, and there's going to have to be some risks taken. And these are the moments where suddenly things can start to fall apart for you as the batting side. She used her feet there, you could see what she was trying to do, Sophie Luff, but in the end, Katie Levick saw her coming and put in the right delivery to get the ball patted back to her. She comes in again, once more Luff using her feet, and has got it away in front of square on the leg side for Marlowe to field. They've got a single. Singles won't do. The run rate now up to 12 exactly And DLS now starting to run away as well. 101. They should be on that, and they're in reality 81 for 4. 66 off 33 is the equation. Even I can work that one out per ball, as she tries to play a sweep shot from miles outside off stump here, Amanda Jade Wellington, and she missed that. So did Bess Heath, unfortunately. It's going to be a bye.
Those last 2 overs bowled by the youngsters Fraser and Sophia Turner were exceptional overs in the context of the game, which just built the pressure, which led to the wicket of Wilson.
Yep, and more pressure here, and another wicket for Katie Levick, stumped by Bess Heath. And it is Sophie Luff who has gone, and just exactly what I was saying, really. It's just all started to unfold around the Western Storm now, and thoroughly deserved wicket for Katie Levick, and thoroughly deserved stumping for Bess Heath. 14 off 20 for Sophie Luff there, 82 for 5.
Yeah, good bit of work there by the wicketkeeper Bess Heath, as Luff goes down the pitch, doesn't quite get there, and safe answer from Bess Heath as she whips the bails off in suitable fashion. What I should say though is Levick's bowling well at the moment, and pressure often leads to wickets, and we've seen 2 wickets of both players in the last probably few balls or so. So with some tight bowling by Fraser and Sophia Turner, as well as Levick, that's led to 2 wickets to break 2 important partnerships and get rid of the most experienced players, Wilson and Luff, to bring the score on 82 for 5.
Issy Wong then, the new batter for the Storm, on loan of course from the Central Spark. She's just hobbling away after that first delivery bowled by Levick, who doesn't kind of strike you as a Michael Holding or an Andy Roberts. But there you go, end of the over, 15 complete, 82 for 5. A destroyer, Katie Levick.
Yes, that's for sure. 65 runs required of just 30 deliveries now here. Issy Wong can hit a big ball. I know certainly when she was at Central Sparks, if she gets a couple away, then she can be dangerous, but she's going to have to play superbly well here. And we know that the Diamonds in this phase of cricket are bowling really well with the bowlers Fraser, Sophia Turner, Levick, and now the Australian overseas coming round the wicket, bowling a little bit of off spin, is Burns, Aaron Burns.
Yep, bowling to Wellington here, both batters on naught then, so having to start, but not getting any chance really to get their eyes in, because 13 and over required. Wellington tried a reverse sweep first up and missed out. So Burns back with ball in hand. She's not taken a wicket yet. Only cost her team just about 1 a ball, and she's been worked for another 1 into the leg side by Wellington to keep that scoreboard, well, I say ticking. It's not ticking anything like quickly enough at this stage for the visiting side's comfort.
Just looking at Katie Levick's figures, 1 for 9 in 3 overs.
Yeah, here's Burns again. This one pushed into the leg side by Wong, who will pick up a single. Single's absolutely fine as far as the Diamonds are concerned. They'll be very happy to go for 1 a ball here and win it comfortably. Is there going to be a late rattle from the visiting side? Well, there's the start of it if it's going to be one, because Amanda Jade Wellington has just got a ball that's a bit too leg stumpish really from Erin Burns. It's created a bit more space and got it away backward of square for 4 more.
Yeah, she just missed a line there, didn't she? I know she's targeting that leg stump, but it's just a little bit full, and Wellington's been able to get to that ball on the full, so has worked it behind square for 4 runs. And much needed 4 runs for the Western Storm outfit here at Headingley. See if Burns can bowl hard into the pitch and build a bit more pressure.
A bit floaty this one, but oh, missed by Rachel Slater at point. That's going to cost 4 and should have been none really. She does that thing that you do when you've made a fielding error, which is kind of look around, see who's looking at you. Is anybody having a giggle? Is somebody annoyed? You sort of rub your hands together, look at the ground in front of you as if to say, yeah, it definitely took a bobble off that. And then you just hope that the next ball's going to be bowled quickly, so you've got less time to think about it. Here's Burns in fairly quickly, but she's now going to bowl a wide down the leg side.
You see, this over could just get Western Storm going a little bit, couldn't it? You know, just transfers a little bit of momentum back their way.
Yeah, Burns in, that was full. Wellington was going to go big on it, you could see. She really did draw back the back lift, but then just had to be content with working it through mid-wicket for 1 to complete the over. 4 remain now, and they need 53 off 24. They're 94 for 5, the Western Storm.
And we know that the Diamonds are in a very strong position in this game and have almost got the game won, but you can't relax, you can't be complacent. You've got to be really strong and saving ones in the infield, and in the outfield your job is to stop the boundaries, save to and try and generate run-outs. So they really still need to be really on the metal here, because 2 more wickets here just kills this game. So I wouldn't want the Western Storm unit to get back into this game in any way, shape or form, because if they go into the last over with, let's say, 5 wickets left and only needing 13, then they're in with a real shout, aren't they? So it's really important. The next 2 overs are probably the biggest overs in the game.
Yeah, change of bowling at the Howard stand end. Sophia Turner coming back on for her 3rd, the 17th over of this one, and it's been a good start by her with the ball, because she has 1 for 8 off 2.1 now, because that first delivery cut backward of point, and Catherine Fraser round, I think, to do the fielding.
Been impressed with the young bowlers so far. Turner's bowled really well, hasn't she? As has Fraser, and Slater 2 for 25 up top. Done a good job.
Turner in, stepping miles outside off stump there. Amanda Jade Wellington has got the ball away square on the leg side for 1.
Yeah, I think she's targeting the area over there in front of the Howard stand, just to the left as we look across the ground here to in between long on and deep mid wicket.
Passing shadows overhead, 95 for 5. Seen at Headingley at the moment, probably about the most blue sky we've had all day. The ground bathed in sunshine, but there's still a fair element of cloud around as Wong works one into the leg side for Erin Burns to field. In the distance it does look thicker set away to the east, but I think, yeah, the breeze is moving things in from the west, so we're okay on the east front. It's moved that stuff we had before down there. A few cranes in view down in the city. And Bridgewater Place, the Dalek building poking its head over the top of the east stand once again. As Turner is in, that's a reverse sweep attempt by Wellington, who missed out. T-shirt order for some people. Top coat if you're in the Howard stand, I would imagine. Plenty of fluorescent yellow dotted around from the stewardship, shall we call them, as that is chopped into the deck by Wellington. Backward of square, she didn't know too much about it, but she's okay and got through for 1. Levitt coming into field. 97 for 5. 1 ball to come in the 17th. 50 needed from 19 deliveries. It is a good one to win if you're playing for the Storm here. And Wong is doing that and steps away and pulls this one, but not really getting the full ball. Just a single. She's on to 3 then, and with Wellington on 12, partnership so far worth 16. They're 98 for 5 with 3 overs remaining.
Absolutely, and the just looking at the scoreboard again, Doge, as you say, 49 off 18 required. That's no mean feat if they're able to get to the winning line from here with a required run rate of 16.33 per over. So they're going to have to go really hard in these last 3 overs. But again, the Diamonds' perspective, stay really disciplined, focus on the areas you want to bowl, and be really clear on your bowling plans and your fielding plans. You don't want any misfields. You just got to be absolutely on the metal just to finish off this game well.
Catherine Fraser from the Kirkstall Lane end. Could have a wicket. No, she's hit that one aerially as Issy Wong. She's going to get 4 runs. It did pierce the gap between cover and point. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt that she intended to place it there.
Yeah, just managed to get it through that area, didn't she, on the offside. Just going to have a little look at the replay now. Fraser balls just outside off stump, and she manages to get just in front of point, actually, in the air, and just ball runs away to the boundary for 4 runs. But they're going to need another 3 or 4 of those each over, really, to give themselves any chance of winning this game.
102, 4, 5. 45 needed off 17. Wong on 7, waits. Fraser in, she stepped miles away again outside leg stump, and tries to give it a bit of a clout through the offside. But Ster Callis was right on cue, kept him to 1. Fraser into her final over of the 4 that she's allotted. She's in again. She comes in close to the stumps, and then a final stride before delivering takes her away from it. And that was an attempt at a reverse sweep from Wellington, who's been, well, it's been a bit of a mixed bag when she's tried reverse sweeping in this innings so far. That was a miss. 3 to come. This time she gets a ball around about leg stump. Probably would have ended up going for a wide, but she tried to take it on, got the front pad on it, and gets a leg bye. 2 leg byes, 5 byes and 4 wides for 11 extras in the Storm innings so far. Wong back on strike. Fraser in bowling. She steps back, and she's got that one away past Callis up towards Holly Armitage, who's coming in off the long off boundary. 1 run.
A bit of cloud cover just seems to be cloud just going over the top of our commentary box here.
Fraser in past Hartley, who's standing quite well back behind the stumps, the umpire. That's hauled away by Wellington. Wouldn't be the prettiest of strokes, but it's got her a single. Sophia Turner doing the fielding. 18 overs bowled then, just 12 balls remaining for the Western Storm to score 41 runs, 106 for 5.
And that's a really good spell from Fraser. 1 for 22 off her allotted 4 overs. Another good young player that's bowled really well here today, and bowled well in tandem with Sophia Turner, that I think is going to finish her spell here, hopefully in a positive light. Sophia Turner's got 1 for 12 in her 3 overs so far, with just 2 overs remaining. The required run rate is 20.50 per over. So yeah, 41 off 12 required as Sophia Turner takes ball in hand.
Yep, for her 4th and final over, and she's in and bowling here then to Wellington, who's played a nice cut shot. Leah Dobson makes good ground to field, but they get back for a comfortable looking 2. So 39 off 11. It would be sensational if the Storm were able to get home from here. And the Diamonds very hot favourites to see this one through for just a 2nd win in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this season. An appeal for LBW to a sweep shot that might have been missing off stump, actually. She seemed to come fair way across for it. Did Wellington. Leg bye given by Amy Clark as the ball skewed away into the offside.
Really pleasing to see, for the Diamonds, with the young Sophia Turner and Fraser bowling really well, and obviously Slater got her 2 for 25, didn't she, as well, and Levick the experience. I think they've bowled really well in this 2nd innings.
Yeah, been a really good effort today, as a full toss from Sophia Turner is given as a no ball by Amy Clark. It's also gone for 1 to Issy Wong, backward of square, and so we should be getting the free hit signal. Yeah, we do eventually. 1-1-1 for 5. Nelson on the board, and Wellington on the board as well at the same time. And Shawsey alongside. What 3 more famous figures in British history would you want? And certainly Trafalgar, as far as the Diamonds are concerned here, because they're on their way towards victory. Unfortunately, the wicket's been announced as a wicket, but of course it was a free hit, so that will not count. So those listening around the ground getting carried away. Principle of a free hit certainly doesn't seem to register with everybody. She missed it, she was bowled, but it won't count as a wicket. And in comes Turner again from the Howard stand end. Can she bowl her this time? No, is the answer to that. She's going to go for runs here with a nicely played cut shot. She stretched a long way for it, did Amanda Jade Wellington. And they'll get 2. Catherine Fraser out there doing the fielding. So 113 for 5. Wellington on 17 now, Wong on 10. Partnership worth 31. 34 needed from 8 deliveries. Turner in again. Wellington turns it into the leg side. Will scuttle through for a single. And the job is just about done here. 33 needed off 7. Wong on strike. Final ball of the penultimate over. Turner is in. Wong misses it and has been stumped by Bess Heath. Tidy piece of work. She did have a fair bit of time, but she'll take it. That's 3 victims for her in the match. And Issy Wong has gone for 10, and the Western Storm 114 for 5. She played it into her own pad by the looks of things, I think, didn't it? Trickled back.
Yeah, it looks like she got an inside edge onto her pad as she advanced down the pitch. The ball's rolled to the keeper, who's whipped the bails off with Issy Wong stranded. So Issy Wong's been dismissed for 10. She was at the crease 16 minutes off just 9 balls. 114 for 6 as Smale comes to the crease to join Wellington. 33 runs required off this last over, which I think Katie Levick, the experienced leg spinner, is going to bowl for the Diamonds.
Katie Levick.
So Sophia Smale is next in here for the visiting side, who need 33 off 6. This could therefore be a fairly important delivery, and they've pushed that one, or she's pushed that one out into the offside and picked up a single. Wellington onto 19. She was on strike. 115 for the loss of 6 wickets then. It was a really good effort by that Sophia Turner with the ball. Another dot here from Levick, the final, the second ball of the final over, I should say. Smale unable to get that one away for runs. And in she comes again, and another charge by Smale this time. Well, little else clearly she felt that she could do, and another wicket falls. The 7th now for the Storm has gone. Sophia Smale stumped by Bess Heath. 3 stumpings in the innings for her, and a couple of them, well, she'd love to take those every week, wouldn't she, Shawsey? Because once given the charge, if you miss it, obviously all the time in the world as a keeper, but she's done the job, she's completed it. Katie Levick on the board with her first wicket, and it's in fact a second wicket, I should say, and it's 115 for 7.
Yeah, good work there from Levick and Bess Heath working in partnership there, and as you said, she got a clear view of that, did the Diamonds wicket-keeper, so a relatively easy stumping, but she's in a good position. Head and hands are in line, took the ball cleanly and whipped the bails off. And as you rightly say, Levick's got 2 for 10 off 3.3 overs. And Sophia Turner just finished her spell 2 for 19 off 4, and of course 3 stumpings for yep. Bess Heath.
So Chloe Skelton going at number 9, steps back to her first delivery and cuts that out to Rachel Slater. Will pick up 1. So just 2 balls remaining, and the Diamonds on the brink of a second win in this Charlotte Edwards Cup for 2024. It's been a obviously disappointing tournament for them, but they have been in lots of games for a long way, and a single driven down the ground by Wellington to long off will take her to 20. 117 for 7 with 1 ball remaining. And in comes Levick now. Down the ground, it's driven by Skelton, who's going to pick up a single, and she will finish not out on 2. Wellington not out on 20. 118 for 7. The Western Storm following their 20 overs in response to that 146 for 3 posted by the Northern Diamonds, who win this by 28 runs. Very comfortable success, and I think all on the back of an innings that you will rarely see, I think, in domestic T20 cricket. It was, I'm trying to choose those words carefully, Shawsey, because when you think about what you see on a regular basis, there was just something about that today from Holly Armitage that was outstanding. She used the full areas of LS6 to score those runs. It wasn't just a couple of shots that she was getting away. She was able to sit in there when it got a little bit closer to nearly getting that century. She got great support from Emma Marlowe, but we were treated to a special knock, and you know, on the back of that, you're so pleased that the team has managed to win on the back of it for her.
Absolutely, I describe that innings, Dorothy, as majestic. I thought it was an outstanding knock which showed her from ball 1 get into the ball nicely and hit the ball through the covers for 4. She played off the front foot, the back foot, she hit the ball hard, she timed the ball, she run hard, built partnerships. That was an exceptional knock today, and one that's been a real privilege and a pleasure to be a part of. Also, I should say within that Diamonds innings, it's Callister's 22 off 26 offered really good support. But as I said, the image of our innings of Armitage, 97 of just 64 balls, was nothing short of majestic.
So 5 byes, 3 leg byes, just 1 no ball and 4 wides. They were tidier in that respect. Still went for 13 extras, little things that you can think about that might give you extra advantages in future matches. But for today, they have been comfortably good enough. A 28-run win for the Diamonds. Those bowling figures: Rachel Slater 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 25. Erin Burns 3 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Katie Levick finished with 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 13. Super stuff from her. Catherine Fraser 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. 1 over for 7 for skipper Holly Armitage, and 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 19 for Sophia Turner. A second win in the comp then for the Diamonds. We'll see where they end up in the table as a result. They may be able to nip ahead of the Sunrisers and get themselves off the bottom of the table. They still have more chances to do that because they have got 1 more match to come in the comp, which takes place on Wednesday. We'll be there to cover it with Graham Colley, Scott Reed and myself from 11:30 on Wednesday up at Chesterley Street against the Thunder. So thanks, Shawsey, for your contribution to the first match. We'll go get a breather while the men get sorted and knocked up and ready for their match. The Yorkshire Vikings taking on the Leicestershire Foxes, with maybe revenge in mind after that dismal defeat in the second match down at Grace Road a couple of weeks or so ago. We'll see how they fare this time around, and wanting to get back on the horse themselves, having lost at Birmingham on Friday night. About an hour or so away from the start of that. We'll leave you with some stadium atmosphere in the interim, and in the meantime we'll take a breather. Back soon.
Good afternoon and welcome to the second game of our T20 doubleheader here at Headingley. We're just around 35 minutes from the Yorkshire Vikings taking on the Leicestershire Foxes in the Vitality T20 Blast. We'll be bringing you live news of the toss in the Vikings game in a few moments and then bring the players out just before 3 p.m. On your way to the ground today, you will hopefully have seen our Yorkies volunteers. They're here to help and welcome you to the ground and ensure that you are having the best possible experience. By each of the gates, you can get your 4 and 6 cards along with a pair of Vitality Glass sunglasses. Straight after today's match, we'll be holding a signing session with our players in front of the northeast stand, so be sure to hang around to get selfies and autographs. We are now just moments away from the toss, so please take your seats and prepare yourself for some exciting T20 action. Yorkshire County Cricket Club has launched its Respect campaign for those attending any Yorkshire match at Headingley, Scarborough and York. If you have suffered or witnessed any antisocial behaviour at today's match, please text the word respect to 60650. Spectators are able to report this anonymously to a member of the team here at Headingley. There is no place for antisocial behaviour in cricket or wider society. We hope that you enjoy the game.
The stadium can be a lonely place when you've been victim of antisocial behaviour. Text the word respect to 60650 to report it. Yorkshire Cricket take a zero-tolerance approach to antisocial behaviour and harassment of any kind and will deal with the matter urgently. Please respect yourself and fellow supporters, players and staff whilst enjoying your matchday experience.
We've got some news from the middle where the toss has just taken place. It's been won by Leicestershire Foxes. They have chosen to bat first. Alongside me is the Vikings skipper, Shan Masood. Are you happy with that? What would you have done, Shan?
Obviously, we would have liked to bat first as well, but I think it's about sticking with the bar, the middle bar, and
you come into this game in good shape. 3 wins from 5. 4 points behind the leaders Lancashire, but with a game in hand. Level with today's opponents, again a game in hand on top of them. So what is the approach to today's game? What is the attitude got to be?
take it one game at a time. Obviously, look at our strengths. Be happy when playing at home. We started off really well here, so we'd like to carry that momentum. And again, it's a long tournament, so you have to take it one game at a time. And what really matters is how you finish the group stage. So today is going to be another set. Take it to one side.
And in terms of the 11 you take to the field with this afternoon, is it the same as Friday night? We wish you the best, go well. Shan Masood, ladies and gentlemen, the news from the middle is that Leicestershire Foxes have won the toss. They will bat first. Number 77, Matthew Revis. 44, Jordan Thompson. Number 47, Don Max. And number 5, Jaffa Chauhan. Wearing 11, Dan Moriarty. And completing the 11, number 6, Conor McCurr. We're now just moments away from the teams coming out. So are you ready?
Good afternoon and welcome back from Headingley Stadium then for the second part of our double header this afternoon that takes place. This one, the men's game between the Yorkshire Vikings and the Leicestershire Foxes. And what a thrilling treat we had this morning with Holly Armitage playing an absolutely fantastic 97 off 64 balls. The Northern Diamond skipper, as she led them to just a second win in the Charlotte Edwards Cup against the Western Storm, a 28-run win. She was keen to play that down in her post-match interview with me that I went down and recorded in the last hour or so. We've had a little bit of a breather. Paul Shaw, of the formerly England women's head coach, alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for this second match, as I say, of the double-header. And pleased to say, first and foremost, that the skies have largely cleared since this morning, where we did have a fairly sharp shower midway through the first innings, and the players, the women's game, left the field for a quarter of an hour or so, and it just made it a little bit slippy on the outfield for some of the girls when they went back out there later on in the day. Hopefully that's the last hour or so, with a bit of a stiff breeze and some sunshine in the main, has helped to dry that out, but there's still some patches of sawdust out there on the field to try and help with that as well. We've got, as usual, the children out there waving the Yorkshire Vikings flags as a guard of honour for when the players walk out there on the field of play in the near future. The news from the start of this match is that Leicestershire won the toss and decided to bat first. And Yorkshire remain unchanged from the team that lost on Friday night at Birmingham. Oh, that was a late one, Shawsey. 2:15 I managed to fall into bed yesterday morning, having been down at Birmingham on Friday night. And so the Yorkshire team: Adam Lyth, David Milan, Shan Masood skippering, Joe Root once again, Donovan Ferreira will keep wicket and bat number 5, Matthew Revis, Jordan Thompson, Dominic Bess, Jaffa Chauhan, Conor McCurr playing his second game of this loan spell from Surrey, and Dan Moriarty, as I say, unchanged from Friday's defeated side at Birmingham. But Yorkshire, they've started the comp in pretty good style there, 3 wins and 2 defeats from their first 5 matches. And the Leicestershire Foxes, they are 3-3, 3 wins, 3 defeats. And their 11 today: Rishi Patel, Harry Swindles, Peter Hanscom, Louis Kimber, Vian Mulder, Ben Cox keeps wicket. Ben Mike, of course, was formerly of this parish. He's back at Leicestershire now and bats in the middle order. Rehan Ahmed of England fame, Lewis Goldsworthy, Scott Curry and Josh Hull will be the 11 that have just been called as the ones to represent the Leicestershire Foxes as the Yorkshire team forms a huddle. And we look forward to a game where Yorkshire want to get back on the horse after that defeat on Friday night. Leicestershire also coming into the game on the back of a defeat themselves as well, losing to Lancashire on Friday evening. And we saw these teams already face off down at Leicester just a couple of weeks ago in the second match. Yorkshire had a resounding thumping win against Worcestershire in the first match and then got hammered themselves on the Friday night down at Leicester. So it's typical T20 cricket really so far, Shawsey.
Absolutely it is. But I think we're... Good afternoon, firstly, Doiji, and good afternoon to all our listeners. I think the stage is set. We've got a good pitch, as we've seen this morning in the women's game. The crowd is growing nicely. The weather looks set for the time being, and we've got two good teams, both on 6 points, actually. The Vikings sitting in second place, and the Foxes sitting in, I think, 5th place. So I think all set for both teams to want to bounce back and put in a really good performance here at Headingley this afternoon.
Dan Moriarty is going to open the bowling for Yorkshire then. First over from the Howard stand end, bowling his left arm spin. First delivery is to Rishi Patel, who got 100 on this ground in red ball cricket last year. Playing with a white ball, of course, today. That's driven up to long on for a single.
And as we said earlier on, we do think this is a good pitch, a good cricket pitch. So I think there's full values for your shots with a very fast outfield and an extended square here at Headingley, isn't there? It runs almost across the entire ground, so anything square really travels quite quickly here. But also I think there's just a little bit of spin, bounce and pace if you bend your back.
Good crowd in as Moriarty in for the second ball of the evening, or the afternoon then, and Swindles drops that into the leg side for error out quickly from behind the stumps to field, but they get through for one. So singles off the first two balls. As I say, it's pretty well populated. There must have been the best part a couple of thousand in for the women's game earlier, and that number has built in the hour or so since that match finished. Sun shining brightly, blue skies in the main overhead, with a few bits of white fluffy stuff dotted around, and in comes Moriarty again. That's turned out through mid-wicket this time. Revis gives it a fairly lengthy chase around the boundary edge over the east side of the ground and does the fielding. They get back for two. So if you're just joining us, welcome along. As I say, Leicestershire won the toss, decided to bat first here, trying to make it a double over Yorkshire in this competition, the Vitality Blast T20 cricket in 2024. Moriarty is coming in to bowl again then, round the wicket, and that's turned into the leg side, straight to the fielder. There's no run. The two umpires here, by the way, Graham Lloyd and Neil Pratt. There will be a match referee. Yeah, Phil Whittycase is listed as that. And here comes Moriarty again for ball number 5. Fairly quiet start here. He's had a real go at this one, though, as Rishi Patel, and he's got lucky with an edge that's going to go for 4, just down beneath our commentary position at this pavilion end at Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Moriarty shakes his head in disbelief almost, and they're on to 6. In fact, make that 8 without loss after 5 deliveries. It looks like big runs to be had on this deck, I've got to say. It played really well during the women's game. The report was that it got a little bit slower as it went on. That came back from Fran Wilson, who batted for quite a long time for the Western Storm in that women's game. Last ball of the over was a dot, so first over done. 8 without loss. You can get in touch with us as usual on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or my X handle, formerly Twitter, you have to say that, don't you, in brackets these days, is at Sporting Lives 1, and the man alongside me, Paul Shaw, is on at Inside Leader 1. Conor McCurr, who is in the third match of his loan spell, 5-match loan spell from Surrey, is going to bowl the first over from the Kirkstall Lane end. So far in 2 matches, well, he didn't even play in the first one, he was left out. And then on Friday night in the defeat of Birmingham, he bowled just 1 over, which cost 14 runs. But Otis Gibson at pains to point afterwards that they might well look at trying to keep him for the longer term. Of course, keeping bowlers fit at Headingley is a problem. And Conor McCurr is a big strapping lad, there's no doubt about that. Number 6 on his back, right arm over the wicket. He's gone full toss first up, which is turned square on the leg side by Swindles. 1 run. They've got thousands of people in the ground, and there's barely a murmur out there at this moment in time. Let's turn the crowd up a bit, shall we? How about that?
That'll wait.
Now you can keep quiet over there, and you over there just
Eager anticipation, I think
That's
that is.
it. Hanging on your every word, Paul Shaw. So 9 without loss. First ball of the second. One or two bits of correspondence and people to mention as we go along during this first innings of the day, or the afternoon. That's turned into the leg side by Patel. It was top of the bounce. Looks like he's got good action, high action, Conor McCurr, and there's a bit of pace about him. Don't think you'd want to get him too angry. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely not. He's big in stature, big, strong, fit lad, running in at pace with good momentum behind the ball and like a good, strong action, and certainly has some pace.
Reminds me of you in so many ways. Here he is again, and that's short of length and hammered away through the offside, fielded in the covers by David Milan. It's a good piece of fielding too. And no run, draws a ripple of applause from around LS6. So 9 off 9 so far. Yorkshire looking resplendent in their Cambridge blue, largely Cambridge blue with touches of gold and Oxford blue on it, traditional club colours, and Leicestershire, well, they're in fairly gaudy green as this one is lobbed over the top into the offside. Joe Root giving chase. They're going to get back for 2 runs. Rishi Patel not yet getting used to the pace, or perhaps lack of pace in this pitch, but he's got 9 runs on the board against his name after 10 deliveries, and Leicestershire are 11 without loss.
Yeah, Patel didn't quite catch that fully, did he? He was looking to go over mid-off, but managed to get the ball over the infield and into the outfield for 2 runs. He's on 9 and Swindles is on 2, and the partnership is 11.
And here's McCurr, and that is hit square on the offside this time. Jaffa Chauhan, number 5 on his back, he'll come into play no doubt with his leg spin a little bit later on. He does the fielding. So just briefly to run through those teams again if you missed the top of the broadcast here. Yorkshire unchanged from Friday's side: Lyth, Milan, Masood, Root, Ferreira, Revis, Thompson, Bess, Chauhan, McCurr and Moriarty. Leicestershire, Patel and Swindles, the 2 who are out there batting now. Then Hanscom, Kimber, Mulder, Cox, Mike, Ahmed, Goldsworthy, Curry and Hull. And we have further passing air traffic, and we're right on the flight path here. So we've had the plane shadows going over during the women's game earlier. And I know you're from Barnsley and you're asking yourself now, how have we not seen a shadow now, Shawsey, aren't you, as that's turned into the leg side. It was aerial for a moment from Rishi Patel and dropped a little way short of Shan Masood, the Yorkshire skipper. So 2 overs complete, no runs off that last ball, but 11 runs off the first 2 overs.
And Patel's just trying to stay leg side of the ball just to open up that offside. So I think I would be looking to just follow him if I'm in that bowling unit for the Vikings. I'm just looking to follow him and keep him really tight so he can't access that offside field as such. Just looking at the 2 fielders that we've got out of the ring at this point in time. We've got deep square leg and deep mid wicket.
And it's Dan Moriarty continuing, and Swindles has gone down the ground with this one. He's lobbed it away into the leg side. It looked like it was going to go straighter than that at first, so maybe a bit too much bottom hand in it. He's picked up 2. So go on, we're listening in science lessons. So this morning, planes passing straight overhead. There was shadowing on the field of play. This afternoon, a couple of hours later, I'm giving you a clue here. Planes straight overhead, but no shadow on the field. There's Moriarty. That's a sweep shot played by Swindles down to short fine leg. Chauhan fields 1 run.
I wonder if the sun slightly changed its position, or we've slightly changed our position. I think the flight's gone over the same path.
You reckon now? Marvellous.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Didn't miss a day's school, did you, in Barnsley?
No, Mr. Robinson would be delighted that I can recall that information.
Thou knows, as that's down the ground from Patel this time. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. It was hard to tell quite what happened at first, because it is right under the shadow cast by the Howard stand. It is Joe Root. He usually fields out in the distance, and somehow he got something on that and stopped it going for what looked like a certain 4. Tremendous effort from him. 15 for none after 15 deliveries. And Moriarty in again. And there's a reverse sweep played this time by Swindles, and Conor McKerr round to field. Shows that far end, no run, sorry, 1 run. Conor McKerr, well, there was a fair bit to like about that first completed over from him at the Kirkstall Lane end. You like to suss these things out over a period of time, so let's not get too carried away with 1 over. After all, he went for 14 off another one on Friday night, but 1 over for 3 was his first offering here at HQ. Now then, he's got underneath this one, has Rishi Patel, 6 runs over mid-wicket. Just got the front leg out of the way, and he clearly got a fair bit of bottom hand into it. There was a moment when he'd struck it, Shawsey, but it looked as though Matthew Revis was interested in making a catch on the boundary edge, but the ball sailed away over him.
Yeah, he's just gone down on one knee, as you rightly say, cleared his front leg and made a good contact in front of square, but for 1 second it looked like Revis was going to come round and catch that.
Moriarty in again,
Shot.
Lovely. That's a beautiful shot down the ground by Rishi Patel, and will bring him 4 runs. Must have bounced just short of the boundary, but he stepped into this one and just stroked it away, lofted it above the Yorkshire and Pakistan captain Shan Masood, and that 4 brings him to 26 without loss after 3 overs.
An excellent shot. He's reorganised his body, just stepped outside the line of leg stump, opened up the offside, and that was a beautiful time shot over mid-off for 4 runs. Patel's now on 20 and Swindle's on 6. Partnership is 26.
Well done all those of you who are celebrating Father's Day today by keeping an eye on the cricket, or an ear, whichever way around that is. I know my kids are in today, somewhere down to the left here, northeast stand by the sound of things, as a short ball from McKerr has been hammered away through the offside by Swindles, and he'll pick up 4 runs. 1 bounce and into the crowd, and we felt before the match started here, having seen the women's game played on this same strip, that this could be a high-scoring game, and nothing I'm seeing so far is to the contrary.
Yeah, the Foxes have made an excellent start to this, 30 for none of just 3.1 overs. Current run rate is 9.47.
Here's McKerr again, short this time, slashed away for 6 over third man. Matthew Revis right on the boundary edge. It's not a short boundary anywhere today, but probably about as short as it gets down in that corner of the ground by the Taverner stand. And no criticism of Rev, he was right on the rope, but the ball was just too high even for him, and he'd be one of the taller players in the team.
Yeah, you just show the pace the ball has got though, can't you? The pace on that top edge just carries over Revis there on the boundary, which Swindles will be delighted with that top edge. Scores now on 36 for none.
Bit of an early problem here for the Vikings then. McKerr in again, and this time it's been once more lofted but backward of square. Revis does a good job to get round and field, but that will not prevent them getting back for a 3rd run. So they're piling them on here. No, in fact, no, apologies, they got back for 2, didn't they? Swindles was on strike. So he's on to 18, 38 without loss. All happening at Headingley.
Certainly is, and a great bit of work down on the boundary by Revis. Knew how close he was to the rope, so just released the ball to make sure the ball wasn't in hand when he touched the rope.
Here's McKerr again, and driven. That's beautifully played. Off the front foot this time, scything it away through extra cover. And the runs are piling on already. And Yorkshire are going to have a fair old chase here unless they can arrest the slump. 3.4 overs in, that is all. Swindles now overtakes Patel as the leading scorer in the match with 22. And the Foxes 42 without loss. And McKerr, well, said didn't after the first over. Judge him after his 4. Went for 3 first time around. He's gone for 16 already in this over. 4 balls in. Here he comes again. This time underneath this one. Must be a catch. Surely is a catch. It is indeed a catch for Joe Root. Coming round from mid-off. Swindles getting right underneath it, levering it straight up in the air, and Conor McKerr will feel one heck of a lot better for that. He's taken his first wicket for Yorkshire, and the Leicestershire Foxes are 42 for 1.
Yeah, Conor McKerr was delighted with that. Swindles wasn't able just to hold on top of the ball and hit it hard down the ground. It didn't quite get there, so it went It's slightly aerial, and Joe Root just on the edge of the circle there gives a call and comfortably takes that catch. But a breakthrough of the Vikings needing to break this partnership and remove Harry Swindles, which they have done for 22, and the score is 42 for 1. But they absolutely needed that breakthrough, Doidgy, didn't they?
Yeah, they really did. It's been a fast start by the Foxes. A lot of cricket to be played still in this one. Cut-off time, by the way, for this first innings is 4:14, so still an hour or so to get through the 20. Rishi Patel on 20 himself. Rehan Ahmed has been sent out at number 3, and he can strike a good ball, as we've seen when he's been playing for England. Number 16 on his back, so 1 down for 42. And 1 ball to come in this 4th over, and it's Conor McKerr coming in now to bowl it to Ahmed, who plays a solid push into the offside. 16 off the over then, but a wicket taken. That may help to stymie the Leicestershire Foxes' progress. Good afternoon to all of you, those of you who've been in touch then today. BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Martin Bloomfield being 1, and also to Malcolm Palmer. Good win by the Diamonds, he said, could hardly lose after that knock by Holly Armitage. She could just about come and play with the fellas. Nicely wrapped up by Sophia Turner and Lev. Let's see what the Tykes can do. Shame all the seamers keep getting injured, he says. All the best from sunny Alicante. Thanks for your correspondence, Malcolm. And on at Sporting Lives 1 or at Inside Leader 1, you can get in touch on X. And Kevin Sharp, who joined me in the Combox down at Birmingham on Friday night, former Yorkshire player, is with us as well. The wonders of technology. He's watching both his favourite teams, he says, but it's challenging listening. Well, he's watching the Worcestershire Rapids match as well as ours. He's got the two. He's shown us a shot with his television screen and a tablet, I think it is, as we see a 4 off Jordan Thompson's first delivery into the leg side there by Rishi Patel, so he's on to 24, 46 for 1. But Sharpie has got Frank Watson and Bradders on the Worcestershire commentary, and he's got us two on this at the same time. Well, it's pretty obvious, Sharpie, and you just turn off Frank and Bradders. I mean, you know, Frank and Bradders, they're just better than us, really, aren't they? But you can still turn them off. That's wide of off stump, and is a wide, says the umpire. So Jordan Thompson going for a couple of his first couple of deliveries. Shout out also for Ayla and Anita by request. School reunion yesterday. Well, it was not reunion as such, it was more like a 50th anniversary +1 of my former primary school. They had an open day. I'm catching up with lots of people, so hello to Ayla and Anita. As that one is again wide of off stump from Jordan Thompson, and another run goes on the Leicestershire Foxes score. Now they're on to 48 for 1 here. Yorkshire have got a bit of a problem, but they've also got a good ball inside when they hit their straps, so it's still there for them to turn this one around. And in he comes again, and real Yahoo. Rishi Patel played that shot as if he was on the 14th in the US Open that's been played today, and he was trying to maybe get a bit of slice on it out round a couple of trees. Something like that. I don't know, not quite really. So Jordan Thompson turns again, running towards our commentary position up here on the 4th floor of the Kirkstall Lane end, and he's got another one that is just a bit too wide for the umpire's liking, so this over costing a few, and it's not really got going yet. Boundary off the first ball, and then 3 wides in succession. 49 for 1. It's been a handy old power play as far as the Foxes are concerned. In comes Thompson again. It's full shot, driven down the ground. It hits the advertising mat on the ground and looked like it was going to get stuck for a moment, but runs on. That's 4 more.
Yeah, strong shot there from Patel down the ground. Over pitch, just climbed into that one and hit it very strongly down the ground for 4 runs for the Foxes, which puts them on to 53 for 1. Patel on to 28. Yeah, really good start by the Foxes.
Yeah, 50 up in 4.3 is pretty good going in any match. So the Vikings have got to peg this one back here. And it's going to take, well, some good execution from the bowlers in the first place, but also some thought as to who you want to bowl from where and when. Jordan Thompson, I think the ball has got wet. I would imagine it's down the ground, it's rolled over the advertising hoardings, probably gone onto the covers, which look like they're discarded down that far end. So probably picked up a bit of wet, which might mean gripping it. It's not as easy. He comes in here and bowls once again to Patel, who's had a real go at this, got a thickish outside edge. He's going to pick up more runs, 2 of them, because McCurr has gone round the boundary quickly and in fact make that 3. They're coming back for a 3rd. He's gone. Well, would you believe it? He's got 2 runs. They took on a risky 3rd. Conor McCurr with a sliding stop around the boundary edge, and he's fired that one in. Donovan Ferreira has knocked a stump out in whipping off the bails, and Rehan Ahmed has gone. He just dawdled, didn't he, midway through his 2nd run, and then he got a real hurry up on the 3rd. He was running down the middle of the pitch as well for quite a way of it, and Ferreira claims it, and the umpire says, yeah, go on, you know what, I agree. So 53 for 2. Silly little things like that can just cost you momentum in games.
Well, Ahmed didn't run the first one hard, and certainly the second one he just jogged, didn't he? So then had to really go to full speed to try and get in on that 3rd run. If he runs his first hard, runs the second hard, the basics of the game, then actually he gets in there comfortably. But what a great bit of fielding out on the boundary by the big fella. Threw the ball in at pace, over the stumps, and Yorkshire Vikings have stole a wicket there. The wicket of Ahmed that's gone for a duck. Score on, well, 53. What's the score, Doji? The scoreboard's playing tricks, I think.
Well, they got 2, didn't they?
55.
They was run out on the 3rd run, and as you know, that means that the 2 runs that he got counted.
Scoreboard's still trying to catch up.
So it was the 3rd run that didn't count because he was run out on it. So, yeah, should be 55 for 1, should it not?
2.
Well, for 2, my apologies, as Thompson is in. That's cut away backward a point, this time by Kimber. Louis Kimber, the new man at the crease for the Leicestershire Foxes. He picks up a single. Yep, so they had put it at 55 for 2, and that will now be 56 with the single. Rehan Ahmed. They've gone through the process of putting up his score very briefly. It makes me laugh, these on the scoreboard operation. Whenever something strange happens, takes a moment to reset. Just turn it off and back on. So Rehan Ahmed was out having faced 1 ball without scoring a run, and that final ball of the over was another from which no runs were scored. So 5 overs complete, 56 for 2, 14 off Jordan Thompson's first over, and a run out affected during those last 6 deliveries.
Very eventful first over from Thompson, wasn't it? The 3 wides, the 14 runs, and the wicket as well. So yeah, that takes the score on to 56 for 2. Just 1 more over left in the power play before obviously fielding restrictions then change. And of course in the men's game, T20 cricket, you have 5 outside the circle. Currently the Vikings have got 2 outside the circle, which fits into the power play restrictions. Deep square and deep mid wicket are currently out there at this point in time, with a change of bowling, with Revis coming on, running in now.
Yep, from the Kirkstall Lane end, roundabout leg stump. The first ball beats the bat of Kimber and thuds off the pad into the offside. David Milan fields, but they get through for 1 leg by. Glorious conditions now. Definitely a fairly stiff breeze. The trees away to the right over the back of the Western Terrace are certainly fluttering around, as they are away to the left as well. Site of Bridgewater Place down to the left, and those few cranes, and hey ho, wouldn't you know it, more air traffic coming in from the left as well. Stand by as Revis comes in, and that is turned backward of square leg. Jordan Thompson firing in a flat throw. Talking to school reunions, of course Tomo used to go to the same high school back in the day. It must have improved after I left, obviously, in terms of it. I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to just. You don't. It was written all over your face. Yeah, I think I dragged the academic results down somewhat during my time there. Let's just leave it at that, shall we?
So it's a few years old, the score, is it?
Well, Now, I know you're joking with that one, but it is, and it was pulled down 3 years ago. They built a new one on the site on what used to be the football and rugby and cricket pitches, and pulled down the old one and then put some sort of outdoor pitches on that area instead. So yeah, you're closer to the mark than you thought you were when you were having a jibe there, as that's turned into the leg side by Kimber, and they pick up 2.
Fancy me and you having a little bit of a jibe at each other on here.
I can't imagine that, Barney Rubble.
Well, the crowd is growing.
Paul Shaw, the only commentator who comes in this box and standing at full height can only just see over the top of the desk out onto the pitch.
On my tiptoes at that.
Here's Revis. Now then, Kimber, he's trying to hit that one into Kirkstall Lane, and he missed it by quite some margin, playing inside the ball. So Matthew Revis managing to get another one by, and this is just giving Yorkshire a little bit of, well, not control at 60 for 4, but you know what I'm saying, it's just pulling it back a little bit. They need a few of these overs where they don't go for so many to try and bring the match back within range. But it does feel like a pitch on which he'll score heavily, and here's going to be a catch, a very good catch at that by Dominic Bess. Short ball by Matthew Revis, hammered away through cow corner by Louis Kimber. Dom Bess, he is very good in the field. He didn't have to make much in the way of ground to catch that, but he kept his eye on it all the way, and he was still tumbling over. I think that's just Dom Bess. He just likes to make it look spectacular, but still he was hit with power, wasn't it? And it was taken well.
Yeah, it is. It's a good catch because he's hit the ball very, very hard, and Bess has taken that catch well and then just gone with the power of the ball and just hit the ground as he takes that catch really nicely. Actually, it's a very, very good catch, and that's another wicket as Kimber's missed by Revis for 3 off just 5 balls, which takes the score to 60 for 3. So the Vikings are getting more and more back into this game, pulling down the run rate and also by taking wickets. So they'll be pleased as they're beginning to get a little bit more of a grasp on this game from a very good start from the Foxes batting lineup, but those 3 wickets have just pulled the game back just a little bit.
So the 3 wickets falling on 3.5 overs, 4.4 overs, and now 5.5 overs. Partnership there was worth 5 for the 3rd wicket, so 42 for the first, 11 for the second, and 5 for the 3rd. Matthew Revis on the board in the wickets column, and of course, what do we say about losing 3 or more wickets in the power play, Shawsey, as well? It does just put the brakes on things, makes it difficult for teams to win matches. Revis in and bowling, and Peter Hanscom, Australian, of course, formerly with Yorkshire, works that one to leg first ball, but can't get it away for runs. So excellent first over by Matthew Revis. 1 over, 1 for 3. I was having a chat with him the other night at Birmingham, just briefly, and just said, you know, he bowled well this season. On occasions, he's been unlucky and could have had more in the wickets column, and maybe today's the day when he gets his just desserts.
Yeah, could well be. I think he's a good cricketer, isn't he? Good young cricketer, all-rounder, great pair of hands, good with the bat, as we know, powerful ball striker, and also a very good bowler as well. So I think he's, as we know, a good prospect. He's already played quite a lot of games for the Vikings over the last couple of years, and hopefully today will be his day.
Meanwhile, Jaffa Chauhan for his first over of the match, bowling over number 7 at the Howard stand end. So power play now done. Fielders start to disperse around the ground. Patel on strike patted that first ball back. They've got a long on, long off, cow corner, deep backward square leg, and cover all outside the circle. 3 inside the ring on the offside and 1 backward of square on the onside is Dan Moriarty. Joe Root will come into play, coming in off the long on boundary here, as Patel doesn't time his shot really in that direction, but will still pick up a run. Rishabh Patel, as mentioned, got 100 here last year. I think it was his... I'm going to hesitate in saying his first class one. It might have been. He was dropped on, I think it was about 2, and ended up getting 100. And Hanscom at the other end also was dropped on, I think, 18 that day, and also made 100. So these 2 are dangerous players for the Leicestershire Foxes. That was obviously red ball cricket, different format to this, but still they have quality. Chauhan with a good delivery this time, which is Pushed backward of point. Adam Lythe in to do the fielding. So more aviation. Works its way overhead, and Chauhan in, and that's turned into the leg side by Hanscom. Will pick up one with Shan Masood giving Vane chase. It's a tidy enough start to the over. 4 balls in, he's gone for just the 2. Patel may try and take him on, may try and unsettle him, we'll see. As Chauhan, in he comes, he's got quite a lengthy run up, hasn't he, for a leg spin bowler. That's pulled away into the leg side by Patel. Yep, he's taken him on, but I think that was more just a bad ball rather than him particularly taking him on. He just sat back and waited. He's dragged it down leg side, hasn't he, and probably got what it deserved, 4 runs in front of square.
Yeah, Chauhan's just dragged the ball down a little bit here, hasn't he? And Patel's gone onto that quite quickly. He squared the wicket on the leg side, and Revis has run round at full pace but wasn't able to stop the boundary in this case.
Chauhan in again, worked into the leg side this time by Patel, who's got 1. He's thinking about a second, but dare he take on Joe Root? Not a bit of it.
And I think this is what the Foxes really need to do whilst they're building this new partnership with Hanscom and Patel, is just hit those little pockets and see if you can push for 2. If you time the ball well, it'll probably go for 4. So I think he's building that partnership while still playing with some intent. Foxes are 67 for 3 at the end of the 7th over.
Yeah, so 7 runs coming from it. Tidy enough start, barring the boundary ball from Jaffa Chauhan. Moriarty to bowl his 3rd then, this 8th over, now switching to the KL end, and he's wide on the crease round the wicket, the left armour. Is this going to be a catch? No, it's going to be 6. Right down beneath our feet. A lofted drive by Rishi Patel. Adam Lythe at long on was interested for a while, but it comfortably cleared him in the end. So a really good start to the over as far as the visitors are concerned here. Patel on to 43 already. And they're getting themselves into a good position, but they have lost a few wickets. That just tempers things a little as it's turned around the corner by Patel. This latest delivery, and Jordan Thompson dashing lickety split around terra firma backward of square leg, picks up 1. Keeps them to 1, I should say. 74 for 3. Patel 44. Hanscom, who is on strike now, is on 1. They've just brought an extra man across to the leg side here, Shan Masood. Hanscom with that idiosyncratic little tap of his bat as the bowler runs up to bowl. He's stepped away and created some room backward of point here. Revis will field just inside the boundary rope. They'll get back for 2. The sound of children, I think it was, out there. We have some youngsters in the house, and we have several thousand in today. It's hard to gauge with a Headingley crowd. There's a fair element of blue seating away to the right, the western terrace side of the ground, and more packed in down the left of us, the east side of the ground, as that's a single out to point for Peter Hanscom. But lovely afternoon, people coming out to enjoy a bit of sunshine, bit of cricket. 3 in the afternoon, maybe going back then the dads for a bit of could be a Father's Day treat for them anyway, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely it could.
That's turned into the leg side by Patel for 1. I mean, they might be at home listening to you, Shawsey, and that might be their Father's Day treat.
What a treat that is, doing.
What a treat, what a treat. Doesn't
Some
come,
lucky individuals out there.
Doesn't come any better than that. Last ball of the 8th, 78 for 3. Hanscom steps away. Has he gone here? He has. Donovan Ferreira, by the looks of things, has taken a feather edge of a catch, and Hanscom is walking off to the far end of the ground as they are doing this afternoon, and he's gone for 4, and the Foxes are going to have to think about this. They've got Patel going well, but now 78 for 4. Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, Ferreira, he just held his position firm. Now you talk us through that from a wicket-keeping point of view, Shawsey.
That's a great catch, because that's a very, very thick edge, isn't it? He's just managed to keep his hands in the right place, and the ball's just managed to find itself into those gloves. He turns his head, but his hands are in a really good position. And fortunate enough for the Vikings, and for the keeper that ball just manages to stick in the gloves. And it's a good wicket as well, because Hanscom's a very good player, and it started quite nicely. So the Foxes are just beginning to stutter a little bit now at 78 for 4 from having a fantastic start. The Vikings are getting back into the game. They're getting back into the game through taking wickets, which is just pulling this game back towards the Vikings. So they're just grasping a bit of a hold on this game now as the run rate is gradually beginning to reduce to 9.75. It's still a very healthy run rate, but as I say, wickets are just slowing things down a little.
Ian Mulder, the new man in for the Leicestershire Foxes, was at a non-striking end for the first ball of this Chauhan over, which saw Patel stroke one along the ground to the incoming Conor McCurr to do the fielding. Interesting game bubbling up.
Yes, for sure. Foxes now need to build a partnership, and the Vikings will want to break this partnership before it sets itself.
Chauhan in, and that is pinged away into the leg side. Matthew Revis has fallen to the deck as he tried to set off for that. In a bit of comedy cricket there.
Get a replay.
I mean, that's commitment for you. If you're going to try and launch yourself at a ball, why not do it from 20 yards away from where it goes out of the boundary?
Here we go.
He was down on his knees and praying. Whatever, it's 4 runs and 83 for 4. Mulder off the mark with that boundary. 8.2 overs in. So that just tells you, I think it didn't rain for long earlier on today, but it rained very heavily for about 10 or 15 minutes, and there's a hangover effect out there down at pitch level. Here's Chauhan in again. Oh, Mulder misses this one, which I think was the wrong one. Looks like he's played outside it, doesn't he?
Did, yeah. It's well bowled.
He's got his back to us, by the way, when I say that, so I know you'll probably all laugh at my mince pies not being the best at the best of times, but genuinely couldn't see exactly what was going on. Here's Chauhan again, and Mulder steps back to the leg side and opens up the off with a little punch square. Jordan Thompson in and doing the fielding. Great day for the Yorkshire women's cricketers today. We heard from Jane Powell. They've all been meeting in the Howard stand bang opposite us in that lovely banqueting suite, and they've been presented with their caps today as Chauhan is in. That's turned away into the leg side by Patel for a single. And you know, we've made so much has rightly been made over caps been given out to the men, and we still talk about it all the time, don't we, when a player's coming through? Has he done enough to earn his cap yet? Well, the women, they've won umpteen county championships for Yorkshire down the years, and have finally been recognised in that way today. Fantastic. Jane was really excited about it when she came in. You could just tell when she talked about it, and great to see as that one is turned square on the leg side by Mulder to complete the 9th over at 86 for 4. Patel with a 50 in sight, he's 47, and Mulder on 6.
Yeah, do you know what? I think it's a really nice touch by the club to recognise by giving out caps to the former Yorkshire players that have built the foundations of this club over a number of years. And you rightly said, won the county championship in the past a number of times, and actually paved the way in terms of the way cricket's played in this country for a long, long time. Interestingly enough, I bumped into Claire Taylor, fondly known as Romper.
Yeah, good old Romper.
Well known. Double international, obviously cricket, played for England, but also football. You know, an incredible achievement that is. Lovely to see her again today.
Yep, Huddersfield's finest. Very good sportswoman. Bess Kirks the lane end, round the wicket, pulled this short of length delivery by Mulder. He's going to get one out to deep backward square leg, which brings Patel onto strike on 47. 87 for 4. Partnership in its infancy is worth 9 runs so far. And here's Dominic Bess once again. Patel content to push that up to Root, who's at long on. 1 run. Thanks to David Coates for getting in touch as well. He was happy to see the Diamonds get a first win of the campaign. More to come from that email in a mo, because Bess is in and bowling, and that's played out backward of point by Mulder. And Ian Mulder, he's coming in at 6 here, and when he plays well, he bats like you feel like a 6 should. fast scoring shots around the ground, particularly strong off his legs. He's just worked one into the leg side and will pick up one.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he? Good ball striker, knocks it around quite a lot. But the way they're building this partnership at the moment, the Foxes, that is really well. They're just nudging the ball around into gaps and making sure they're ticking over that scoreboard. You know, if they get 4 singles and a 2 and a boundary and over.
Yeah, as Patel works one
They'll be
into
in
the
around.
deep on the leg side. Jordan Thompson fielding.
They'll be in around 10 and over, won't they? And it's still a low risk strategy, and hopefully then they're in a good position in those last 3 maybe to 5 overs to go really hard.
Here's Bess again, leg stump, worked square by Mulder. McCurr in, fires that inside arm. 1 run off the final ball of the over, so 91 for 4. Got through his 6 pretty quick there, Don Bess. Just 5 runs from it. You take that for the rest of the innings as far as the Vikings go.
Absolutely, just approached the midway point of this innings, and we saw that the Foxes have made a really good start, and then the Yorkshire Vikings have got back into the game with the 4 quick wickets. So 91 for 4 off the 10 overs bowled so far.
And Jaffa Chauhan is going to bowl over number 11 then from the Howard stand end, and he's in, and Mulder turns that one backward of square on the leg side. Moriarty makes a bit of a meal of the fielding, but he's going to get away with that and keep them to just the 1. Chauhan into his 3rd over now. Gone for 16 runs so far. A little bit of hush in the crowd as they wait. Will there be another wicket? Not from this delivery, because it's a wide by Chauhan. Dragged that one down. David Coates goes on. Do you think I can get away with calling myself Cambridge Tyke? Although I'm a Londoner born and bred, I've supported the Tyke since I was at school, and I shall be 71. Get me readers on. 71 next month. As an outside edge here from Patel goes to short 3rd man, Lythe Fields, but they get 1. And 50 up for Rishi Patel, who has played well here. He's taken a few risks. He's probably not always been quite as fluent as when you've seen him at his absolute best, but he's doing a really good job for the Foxes. That is a 2nd T20 half century to go with a ton that he's scored in this format. And he's done it in 31 deliveries, including 2 6s and 5 4s, as Mulder tries and fails with a reverse sweep. So Chauhan getting through another over to pretty good effect so far here. 2.3 overs in, he's gone for 18 so far. And in he comes again now that he's got underneath this one. Is it going to be a catch at long off? No, Conor McCurr is knocked short, and he jumped as high as he could, but Mulder has lofted that one just over the boundary, just beyond his reach. And Mulder on to 16, 100 up after 10.4. So they have been slowed, 4.3 overs to get the first 50, and then 6 overs and 1 ball to add another 50. And there's 2 left in the over, and greeted with silence around the ground almost, apart from a bit of music, as Mulder is in again and playing that one backward of point. Milan and Lythe combining of a fashion to do the fielding, and they're going to need to combine pretty well, you think, to give Yorkshire a platform with the ball tonight. Chauhan turns again. There's a few chants of Yorkshire from some excited children. They'll be excited even more now because a 5th wicket has just fallen. Chauhan has got one through the defences of Mulder. He's appealed for LBW, and the umpire has replied in the affirmative. 100 for 5. And that is the end of Mulder for 16.
Yeah, Mulder looks really disappointed with that. I don't know, he looks disappointed with himself or slightly despondent with the decision, but it looks pretty straight to me from this angle. We're obviously looking from behind, Oh yeah, I think he's tried to work that through the leg side, and it's pretty straight delivery, slightly against the spin. So yeah, I think the umpire's well within his right to raise the finger as such. Mulder departs at a time when actually they were just beginning to build a partnership, himself and Patel. Partnership was 22. The score is 100 for 5 off the 11 overs bowled so far. So it's the wickets that's killing the Foxes at this point, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. So if you can't, if runs are flying around as they were in that early part, I think we said a couple of wickets can check progress, and more than a couple of wickets, 5 now, and in pretty steady fashion. 3.5 overs, 4.4, 5.5, 7.6, 10.6. They've just been a steady stream of wickets, and it's a good job now for the Leicestershire Foxes that Rishi Patel's out there on 50. That increases the pressure on him to stick around, I guess, because although Ben Cox can bat, he's gone in at number 7, and they've got more firepower still. The likes of Ben Mike can come in and clout the ball around, as we've already seen on this ground in red ball cricket this year. So they're not done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination, but of course if you lose this many wickets so early on in your innings in a T20, you've got to take a view. Do we keep going at the ball and risk losing more, or we do have to play that more consolidatory game? Patel's just got a single off that best delivery. He's bowling over number 12 here, the third over of the match for him. And Patel onto 51, 101 for 5. Still 8 overs and 5 balls left in this innings before Yorkshire get their chance to rub off whatever the Foxes can produce. Cox on strike to face his first delivery. It's not the best from Bess. Worked away, bang on square. McCurr fields. They're having to rush back for a second, but Cox gets home and they get their 2.
You make a good point there, though, about how will the wickets now that they've lost, the Foxes have lost, affect the way that that Patel plays, whether he just pulls his game in a little bit and stays low risk for a little bit longer and people come in and play around him, or whether his job is to still go at a decent pace and everyone else play the way they want to play. It's be interesting how it goes, Doige, this.
It will. Stick with us, BBC Radio Leeds here at Headingley. Yorkshire Vikings versus Leicestershire Foxes, Paul Shaw and myself, Jonathan Doige. And I'll give you a bit of a commercial as well for some more cricket in a moment, because we've got plenty more of that coming up in this next week or so. As Bess is in again, that's hauled away into the leg side by Rishi Patel, who picks up just the 1 as a result. So yeah, we've got women's cricket on Wednesday. I'm up at Chesterley Street, 11:30 start in the morning. The alarm clock's going to have to be sorted very early for that, isn't it? Because I am driving up on the morning, so be a few yawns, I think, up the A1 as that latest best delivery is turned square on the leg side, and they're coming back for 2, and it's a good throw as well by Jordan Thompson, but Ben Cox manages to get back. 107 for 5. Patel 52, Cox now on 5. So 11:30 on Thursday. Diamonds against the Thunder. Diamonds, of course, want to finish on a high. They've had that win, really good win today against the Storm, and well, for any side involving Yorkshire folk, and of course we predominantly claim the Diamonds to beat the Thunder, Shaw's former club, as a traitorous Yorkshireman. He wouldn't want to finish the Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign in any other way. It's not gone the Diamonds' way this year, but it will be their last match of it, so we've got that live on Wednesday, as that is worked by Cox up to long on. They pick up 1, 108 for 5 at the end of the 12th. And other cricket to tell you about back here on Thursday. It's the big one. Talking of Yorkshire Lancashire, it is Yorkshire Lancashire on Thursday night here at Headingley. A 7:15 start. Will be on air for probably the full quarter of an hour, I would imagine, before that, to chew the fat with Graham Colley and Jamie Rayner, and then back up at Chesterley Street on Friday. And like a yo-yo this week, the Doige Mobile 6:30 start for Durham against Yorkshire. Jonathan Tattersall, Yorkshire keeper, unless he's obviously selected, will be on air with me to bring you ball-by-ball coverage of that one, and then straight across from Durham for me on Saturday to Scarborough for 4 days in sunny Scarborough.
Lucky
As
man.
Chauhan is in, that's turned into the leg side by Cox, who's going to pick up a single. Yeah, 4 days of Champo cricket. We're back with the Championship. Yorkshire, Gloucestershire, starting on Sunday the 23rd of June through to Wednesday the 26th. Yorkshire, of course, still searching for victory in that, having started the season as favourites to get promotion back to the top division. Chauhan bowling his leg spin, bowling here to Rishi Patel. That's turned square on the leg side for Revis to field. They get one.
You're doing some miles, Dodge, aren't you? A lot of miles at the moment.
Am.
I'm going to call you Boomerang Dodge because you always come back. Up and down like a yo-yo.
Yeah, could do with a sponsored car. Here's Chauhan. I could do with a sponsored car. Cox pulls one through mid-wicket. The likelihood of that is it's about as likely as you towering over me next time we stand toe-to-toe, isn't it, really? Here's Chauhan bowling to Patel, who steps away and cuts that one out to Jordan Thompson, who flings it back in from backward of square leg and picks up, or keeps them to 1 run. Cox on 8, Patel 54. Partnership worth 12 so far. 112 for 5. Whirlwind start for the Foxes here. 26 off the first 3 overs, 60 for 3 off the power play, but that progress has been definitely stymied by some good bowling by Yorkshire. There's an appeal for LBW here, a second wicket for Chauhan, and Cox playing across the line, full length delivery. Hard to tell from here, but it looked certainly a good shout. We'll get a replay for those who are watching the pictures, and Cox gone for 8 off 7, 112 for 6.
Yeah, the thing is with Chauhan, he bowls very tight lines, doesn't he? Just gets a little bit of deviation off the pitch, but he always keeps the stumps in play, and that's the key for any quality pace bowler, medium pace bowler, or certainly spin bowler. If you keep the wickets in play, you're in the game, and that's something that he does really, really well. So that's another wicket, another blow for the Leicester Foxes, which puts the Yorkshire Vikings again back into the game in a much stronger position. It's the wickets that are causing, or the regular fall of wickets, that's costing the Foxes dear here. The run rate is still at 8.73, but it was at one point 11.5, so the wickets are slowing things down somewhat, and while other wickets go down and there's pressure builds on Patel at the other end, who's 54 not out at this stage, and it impacts on how he will play, as you rightly said, Doji, a little while ago.
Yeah. For those listening in black and white, not out means not out in Barnsley.
It does. It does.
112 for 6. It's Chauhan bowling here to Ben Mike, who's back at Headingley. Smashed 90. First match of the championship season here, and he's got a single first ball of this innings for him in T20 cricket. So 113 for 6 at the end of the 13th, 5 off the over, and Chauhan finishes with an excellent 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 29. Those 2 LBWs to his name.
Yeah, 2 LBWs. He's bowled pretty well today, hasn't he? 2 for 29 off 4, and he's contributed significantly to this slight turnaround in the game, which has brought the Vikings more and more into the game, and enabled the Vikings to claw back some momentum and some control of the scoreboard as such. 113 for 6 with just 7 overs remaining.
Don Best to continue to bowl his 3rd over at this Kirkstall Lane end. First ball to Mike, who punches into the offside, and there is no run. Off spin from Bess, floats another one up. Mike can't get it away, straight back to the bowler. He can strike a very big ball, Ben Mike, if he gets to wind up. You do fancy that he probably prefers pace on the ball, and he's gone back foot to this one and punched it back to Bess, who fields across in the onside off his own bowling. So they really dragged this back round. Yorkshire, just looking at the scorecard from when they went down to Grace Road a couple of weeks ago, in the reverse fixture of this. So 151 for 7 off their 20 and got well beaten when they didn't bowl well, but they lost wickets steadily with the bat. And just like you're saying now for Leicestershire, that happened to Yorkshire that night, and what looked like it might have ended up being a bigger score in the first place was just checked and checked continuously and kept to 151, which Leicestershire found eminently manageable. Mike has just pushed one out into the offside.
Bess is bowling really well here. He's just holding his length, which is really key on this pitch.
As we get a single from Patel up to long on, and I think here we go. This is the approach, isn't it now? They've obviously had a chat and said, look, we can't afford to be losing any more at this stage. We've still got 6 overs to go. Knock it around. If we get some bad balls, we'll put them away, and then we'll hope to go again in the last couple of overs maybe.
Yep.
Bess in. Mike strikes firmly back past the bowler. Ooh, the batters have a bit of a dance. Bess is tumbling on the floor. All sorts going on out there. Meanwhile, Adam Lyth fields, and they get one to complete the 14th over with 3 runs. That's all from that one. Another good over from Dom Bess. 116 for 6. Bess, 3 overs for 16 against his name.
Excellent last over from Bess there. I mentioned earlier that he's managing to hold his length. It's really important that, because if it's too full, they can hit you down the ground and over the top. Too short, they can then work you through either the offside or the leg side. And he's just holding that length, which is very difficult for the batter to get right at it or actually drop back onto the back foot. So that's an exceptional over with just 3 runs being taken off that over. And Dodge, as you say, we know Mike can hit a big ball, don't we? So he'll be looking to get himself in and being certainly in the last 2 or 3 overs hit some lusty blows to try and get the Leicestershire Foxes to a competitive total. At the moment they're 116 for 6 with just 6 overs left, or 6 overs remaining in their batting innings.
All left. That as well.
All left remaining.
15th over, Jordan Thompson for his second, coming in from the Howard stand end, bowling to Ben Mike, who swishes and misses one wide of off stump and then calls for another bat. Can't have broken with that shot, Ben, because he missed it, but it was also given as a wide. Ben Mike, when he came up in the box last year, and also James Wharton came up when Ben was playing here, and I remember Wart saying that it was a nightmare. You didn't want to go out on a night out with Ben Mike because he's such a good-looking lad that you never got a word in with anybody. It's like peas round a honey pot. Here's Jordan Thompson, and Ben has opened the face and run that one down through third man. That's a beautiful shot from an apparently beautiful man. 4 runs wide of third man. Nicely played.
Well, I'll not talk about his looks, but I will talk about his batting, George. I mean, he's played that beautifully. Right? Played that beautifully. Yeah. Just open the bat face and run it through the vacant third man area.
So 121 for 6, he's on to 7. 55 for Patel, who's leaning on his bat at the other end, having got most of those 50. Feels like in a different match, it was so long ago. It really has had that progress checked, but he's at least still out there and taking on full responsibility. 2,041, by the way, the attendance for the Diamonds match earlier today. Give you the details on the men's match if we get that before we go off air, as Ben Mike turns one into the leg side and picks up another single. Now at 4:15, which is by the looks of things in 19 minutes time, if the 5.4 overs that remain here have been bowled, or when they have, the Yorkshire women players that have been capped today will walk round the pitch and hopefully and presumably take lots of applause from people for their contributions. We heard the likes of Helen Plimmer, for example, in the building today. We've already talked about Claire Taylor, who's got a different role, of course, herself, but I wonder if they'll let her have a wander around as well. Hopefully they will. Great lady. That's wide of off stump by Jordan Thompson and wide-id by the umpire. Catherine Siver-Brunt also on the ground. I know somebody who you know very well, Shawsey. OBE, Catherine Siver-Brunt.
Yeah.
I said playing for Yorkshire has always meant a great deal to her, as that is pushed into the offside by Patel, but he's clothed it really, and it's fielded by Milan, no run. Yeah, so Catherine Siver, playing for Yorkshire has always meant a great deal. I've always been very passionate about where I'm from, my upbringing, so it's always great to come back here. And she'll be out there on the pitch as well, taking lots of applause and plaudits, I hope, at the half-time break here. That's to come. Meanwhile, Jordan Thompson is halfway through his second over, and Rishi Patel has opened the face and pushed one beyond the grasp of David Milan in the covers. Conor McKerr will field, and they get 1 run, 124 for 6.
Catherine Siver-Brunt, wow, what a career she's had, hasn't she? Started at Barnsley Cricket Club, and then obviously played for a long time here at Yorkshire, and for many years, above a decade, was the spearhead of that England bowling attack. Charlotte Edwards was captain, and then Heather Knight, fantastic individual, outstanding cricketer, and has represented this part of the world exceptionally well over a number of years.
Thompson in. Oh, he beats Ben Mike. His appeal for LBW. He's not going to get that, and it's a leg bye off the penultimate ball of the 15th. Just going back to David Coates' email when he was asking if he could call himself a Cambridge Tyke, because Londoner born and bred but supported the Tykes since he was at school, 71 next month. Or do you think the birthplace rules would preclude that? Well, do you know what? I think, David, you know, I'd love to give you an easy in there, and I am impressed by all that, definitely, I am. But this is Yorkshire, so, you know, clearly we'd have to have a board meeting, probably a members' show of hands about that, to see if there's Inuit membership and call that then a Cambridge Dyke or not. You know what I'm saying? As Patel punches into the offside, and Milan fields 1 run to complete the over at 126 for 6, so 10 from it. But, you know, David, you down in Foxton in Cambridgeshire, you wouldn't want it to be easy, would you, to become a Yorkshire supporter when you're born from, you know, outside God's own county. It's just what you'd expect. So I'm sure you're probably quite pleased, really, if you caused a meeting to be held to see if you could be considered to be a Cambridge Tyke. You know, probably smiling right now. He says, I've got a friend, and while staying with a friend in Cross Hills, which is just up by Keighley, in the 1970s, I did meet the great Herbert Sutcliffe for an hour in his room in the home that he was resident in there. Oh, tell you what, that's definitely moving the Yorkshireometer very much in your favour, I reckon. That's got to be up there. If you once passed Len Hutton in a car or said Siddy to Fred Truman, then you're just about over the line, I reckon. 1 run there to Rishi Patel into the leg side. He's on to 58 now, 127 for 6. Dom Bess bowling his final over, the 16th of the innings. And his ball wide of off stump is punched out by Ben Mike into the covers for 1. What is going off out there? Marvellous. Magnificent. As Bess is in, it's round the wicket, but drags it down the leg side. That's going to be a wide.
Patel's not had much strike at all, has he, in the last 3 or 4 overs? It's been the new batters that's been coming in and that's had the vast majority of the strike.
Bess in again, full, driven down the ground. 1 run to Patel. Takes him to 59, the score to 130 for 6. You can imagine Fred here today with the music in between overs. Right, every time I take a wicket, it will be simple at best. Marvellous. Mike on 9, and that's slog swept, if anything, to Jordan Thompson, who underarms it back in from the cow corner region of the ground. 1 run. 20 overs. They're not paid to see me bowl just 4, as that's pushed up to long on. Joe Root will come in and field, and they get 1 run. So they're just steadily knocking the ball around. I think that's the tale of what's been going on really since that 6th wicket fell in Jaffa Chauhan's over, the 13th over. Oh, Shan Masood's shelled one here. He's put one down an extra cover. It was a very catchable chance. Ben Mike hit it pretty firmly, but at this level you take those, don't you? 10 out of 10 really.
Absolutely, but disappointed not to take that catch, as will Don Bess, who's just finished, or just Yeah, he's just finished his spell of 4, none for 23 in 4 overs, and that'd have been a great finish with him if that catch had been able to have been taken. Unfortunately, it wasn't. The Foxes are on 133 for 6 at this stage of the game. Sun shining, a breeze blowing across from the western terrace over across to the east stand as such. So a little bit of a breeze blowing across the ground.
I'll tell you what, it's a description straight out of a Jane Austen novel. Oh. Ben Mike's gone big through the onside for 6.
With the breeze that we've just mentioned.
Yeah, can't see any crinoline out there, but it's 6 runs for Ben Mike, who's on to 17 as a result. 139 for 6. Jordan Thompson bowling this over, his 3rd from the Howard stand end. And that's what Ben Mike can do if he starts to get going.
$139 for 6, 16.1.
And here comes Jordan Thompson then. In and bowling to Mike, who then meets one that's wide of off stump and full with a nicely played square drive. Conor McCurr is racing around the boundary edge. He's gone through a few steps out there so far this afternoon and kept them to 1. Good piece of fielding. 140 for 6, still 3.4. But the way this is played, and with the start that they had, for me, I think 180 is a minimum requirement here.
I agree. I was just thinking 180. Yeah.
You'd be disappointed if you come up short of that. As the side batting second, you'd have to go in there feeling pretty confident you could knock them off. Not saying you don't have to bat well, you do, but looks like there's runs to be had out there as Thompson is in again, and Patel drives through the covers and will pick up a couple. Ideally, you'd want to be thinking 200, I think, and then as the batting side with 200 on the board, yeah, again, you'd start to feel like you've got a decent chance of defending it, but somewhere in between that, going to be interesting. But at the moment, I'm not saying they can't get there, not at all. 21 deliveries left, but they're going to have to bat well in these closing stages. Rishi Patel leaves one, Jordan Thompson bowls wide of off stump. You don't have to miss your execution by much to cost yourself a few runs here and a bit more extra energy. And Jordan Thompson, well, he's had worse days than this. That day down at Leicester the other week when he went for 30 in and over was just one of those days. And today, that was his 6th wide. He's in again. He's gone wide Yorker once more. This time Patel plays it out to Conor McCurr for a single. He's had a really good tournament so far, though, to be fair to Jordan. That was just a one-off over. Came back really strongly against Northamptonshire when we were down there a couple of days later, didn't he?
Played brilliantly down there in all 3 formats, or all 3 disciplines of the game. He took a brilliant catch in the field, bowled superbly well, and also batted really well towards the end of the Vikings innings.
Yep, not to mention he was on the ball with 4 for 19 just the other night. 4 for 19 last week here against Derbyshire. As we see a single to Ben Mike out into the offside. And then on Friday night, finished with 4 for 18, 4 for 31, I should say, against the Birmingham Bears. So he's certainly been among the wickets. And he's gone for 35 today in his 2.5. Without taking one just yet, but you know what it's like with JT. Might be one this delivery as he bowls here to Patel, who opens the face and pushes it out into the covers. Conor McCurr feels they get 1. Final ball that was of the 17th. So Jordan 3 overs for 36. The Foxes 146 for 6. They took 13 off that 17th over. Chauhan and Best, the 2 bowlers who have bowled out 4 overs, 2 for 29 for Chauhan. Best 4 overs for 23. So call it. Where are we going to end up here? 3 overs to go. What do you think?
I reckon they're going to be targeting 185 If they get 185, I think it's a competitive total. The way they started, they'll want to get 200 or just over 200. But Yorkshire Vikings have pulled this game back, and now this partnership's really important from a Foxes perspective to give them the best chance of really targeting 185, which I think will keep them in the game.
So Dan Moriarty coming back on for his fourth and final over, so 185 for Shawsey. Yeah, capable of getting there. They've got 18 balls to get another 39 runs. We'll see. 3 men set back on the leg side, all on the boundary edge, plus 1 out at cover on the offside. And in comes Moriarty, driven along the deck to Shan Masood, who was perfectly positioned, the Yorkshire captain, right on the edge of the circle, the 30-yard circle there, to do the fielding and extra cover. Moriarty 1 for 34 so far. And in he comes again, left arm around the wicket, reverse sweep, played badly by Rishi Patel. Not a good time for him to go, but Shan Masood, having put one down, has been safe and secure second attempt, and this time Patel has to go. Moriarty picks up his second wicket, and the Leicestershire Foxes 146 for 7.
And that 185 prediction might now be more like 170, 175 based on that wicket. They needed Patel to still be there going into the last over, and that's a blow for the Foxes, but it's a fantastic wicket for the Vikings. It gets them back into a really good position with the score now on 146 for 7. 17.2 overs gone, just 2.4 remain. The current run rate is 8.42.
Yeah, and it's going to be Lewis Goldsworthy who makes his way out to the middle at number 9 for the Foxes. And just to complete the Rishi Patel stats, 64 he made from just 47 deliveries. So even though he was just knocking the ball around really in the latter stages, it's a very good effort, and take it out of this Leicestershire innings and they are in trouble. So super stuff from him. Moriarty round the wicket, bowling to Goldsworthy, who's just easing that one into the leg side for Jordan Thompson to field, and gets himself off the mark with a single.
And I think Mike will be looking to climb into anything that resembles a fullish length. So Moriarty's just going to have to hold the ball back a little bit here and maybe just take a little bit of pace off. That would be interesting last few balls. Yeah.
Moriarty round the wicket then. We get this up to long on. Is it a catch? No, it's very similar to a couple we've already had today. Joe Root interested for a while at long on, but Ben Mike got plenty of bottom hand into that. And I did say earlier he can strike a long ball, and that one disappearing comfortably over the boundary and the covers for 6 runs. 150 up in 17.4 for the Foxes, and Mike going square on the onside. Oh, half a chance for Conor McCurr. Didn't quite get in quickly enough to get the ball. It was on its way down. Mike disappointed in himself for only getting the single there, and he thinks, yeah, he's just replaying the shot. He should have got it away squarer, he thinks, and that probably would have been 4 with the pace he hit it at. So just the 1. 154 for 7. Goldsworthy dances down and works one out to Jordan Thompson in the leg side. He'll pick up 1. End of the over then. Moriarty completes his set. 4 overs. No maidens, 2 for 43. 155 for 7, so 30 runs shy of target off 2 overs. I'm backing the Vikings to come in at some way under that. In fact, from here, probably under 180. I would say they have to bowl well still, and presumably if they can help their cause, maybe by keeping Ben Mike off strike as much as possible, that would be another little fillip. We'll see. Matthew Revis to bowl over number 19. And he's in. It's wide of off stump. Goldsworthy doesn't make a great connection. Pushed into the offside, no run. Revis only bowled 1 previous over in the match, over number 6, and he went for just the 3. 1 for 3. So in he comes, the tall figure of the man from Burley in Wharfdale. Oh, now then, this has gone high in the air. It's not quite going to be a catching chance. Adam Lyth chases well, And Ben Mike is very keen to keep the strike here because he didn't bother with an attempt at a second run, and maybe because also he'd heard the no ball call. So it was a no ball. They got one run off the bat. And Ben Mike anchors himself at the striking end because he will now get an attempt at this free hit. And in comes Revis then, under cloudy Headingley skies, and he's gone long here as Ben Mike. He's not quite gone long enough, not even to get back for a second. Joe Root was very alert to that and fields on the boundary edge. Revis is running back to his mark. Have we got a problem in the cut-off here? Yes, we have, because he's still got to get through 4 balls, and the cut-off time is 4:16 and the clock showing 4:13. Here he comes. Ooh, now then, that's an inside edge from Goldsworthy, nearly somewhere near his leg stump. They've got a run. Quickly rolled back to Revis, who is advancing back towards his mark. So 160 up. 9 balls remaining. And Ben Mike on strike on 27. He'll be enjoying himself out there against his former teammates. And he's struck this one out towards long off, where there was a slight slip by Shan Masood out there as he tried to move and field the ball, but he managed to recover and fired it back in, and they got just the one. 161 for 7. 2 minutes to cut off. Revis 2 balls to bowl in the penultimate over. Here he is. Oh, again an inside edge from Goldsworthy. I think he's just trying to give it as much as he can, maybe lifting his head slightly, isn't he, and just getting inside edgy on some of these deliveries. And again, it's similar to the one earlier in the over. They get 1.
They need a boundary off this last ball, don't they? And a boundary just to give them that little bit of momentum going into that last over.
Final ball of the penultimate over. Revis in. It's gone skyward here from Ben Mike. Ferreira stands and hardly has to move underneath it and takes a simple catch. And Revis finishes with 2 for 10 off his 2 overs. He'll be delighted with that. And an 8th Leicestershire Foxes wicket has gone. Ben Mike caught by Ferreira off Revis for 28 from 20 deliveries, including 2 6s and a 4.
Yeah, that's a big wicket again for the Vikings and for Revis. Ben Mike was just looking to strike that ball really hard. He just got under the ball slightly and got a top edge, taken really well by Ferreira there at was keeping. Got the gloves today, and Ben Mike scored 28 runs. Didn't quite hit as many boundaries as he would have liked, but I think the Yorkshire Vikings bowling unit bowled pretty well at him. I think they varied the pace slightly and certainly varied the length, and he wasn't able to strike as many boundaries as he would have liked, but the Vikings will be delighted that he's going into that last over. 162 for 8 the Foxes are.
I'm still back in my under 180.
Yeah, I think very, very much so at this stage with the wickets that's gone down the last couple of overs.
It's going to be Jordan Thompson to bowl a final over from the Kirkstall Lane end. He's in there and bowling to Goldsworthy. Scott Curry, by the way, the new man in for the Leicestershire Foxes. The tall figure of Scott Curry. We'll see him more feature with the ball, you would think, than these last 5 deliveries, but he's just down at the striking end now. And in comes Thompson then. That one down the leg side, a slower ball. It's another wide this time. So there's been a few of those from JT in this match today. I think that's now 7 to go, with 1 from Chauhan and 1 from Bess. So I'll take those out. 155 looks a below par effort at this stage. All a bit of extra effort, and obviously another delivery available to score runs from each time. Here's Jordan Thompson over the wicket. Oh, he's bowled him. He's gone right across Scott Curry and just tried to scoop that, just tried to be a bit inventive, and credit to Jordan Thompson. He got it right up there, and if they miss, I'll hit. And so JT is among the wickets for the first time today. He can't keep a good man down. 164 for 9.
Absolutely, his ball at the tail end of the race ball really full. You miss, I hit, and here we go as we go looking for it. Yeah, ball top of middle and leg, and balled a good length there. So the score, as we say, is 164 for 9. I would have believed that the way that Leicestershire Fox had started. You know, at the power play there was first partnership 42 from Swindles and Patel, and then at the end of the power play there was 60 for 3. And since that point onwards, the Vikings have consistently broke through and taken wickets to just claw back this Foxes team that had a great start, but a relatively poor finish. And with the Vikings doing really well the further the game's gone on.
Thompson into Josh Hull, left-handed Josh Hull, who, if Scott Curry is tall, then Josh Hull, well, he's a giant of a man. He's just worked one off his legs first up. Bowled really well in the reverse fixture down at Grace Road the other week, Josh Hull, where he finished up with 3 for 28 from his 4, swinging the ball certainly in the early part of the innings. We'll see more of him soon. 1 wicket to get for Yorkshire to finish this early, and why not? Thompson is in, it's flicked into the leg side, not quite going to be a catch for Conor McCurr out there. Just the 1 run to Goldsworthy, who's on to 7. And just 2 balls remaining in this innings. And it just feels a bit below par, does this? Feels like a 180 plus track. I think they have bowled well, but they'll know more about what it feels like themselves down there. Might have a different opinion approach to that. Thompson in and just pulls out of his delivery in the actual stride. Not quite sure what went on there. 1 for 40 for Jordan Thompson. 2 balls still to come then in the innings as he makes his way back to his mark. And stand by, those who are watching the stream. I'm sure you'll get pictures of the Yorkshire women on parade at the half-time break, as there's an attempt to run out here, and he's out. I think he will be given as a run out because he was trying to make a run, wasn't he, Josh Hull, and he turned round and tried to get back. Donovan Ferreira throws down the stumps. Either way, with a ball to spare, the Leicestershire Foxes are all out for what feels like short of Yorkshire, 166. Hull run out for 1 off 2, and that meant that Lewis Goldsworthy was not out on 7. I think that's a pretty good job from a pretty dismal start by the Vikings.
Absolutely, they've pulled this game right back from where it started. It was a fantastic partnership at the start for the Foxes with Swindles and Patel. Partnership around 42, and they were playing beautifully. But then the 3 wickets in the power play enabled the Vikings to get back into the game. At the end of the power play, the Foxes were 60 for 3. And it's great to see so many good bowling figures, if you like, when we look through those. With Revis just bowling 2 overs, but picking up 2 for 10. Moriarty did his job off his 4 overs. 2 for 43, might be slightly expensive, but got the important 2 wickets. And Best, for me, I thought bowled beautifully. Didn't take any wickets. Remember, he had the drop catch in the covers of his last ball, but did bowl beautifully, and none for 23, and everyone else, I think, chipped in. So, all in all, I think it was a pretty good performance. It started tough for the Vikings, but they pulled the game back by taking regular wickets throughout that game. So they'll be happy with that performance, Doige. They'll be happy with what they're looking to chase in this in the second half of the game.
Yep, so 166 all out. Rishi Patel top scoring with 64 from 47. 28 from Ben Mike and 22 from Harry Swindles. The main contributors for the Foxes. We're certainly not saying they can't win this game, but they're going to have to bowl well if they're going to do so. And Yorkshire, they're still going to have to bat well themselves, but they've given themselves an opportunity of a 4th win from 6 matches at the start of the campaign, which would be as good a start as I've seen them make if they manage to achieve it in the last half dozen years or so that I've been sitting in the commentary seat. So we'll see how they go in a few minutes' time. We'll take a quick breather just like the players are doing. We'll leave you viewers with pictures of what's going on out there and a bit of stadium atmosphere, and we'll pick up the microphones again as they walk back out for the second half of this in a few minutes' time.
We are delighted to be joined today by a number of current and former Yorkshire women's players. Yorkshire boasts a record number of county championships with 12 in its history, whilst the Northern Diamonds claimed an incredible win in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy Final at Lords in 2022 to showcase their remarkable talents. The county has seen many players come through its ranks and represent England, including legends like Catherine Sibber-Brunt and Jane Powell. Today, we take a step towards marking this incredible heritage and the players that have formed it. We are delighted to have presented a first wave of caps to a cohort of our current and past players and would ask that you give them a warm welcome onto the field. We will hear from Club President Jane Powell in just a few minutes' time. As promised, I've been joined by Club President Jane Powell. Jane, congratulations on your cap. Please, would you mind explaining what's happened here today?
Basically, we've brought all the past players in, the women's team who played for Yorkshire over the years, and we presented them with their cap for playing over the years.
And you must be such a proud president here today. We've got an incredibly talented group of current and former players. What does it mean for you?
It means a lot for the group to get the profile, the recognition for all those hard years, all the years of hard work that they put in, but also that we feel proud to have represented Yorkshire, and it's nice that Yorkshire have recognised us all.
And how important is it that we celebrate the great achievements of our women's teams, past and present?
Look, when Yorkshire's strong, England's strong. Whether you're male or female, we need a strong Yorkshire setup, and the women are just as important as the men.
Well, hopefully this is a great sign for future generations to come. Thank you so much, Jane, and congratulations to each of you as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back out onto the pitch your umpires Graham Lloyd and Neil Pratt. And following them, today's visitors, the Leicestershire Boxers. And chasing 167 for victory, makes some noise for Headingley and David Milan.
Welcome back then from Headingley as the players make their way back out for part two of our double header. Already a win on the board for the Diamonds today. Can the Vikings double up for North? Well, we're about to find out. Adam Lythe, who's having a tremendous season so far, he's out there opening the batting, and David Milan, who was a joy to watch on the back of Adam Lythe's runs here last week, he's out there too. First ball of the innings, bowled by Louis Kimber, who provided the same with the first over down at Grace Road, if I remember rightly, the other week. Yeah, he did. Just his sole over, they slipped one in at the start, went for 9 that day. He's gone for none off the first 2 because Lyther's just punched one out square into the offside then. So 0 for 0. Shawsey has been out of the building and come back with some curious looking plate full of food. Not quite sure what it is, as Lythe lofts one away over extra cover. 6 runs for Adam Lythe, who picks up pretty much where he seems to leave off in most innings in 2024, and just stepped into that short outside off stump. Well, you've heard me refer many times before when he plays it along the deck through there, but he just shows he can go aerial through extra cover as well. Not an easy shot to master, and he's got himself 6 and got Yorkshire going here. Turns one into the leg side, and they pick up a single. Great batting, 6-1. Rotate the strike. Milan, have a look at it yourself.
Absolutely. Still is such a good player, isn't he, Lythe, at the top of the order. Very dangerous player and an important player for the Vikings for sure. And also that just takes a little bit of pressure off Milan, doesn't it? Yep. You know, you've got Lythe at the top that strikes the ball well, gives you a little bit more time at the other end just to get in.
Have you just scared a young child? Paul Shaw, child catcher, as Kimber is in, and that is cut by Milan, but straight to the man at point, no run.
I thought you'd be a little kinder to me after bringing you such wonderful food for you to have a nibble on in between overs.
Thank you, Paul.
Going
You're
out.
a delight. Here goes Milan, this time himself overcut, and another 6 runs. It was wide of off stump. He had more of that to work with, and just leave it over the infield. And he too has cleared the boundary over there. So 2 6s in the opening over, which has gone for 13, and that was a handy little start for the Vikings.
That's an excellent shot from Milan. Just grips a little bit in the pitch, just a little bit of off spin. Milan just holds his shape, opens the bat from face, and it's through the line of the ball. It's a beautiful shot for 6 runs from Milan. So we've both seen Lythe and Milan, both at boundaries, both at 6s. The score's 13 for none.
Yep, it was 8 for no wicket for Leicestershire after the first over, and they haven't managed to make it to 13 by the end of the second. So, if you like, the Vikings buying themselves a little bit of time in the early part of the innings, easing any feeling of pressure, but Josh Hull, he did bowl really well down the road. See how he fares here. Left arm over the wicket. Very tall figure. Adam Lyth tries to go at a wide one, and he's not far off clipping that onto his stumps. And he's looking at the heavens in disgust with himself. One of those sort of deliveries with a bit of width that, had he got anything remotely like a good contact on it, might well have brought him a 4 through the offside. Squarish. But didn't strike it as he wanted. 13 without loss then into the second over. Hull turns again. And in he comes. Nicely played by Lyth this time. Top of the bounce, works it away down to third man. And will pick up a single. It is rather subdued at times this afternoon here, isn't it? Really? It's gone quiet again. An air of anticipation maybe, as Yorkshire are hoping to push on for a 4th win in the competition. I'll try my best to get elsewhere and bring you some scores from around the grounds, with plenty of cricket taking place this afternoon. Ireland are 75 for 6 against Pakistan in the T20 World Cup, having decided to bat first. I'll give you that one for starters. I'll give you that one for nothing. I'll give you that one for nothing, Shawsey.
Very good.
Milan on strike on 6 to face Hull for the first time. In he comes. That's tight to off stump and dropped down by his feet by the international superstar that, well, once was still a top draw player, as we've seen this season in just a few knocks that he's had a chance to play in so far. In this group, Derbyshire 59 for 3 in the 9th over against the Birmingham Bears. The hosts, Derbyshire, chose to bat first there. Up at Chester Street in this group, Durham made 218 for 3. Lancashire are 75 for 3 in reply, needing 144 off 77 with 7 wickets left. It's certainly no better than in the balance as far as they're concerned, as Hull just strays a little bit leg stumpish here. And Milan, well, he's flicked that away, and yeah, I know you sit there all day and go, well, it's just another routine, lovely little shot from Milan. But for me, you just watch that, and the way he holds his balance, he's just holding his position slightly leaning offside of it, so he's got the weight to go through the leg side. It's just class.
Yeah, beautiful shot, and manages still to play that with a full back face through mid-wicket. Beautifully timed shot for 4 runs.
Didn't close the face too soon. 18 without loss now. Hull to Milan again, short. Now he's not got hold of this one. He's trying to whack it away. Yeah, he's just played it again through cow corner, really, or wide little mid-on, but he clothed it. Dot ball. Elsewhere in this group, at Worcester, Northamptonshire 143 for 6. Worcestershire are 57 for 3, approaching the halfway point of their innings. So that one an interesting contest bubbling up. Worcestershire needing 87 off 62. Bringing the South Group scores as well in a mo, because Hull is turning at the end of his run. Last ball of his first over from this Kirkstall Lane end. Bowling it to Milan, who does what he does, gets tightened up around off stump, so just tucks it away down to third man to play a single, keep the strike. 19 without loss after 2, so 6 runs from the over with still a tidy enough return. So South Group, Taunton, Somerset 193 for 8, Glamorgan 8 for 1. And also Kent 110 for 7. They're batting first at Canterbury, having been put in by Gloucestershire, who are still to bat. That's the scores from around the grounds. Earlier on, the Diamonds beat the Storm by 28 runs, and also in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, Blaze were routed 84 all out and lost by 5 wickets with 29 balls remaining to the South East Stars. The Vipers were bowled out for 98, and the Sparks knocked them off 5 down with 31 balls remaining. I think we're up to date with the domestic cricket that's been going on, or is continuing to go on around the grounds. And Bian Mulder from the Howard Stand end. Milan runs it down to short third man, takes on the field. Lyth calling him through. They get through for a single.
What we should say for those that didn't see or hear about it, the Holly Armitage knock this morning was absolutely majestic in the Diamonds win over Western Storm. She scored 97 off just 64 deliveries. and played absolutely beautifully. She rotated strike, she hit the ball down the ground, she hit the ball square of the wicket. Her game awareness was super. What a beautiful knock it was.
Yeah, outstanding. Here's Mulder in down the leg side though, wide ball. Yeah, I mean, what a great day. You know, we've got that historic moment that we've just seen with former Yorkshire players receiving their caps and finally receiving that sort of recognition. And those players who've inspired a generation of younger players. Saw Katie Levick talking about that on the website when I was reading that earlier on today. You know, a great moment for an innings like that to kind of honour all that, if you like, on the day. I'm sure Holly Armitage wasn't probably feeling like that. She was just playing each ball on its merits out there. But you know what I'm saying. You know, fitting that you should see a knock like that on a day like this, as that latest Mulder delivery is pushed back to him by Lyth and there's no run.
It was certainly an innings out of the top drawer today, and of course we hear of captain's innings and etc, but it was just a beautiful fluent innings from a player who's in absolutely top form, and in front of a home crowd it was a fantastic knock.
Mulder to Lyth, who tucks one into the leg side. Oh, now then, David Milan. Well, tell you what, if that was a 100-metre sprint, he would have been up there in the running to win gold, because he was straight out of the blocks at the non-striking end, but then unfortunately had to apply the brakes because Adam Lyth said So they're 21 without loss here, Yorkshire, halfway through the third. Duckworth Lewis has 15 as the required score at the moment. Not that there's any threat of rain, don't worry about that. It's lovely skies at the moment, bits of cloud dotted around, but largely blue and the sun shining. But it just gives you an indicator with that mathematical equation that they're just slightly ahead of the game, as Lyth pushes one into the offside and there's no run. It does look really windy. We were outside last week doing the commentaries when we were live on BBC Radio Leeds. This week we're back inside behind glass, so you don't get a full effect apart from any wind we hear on the effects mic, but you can just see the players' clothing out there flapping around in the breeze. It looks a stiff westerly, and the cloud moving across from that side overhead as Lyth gets a ball tight around about leg stump, and that's a good little shot just to work it away backward of square for one.
With two left-handed batters, you'd expect them to hit into the breeze, probably in the air. That's the one that they're going to look to get the ball in the air and carry the ball in the breeze over the boundary towards the eastern side of the ground. But to the other side, what they will do is look to hit the ball probably hard on the floor, with the consideration of the wind, and two fielders out on the leg side boundary as such. You've got deep square and mid wicket.
Mulder in again, and nicely struck. Oh, beautiful shot. David Milan with just a little punch square on the offside. He's timed that so well, and Rehan Ahmed diving with almost a cartwheel at the end of it, misses it. 4 runs, 16 to Milan, 26 without loss.
It's his balance at the crease here that's great. He just holds his position, hits the ball on top of the bounce, doesn't look to try and hit it too hard, just works it away square on the offside. But all that comes from his balance and his setup, which gives him a good opportunity to get on top of the ball at contact point and time the ball away for 4 runs.
Josh Hull going to continue then with his second over, the 4th of this Yorkshire innings. They're 26 without loss after 3. At the same point, Leicestershire were exactly the same. A little in it at this moment in time. Yorkshire know what they're chasing here. Would you rather do that today or have the runs on the board as Hull bowls to Lyth, who swings and misses one that he's trying to pull away into the leg side? Can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sports at gmail.com, or at Sporting Lives 1 or at Inside Leader 1, or both on X. Martin Bloomfield has been in touch again and says, Doidge, thanks for your adverts for the coming week. Not sure who's currently still on the physio couch, but maybe our bowling lineup should comprise McCurr, Hill, brackets Mackerel, and Code, Fisher, brackets Codfisher. As Hull just drags one down the leg side there and will be wided. By the way, he says you were asking earlier why there was no shadow. Is this because Cliff has gone on his summer holiday?
Very good, like that, very good.
BBC Radio Leeds cricket broadcasts for all your jokes. Lyth on 9, 27 without loss, and Hull in and bowling, wide of off stump, 4 runs. 4 runs to Adam Lyth from the moment that you saw the ball pitch, really. He rocked back. He's too good a player to bowl that to Josh Hull, and he'll know that. And he's lofted it away, backward of point, 1 bounce and straight into the Western Terrace for 4.
And this is what Lyth does day in, day out, picks the length, rocks back and then just strikes the ball there, cuts the ball over point for a well-timed 4 runs. What he's got really good at over the years is when there's pace and there's a little bit of bounce, he just goes with the ball, doesn't try and keep it down, just goes with it, just directs it through backward of point.
And he waits as in comes Hull again, and this time tries to whip one off his legs. There's an appeal for LBW. It's going down, and it is a leg bye into the leg side. Adam Lyth, well, if he keeps going here, he'll get himself to 4,600 T20 career runs, 4,596 as we speak. Still with that stellar 161, and thought he was going to get a second century, didn't we, here last week? Coming up not so far short in a tremendous display of T20 batting. David Milan on strike at the moment, though. He's 16 off 8 deliveries so far. Averaging 32.77 and 9,200 plus runs to Milan in his T20 career. And he's just hauled one away into the leg side. Rihan Ahmed a little uncertain in the field there, but he manages to keep him to 1. Milan now flapping his bat in disgust with himself, feels he should have done better with that.
Yeah, he was looking at deep mid-wicket, wasn't he? He got it just a little bit too square, slightly late on the ball, but he was certainly looking to it towards that mid-wicket boundary area in front of the east stand.
33 for none. Needing 167 runs to win at the outset. As in comes Hull. Lyth on the back foot, punches that into the offside. There's a little bit of a scrambling stop by Louis Kimber, but he does the job and keeps them to a dot. Leicestershire reminder, trying to do the double over Yorkshire down at Grace Road a couple of weeks ago. The Yorkies made 151 for 7 in their 20, and then were, well, flayed all over the park, to be honest. Sol Budinger 50 off 22 that day, not playing here in this one. 155 for 3 they reached in 14.1. Chastening experience for the Vikings, having hammered Worcestershire here the day before. This could be a wicket, is it? No. Adam Lyth, he's not fully got hold of that. He's going to get 2 down to long on. There was a moment or two where you thought the fielder might get back for it. Scott Curry and Peter Hanscom chasing after the ball out of shot. 4 overs complete then, 35 without loss Yorkshire. At the same stage, Leicestershire were 42 but had lost 1 wicket.
And it was at that stage that they started to lose wickets, wasn't it, when they reached 40, 42 for 1, and then by the time they hit the end of the power play, that was 60 for 3. And you mentioned at the time on comms that 3 wickets in the power play normally means one thing, doesn't it? So from that perspective, the Vikings will want to get out the power play in positive fashion, yes, but without actually losing any wickets.
So via Mulder to continue from the Howard stand end. First delivery just turned into the leg side by David Milan, who picks up 1. Puts Adam Lyth back on strike. His recent card in this competition then, Adam Lyth. He's gone 55 not out, 13, 84 here against Derbyshire last week, and then 3 against the Bears on Friday. Good start though by anyone's standards, as Mulder is in again, and Lyth works this one out towards mid-on and picks up a single. So 2 half-centuries to his name. Milan back on strike. Of course, only playing white ball cricket, so didn't see much action in the early part of the season. But he certainly shook off any rust in this competition. 25-8, 41, 79 not out, and 38 his scores so far. Ball short of length, turn around the corner by Milan. Josh Hull with a tumbling stop, short fine leg. They get one.
Hull's done really well to stop that ball, hasn't he? Such a big man to dive to his right and stop what would have been 4 runs and keep the momentum going with the Vikings has enabled them just to slow this game down slightly. Score is 38 for none. Duckworth Lewis, or par Duckworth Lewis, is 28.
Lythe in, straight down the ground. Beautiful shot by Adam Lythe. Used his feet really well and hammers Mulder just to the offside of straight for 4 runs. He's on to 20, 42 without loss.
Yeah, the thing is with Lythe, he's got both timing and power. That when he managed to get down the pitch, didn't quite get there, but able to hit the ball hard enough or power the ball hard enough to get down the ground for 4 runs, right in front of the Howard stand. So yeah, Lythe moves on to 20. Milan on 19. Score on 42 for none. Interesting when we look at the run rate. The current run rate is 9 per over. The required run rate is 8.15, so they're in a pretty good position at the moment to the Vikings.
Yep, a couple of wickets can always change it. Here's Hull to Lythe, who steps back, looks like he's going to give it the kitchen sink and then just helps it on its way sensibly around the corner for 1. Brings Milan back on strike. I make it Milan on 210 for the season already in this competition, including what he's got out there. 19 this afternoon, 43 without loss. BBC Radio leads at Headingley on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course on the Yorkshire stream. You can now also call us up on smart speakers on commentaries. As in comes Mulder, that's hammered by Milan and well fielded out there in the deep on the onside to keep them to 1, because it looks as though it was boundary bound in the first instance. He's on 20 at the end of the over then. Partnership and score is worth 44, 9 off the over, so 5 overs in, 44 without loss, compares to 56 for 2 at the same stage. They're keeping wickets in hand here, Shawsey.
Absolutely, and you just mentioned just a couple of minutes ago that a couple of wickets could change everything, as it did for the Foxes, didn't it? So they're in a really good place, and then all of a sudden started losing wickets at frequent intervals, and that pulled them back and helped Vikings get back into the game and gain some real momentum. And I'm sure that the learning from the Vikings' perspective when in the field is that's hopefully not what they'll be looking to do. They'll be looking to keep rotating strike, hitting the ball hard, playing in a positive fashion, but keeping the risk relatively low, I would think.
Scott Curry coming into the attack then at the Kirkstall Lane end. Bowling here to Milan, who tries to swipe this one away over the leg side and misses out. There's a yawning gap there for him to aim at through mid-wicket. Rehan Ahmed is just backward of square on the boundary out on the east side of the ground. There's a mid-on and a straight mid-wicket, and he's offered him a big area there, Scott Curry. He wouldn't want to get too straight with his delivery. Here he is again, and he was straight there. In fact, it's a very straight delivery and not a bad shout for LBW. Not given, and they've got a leg by. Interesting to see that one again. We're not straight on, by the way, in the commentary position here. We're not so far off, probably about 2.5 strips away to the right, as you would have looked at that if you're watching the pictures.
Did look quite close, didn't it? But it was perhaps just going down leg, but looked like a good shout.
45 without loss. Lythe on strike, gets one on leg stump and tries to whip it away, but misses out. So a handy little start for Scott Curry in this over.
Yeah, 2 good balls to start, building a little bit of pressure and hopefully pulling the game back just a little bit for the Foxes and making it a bit more difficult for both Lythe and Milan.
123 needed off 89. Deliveries bowled him. Curry has got one through, and off stump is knocked back, and that is the end of Adam Lythe. 21 he scored in a useful, a handy opening partnership for the Vikings of 45. 23 off 20 deliveries, including a 6 and 2 falls. That's the end of his match.
Yeah, Live just gone across his stumps there a little bit, and I think he's just got an inside edge which has dragged the ball back onto the top of the off stump and just flicked the bail or dislodged the bail on the off stump. But it does bring Root to the middle. Joe Root, number 66, his number obviously, and you know, it can't be easy, can it, if you're a Foxes player? You've just got rid of the top player, and in comes the former England captain and wonderful batter Joe Root. So, but I have to say that Curry has started this over really well with two good deliveries, and the delivery then that's just dismissed the dangerous Live. So breakthrough for the Foxes. Yorkshire Vikings are 45 for 1.
Yep, Scott Curry, 39 wickets in 28 T20 matches. Best of 4 for 24, 23 years of age, from Poole in Dorset originally. Has played for Scotland, and this ball short of length to Joe Root. He's worked away back with a square leg for a single. Yeah, he averages 19.31 in his T20 career so far, an economy rate of just under 9. And has taken 4 wickets on 3 occasions. He picked up 1 for 35 off 4 in the reverse fixture. Felt like he'd bowled better than those figures might suggest, actually. But maybe the figures don't lie. He's in now and bowling to Milan. Works one off the hip, square on the leg side, and picks up 1. He's making a signal down the ground at somebody there, David Milan, after he'd played the shot. But that's the end of the power play, at which point Leicestershire was 60 for 3. Yorkshire behind in run scoring terms, 47, but they've only lost the 1 during the power play overs.
They have, and that was a really good first over from Curry. He's taken the very dangerous wicket of Adam Lyth and bowled incredibly well in his first over, just 1 wicket for 2 runs in that over. So he's just brought the Foxes back into the game as such. Yorkshire still in a very strong position, but it just gives the Foxes just a little bit of a sniff of this game.
So Rehan Ahmed is coming on from the football stand end, the Howard stand end it is these days, for his first over the match. Leg spinner, of course. Seen him on numerous occasions now in England colours. He's wide of the crease first up, and Milan tries a reverse sweep and looks agonisingly up at the Headingley heavens as he misses. So dot ball, all valuable as far as the Foxes are concerned. Milan just goes and checks on the pitch and is back in position to receive this next delivery, for which Ahmed is in and bowling now, and worked up to long on along the deck for 1 run. David Milan, if he stays out there for any length of time, we just see a truly great T20 player, usually winding things up as he goes along. Doesn't play quite as conventionally somehow as you expect T20 cricket to be played, but his record is absolutely outstanding. As Root steps back and pulls one through mid-wicket and picks up a single. It's always a joy to watch this pair when they're playing well. Milan on 22, Root on 2, 49 for 1. Leicestershire got to their 50, remember, in just 4.5 overs. Yorkshire have managed to get there in 6 overs and 4 balls, as Milan has just pushed 1 along the deck into the onside. Still to come for Yorkshire: Shan Masood, Donovan Ferreira, Matthew Revis, Jordan Thompson, Don Best, Jaffa Chauhan, Conor McCurr and Dan Moriarty if needed, as Root works one away backward of point, this time for another single. So milking the singles. We're outside the power play now, of course, so fielders have disappeared. There's a long on and long off to both batters, whichever way around you want to look at that. There's a cow corner and a deep backward square when Milan is on strike here, and he's lofted this one away over extra cover. It plugged slightly, but it will still make it to the boundary before long on can get round and stop it. Ahmed disappointed with himself for conceding a boundary off the final ball. Yep, you can understand that frustration. He's gone for 8 in the over, and after 7, Yorkshire are 55 for 1.
That's a great shot, isn't it, from Milan? It may have been the googly from Ahmed, but it was a fantastic shot. If it is the googly, he's picked it and gone with the spin, but it's a beautiful shot. Great position, good base, strikes through the ball, over the infield, and the ball runs away for 4 runs in front of the east stand. And it's great to see these two bind together. You know, they're a pleasure to watch, aren't they? The way they both play, they both, Root and Milan both time the ball really well, rotate, strike. It's just pleasant on the eye, and let's hope for the Vikings' perspective they can bat and build a really good partnership.
Ben Mike becomes Leicestershire's 6th bowler in just the 8th over. 2 for 28 in the reverse fixture. Here he is, right arm over the wicket, seam up, and pretty quick at that. Root didn't quite time that as he wanted, and it was lobbing its way towards mid-on. Never going to get anywhere near reaching Peter Hanscom's hands. Dot ball.
Just a little thing I think I've noticed about Root's technique. When he played against the Bears on Friday night, when he was in his setup, he was going back towards leg stump. Now he's going back towards middle stump-ish.
And he's working this one into mid-wicket. Louis Kimber can't get down to field, and they'll get back for a comfortable 2.
It looks like he's made just a very slight adjustment. He looks in good nick.
Yep. That DLS score up there on the board, 52, Yorkshire 57 for 1, so they're still slightly ahead of it in that respect. They are behind where Leicestershire were at the same stage by some distance at this moment, but they've also lost several, if I can get the teeth in, fewer wickets as short ball. Root chastises himself as he runs down to the non-striking end. I think he gloved that for a single down to fine leg. Maybe on him a bit quicker than he thought from the bowling of Ben Mike.
It did look like that, didn't it? Just got onto him a little quicker than he expected. Disappointed with his shot and not being able to put that ball away, but it just looked a little bit rushed then.
So Milan on strike. 58 for 1. There's still that hush of anticipation around the crowd. Hopeful, expectant maybe, Yorkshire's supporters, who are clearly in their predominance here at Headingley. Beautiful sunny afternoon. And Ben Mike running into bowl here to Milan, who gets the ball full on leg stump, and that's a beautiful shot for 4. Just flicks it off the legs. If you were going to if you're going to coach a youngster about how to play the leg glance, then that's it. Wrapped up with a ribbon.
Especially because it was very, very full, wasn't it? It was almost Yorker length, but he still managed to get enough bat on that and just glance it away backward. And actually, I mean, the short fine leg is quite fine. Too much pace on that for him to be anywhere near.
What has Ben Mike got in response? Here he is then, driven this time through the offside by Milan. Not quite got all of it. Mulder will come round and field from cover, and they'll get 1. But Milan already on to 32, 63 for 1. And one of these two, doesn't matter which, but they're both key in the sense that if either of them stays in for the long term, you'd fancy the Vikings to get home. If they can do their job and whoever else comes in can bat round them, then maybe somebody else who comes in and kicks things on even more. You never know. We'll see what we get. Or Leicestershire may counter it with wickets, and there you go. They nearly had one because Ben Mike was bowling to Joe Root, who's edged one, and Ben Cox, with an outstretched right hand, is now ringing it because he couldn't reel in the catch. And Root dropped on 6, I should say, and Yorkshire 64 for 1 at the end of the 8th.
Yeah, be disappointed not to take that catch, Cox. I know it went quite quickly, and it went with one hand. But if he could have reacted just a little quicker, maybe got 2 hands to that, that would have been the end of Root and a big wicket and a big breakthrough for the Foxes. Yeah, I think you make a good point, Doige. If either Root or Milan are in with 4 overs to go, 5 overs to go, then Yorkshire Vikings are in a really, really strong place. And actually, from a coaching perspective, you want one of your top 4 to be going into the last 3 to 5 overs of a T20 well set. So I'm sure that the Vikings will be looking for one of these to be in that position.
Yep, Lewis Goldsworthy coming into the attack for his orthodox slow left arm spin from the Howard stand end. And Joe Root pulls that one out to mid-wicket. Got good timing on that one. Rehan Ahmed does the fielding. Timed it so well that he was quickly round and kept them to 1. So really going through the changes here. Peter Hanscom. And that brings Milan back on strike, which brings a man up from deep backward square leg to inside the circle. They've gone long on, long off. Cow corner and deep backward square are both 5 yards or so in for Milan, who's treating this next Goldsworthy delivery with respect and pushing back to the bowler. 65 for 1. Now then, Milan going down the ground here, and he's caught at long off. He's not quite got enough of it, and a comfortable catch out there at long off sees the back of David Milan. So that one, in terms of one of the openers sticking around for the long term, has gone. He is out for 32, and Yorkshire now at 65 for 2, 32 off 23, including 4 fours and a 6.
Yeah, I think Milan's just, he's looked to hit that a little bit straighter, I think, and he's just slightly sliced it, come slightly across it, which has enabled the ball to go to long off. And obviously he's caught out there, but I'm sure he wanted to hit that ball much straighter down the ground. Looking how he's shaped up, and he's got the inside of that there, and then opened the bat face slightly, and he enabled the ball to go to a long off fielder for the catch. But yeah.
And as these things work out, Yorkshire do tend to try and keep the lefty-righty combination. They've sent out Shan Masood at 4, left-handed of course, to complement Joe Root, right-handed at the other end. Masood on strike. It was Scott Curry who took the catch at long off, made it look very comfortable. Goldsworthy with the wicket, and Masood playing his first ball up to long on for 1 run. So 101 needed by Yorkshire in 11.2. And while they've had a good start, they've got 2 players now just trying to get starts. That's 66 for 2. It's certainly not done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination, as Goldsworthy is in and Root works it square on the leg side for 1.
Yeah, they're fighting back into this game, the Foxes. They've bowled pretty well in the last couple of overs and found a way back into the game. And I'm just looking at the Duckworth-Lewis par score, which is 66. So Yorkshire only just slightly ahead of that. As I said, it's a good yardstick.
And then Masood's gone long here, over long on, and that is 4 or 5 rows back into the crowd for 6 runs. So Goldsworthy struck earlier in the over, and Yorkshire strike back with the final delivery thereof. 73 for 2 after 9, Root on 9, Masood on 7.
This is a fine shot from Masood. He gets down the pitch, into the ball, hits it over mid-on for a beautifully timed 6 runs. That's some shot that at this stage of the game. He's only just come in, hasn't he? And that's a beautiful shot down the ground, absolutely beautiful. Lovely movement down the pitch. His footwork was tremendous there, which gave him the opportunity to get to the ball and strike that ball the way he did.
So approaching the halfway stage, 1 over until we're at that point in this Yorkshire Vikings innings. Goldsworthy 1 for 9 off that over, and it's going to be Rehan Ahmed coming back into the attack for his second over number 10, switching ends to the Kirkstall Lane end. Joe Root working his first delivery of the over into the onside for 1. Words from Peter Hanscom to his bowler as Shan Masood prepares to face his first ball from the Kirkstall lane end. Does a bit of a shimmy, takes his guard. Ahmed coming in again, leg stump. Leading edge from Masood out into the offside. Kimber round to field, they get 1. So they've got it down below 100 with that 6 in the previous over. It's down to 92 needed now off 10.4. So they're going to need the predominance of what they set out to get in the second half of the innings, but they have got wickets in hand. Ahmed in, bowls this one flat, and Root rocks back, turns it to Kimber coming in off the cow corner boundary. Further passing air traffic. Ahmed's in again, and that's punched into the offside by Masood. No run. 76 for 2, 2 left in the over. It's been pretty tidy so far. This time Shan Masood just stroking it up towards Peter Hanscom, who stops the ball with his foot and seems to have got away with that without any jeers. 1 run. 77 for 2, final ball of the over. He's dropped that one short and he's hammered it away, Joe Root, but Kimber is there at cow corner to come round and field, and they get 1 more. So Ahmed finishes his second over with none for 13 against his name. Root 12, Masood 9, 78 for 2 at halfway.
I'm just going to say, Dodgy, it doesn't look easy to get the ball away with any power or timing on this really good pitch when you take pace off. So I'm just watching the quality spinners when they bowl, which have brought the Foxes back into the game. It doesn't look easy to get those away to score. Looks okay to stay there, but actually to score looks more challenging. And like when the seamers, as in with the women's game, the back end of the women's game, and now in this game, when they take pace off and ball hard variations into the pitch, it looks a little bit more difficult. And I think that that will creep more into the game the more this game goes on, Doige.
And we have a change in bowling. Returning
Josh Hull coming on at the Howard stand end.
Josh Hull.
Back on the tall left armour then. Joe Root right-handed on strike, opens the face, runs it out to point, first ball of the over, but that one fielded there by Lewis Goldsworthy at point, no run. Bit of movement in the crowd between overs, getting dashing back to the seats. Plenty of people don't want to miss the conclusion of this one. Can Yorkshire make it into a 4th win of the campaign, or can Leicestershire do the same for themselves? Josh Hull tosses the ball up and then turns and comes in again. Lengthy run up, bowls it now. Root pulls it away out towards Rehan Ahmed. Out on the mid-wicket boundary, just the 1 run. Yeah, I think I concur that it feels like it's definitely getting slower, if anything, this pitch. She's not going to help you that much when you're chasing. With Lewis reckons Yorkshire should be on 78 at this point. They're 76 at this point. They're 79 for 2. So they're there or thereabouts. But they wouldn't want to lose 2 or 3 quick wickets here. That would be a killer, you think. 88 needed to win from 9.4. In comes Hull, and nicely played by Masood, but there is a man positioned down at 3rd man, and he'll just pick up the single.
If I was in the Leicestershire bowling unit now, or the Leicestershire captain, I'd be really thinking hard about, from a seamer's perspective, just completely taking the pace off. Cutters, 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 hard into the pitch. Get me fielders out in the right angles on the boundary, because I think it's going to be difficult to score 6s with not much pace on.
Agreed, as Hull is in then. Bowling once more to Root, back and across. There you go, 6 from Joe Root. And that's gone well back into the east stand. A short ball from Hull. Those sort of deliveries, they're fine when you're a batter. You've got all the time in the world to get into position.
And there's pace on.
Yeah, and you can't bowl out of Joe Root, but yeah, it's not a good delivery from Josh Hull. 22 off him, off 2.4. 86 for 2. They've broken the back of it now. They're beyond the halfway point. 81 more needed in 9 overs and 2 balls. And Root on to 19.
Partnership already 21.
And Hull pounding his way in once more. Goes just wide of off stump this time. Root having hit the 6th. No miracle going on from him there. Just gets it away to Goldsworthy at point. No run. Just having a look around the ground. What's going on? There's plenty of movement, especially among the youngsters. 1 or 2 clambering up on the fence to get a better view. You'd have to do that yourself, wouldn't you, Shawsey? Final ball of the over. Here's Hull, short ball. Pulled by Joe Root, got right over the top of it. Exemplary pull shot, picks up 1. Out to the sweeper backward of square. So 11 overs complete, 87 for 2 and 80 needed off 54. Where's your money?
Your money's on the Vikings at this stage, unless the Fox can take a couple of quick wickets here. So I think Root is just going to bat. And Masood's a stroke player as well, so I think they'll just look to bat as long as they can, take the game deep and then win it with probably an over to spare. That's what the Vikings will be looking to do. But if that could all change, if the Foxes take a couple of quick wickets here and just peg back the Vikings, it just adds then a little bit of pressure to the batting unit and to the new batters that come in.
So 87 for 2. And Ben Mike making his way in then to bowl his second over. This one from the Kirkstall Lane end. And that first delivery, I think Joe Root might have got some chalk. He needed some chalk on the end of that. He's going to right at the bottom of the bat to Hanscom at mid-on, picks up 1. 79 off 53 is now the equation. Ben Mike gone for 10 so far. Hanscom just wants his 3rd man to come up here with Masood on strike. No, in fact, in the end, he's decided that it was just to make sure muscles were still moving and rigor mortis hadn't set in down there. And he sent him back. So Masood on 10, waits and Mike comes in. Masood gives him the charge, but he doesn't time it that well himself. Scott Curry doing the fielding at mid-on, they get 1. Still curious to know why we've got some stewards in pink jackets away to the left and then everybody else in fluorescent orange ones. Maybe they've been really good. Maybe you get a pink jacket if you've nicked a few people on the way in. You know, if you've rooted through the bags and you've found something, that's a little win for you. Remember that line last year? Maybe they've nicked more people than the rest, so they get pink jackets. Ben Mike bowling to Root. It's a good length ball, turned into the leg side. Hanscom round from mid-on to field, 1 run.
Well, I do notice that the ones with the pink jackets sat down there they've also got the flags. You notice that, don't you? They're the ones holding the flags.
Oh, they are, yeah.
Maybe they're the flag bearers.
Maybe that's it. But I wonder why just 3 over in that area rather than spread around the ground. There'll be some strategic. There'll be some marketing guru will have done that, won't they? You know, number cruncher during the week.
Strategically thought through.
Masood waits. Here's Mike, and Shan Masood gets this away through the covers this time. Bian Mulder round off the boundary to field. They get 1. 91 for 2. Root 22, Masood 12. A reminder, Leicestershire made 166 here, so Yorkshire set out needing 167 to win it, and they need 76 to do so from now. Maths teacher would have been proud. Here's Ben Mike, short ball pulled by Joe Root along the deck to square leg, fielded out there in the deep, and another single. And I think they can only really do, there's no point in them trying to force this and risk losing wickets. Just keep picking up the ones like Rooty did in the previous over. If he gets a short ball, you know, take full toll if you can, or put it away for more than your ones and twos.
Yeah, keep picking up the ones, the twos, and then putting the bad ball away when it comes, and that'll take you to the 8s, your 9s, your 10s and over. And if the Vikings do that, which I'm sure will be the intent, then it's going to be really difficult for the Foxes to win the game. Oh.
Now then,
You'll just
try to scoop here, Shan Masood. It's not really usual to see Shan Masood playing that sort of shot, and that's maybe why, because he missed it. So 12 overs complete, 92 for 2. A shout out for Dave Wilford, who is out there in the crowd on Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, Dave, here with the fam, no doubt. And apparently the pink jackets, he says, are the folks who fire the T-shirts into the crowd at 10 overs. Oh, right, there we go. So they're waving the flags right now. See, I've been sitting down for the entire match so far, but now I've got a better view of what they're doing in between overs. The flags are being waved. Tell you what, that technique has been practiced for seconds before this match begun, hasn't it, Shawsey? Off to a tee. 12 overs complete, 92 for 2, and it's going to be Goldsworthy back on at the Howard Stand end, and turned into the leg side for a single there. So Goldsworthy on for his second over, having bowled the 9th. Root onto 24 now, 93 for 2, short ball, pulled by Masood to deep backward square. Ben Mike will fire that one flat back into the gloves of Ben Cox. 1 run. So Masood onto 13. Root back on strike on 24, and he's got this one away. That's a really good shot by Joe Root. Slog sweep, playing out in front of his body, and that's just fantastic placement. He's got a man at deep backward square and a man further round at more of a cow corner position in Rehan Ahmed, and just banged it away.
Yeah, the key thing, he's gone across his stumps, hasn't he, to create the room and create the space. Great shot.
Straight out the middle of the bat. Ooh, beaten though with this next one that he's trying to play something similar to, and just a little bit more off stumpish, the feel of that delivery. The 4 took him to 28, the score to 98 for 2. And we have 2 left in the 13th. Goldsworthy, and again Root this time gets it fine. Will the man get the dive in time? Well, he's got a dive in and a hand on it, Rishi Patel. But they're going to get back for 2 more. So productive over so far. And 100 up for Yorkshire after 12.5. Leicestershire got there in 10.4. Oh, now then it could go here, Joe Root. Yep, he's hit it straight down the throat of, I think it's Scott Curry again at long on. Now that is a potentially very damaging wicket. We'll see how things pan out, but he knows he didn't get hold of that at all. And yeah, he's gone for 30. He's really dragged it, hasn't it, from outside off stump. Didn't get to the pitch. And Root gone, caught Curry bowls with 30 off 25, including a 6 and a 4. They're 100 for 3.
Yeah, that's a big blow for the Vikings, but what a breakthrough that is for the Foxes. That just gives them again a little bit more of this game. So from that perspective, I think you're absolutely right, Doige. Root didn't quite get to the pitch today, and the ball's just out in front, just spun a bit, so he dragged that ball to long on as such. But it'd be really interesting now, with Root gone for 30, how this developing a new partnership at this stage of the game, requiring 9.57 runs per over, with just 7 overs remaining in the game.
Donovan Ferreira, the new man for Yorkshire, is at the non-striking end because that was the last ball of the over. Curry bowling now from the Kirkstall Lane end. Masood can't get bat on that. It's going to be a leg bye. Yeah, so danger time here, I think, for Yorkshire. They're going to have to be, well, it's a challenge from here. The game is in the balance. They need a further 66 to win this from 6.5. Donovan Ferreira, well, so far we haven't quite seen the best of him. We've just not seen him for long enough yet, but he certainly looks like he hits the ball very hard. And he's just pulled a short ball out towards Kimber at Cow Corner for a single to get himself off the mark.
the one thing you can say about the Foxes is they really do fight hard, don't they? I've seen them a couple of times this year in games where you think they may not win that or they're out the game, but they find a way back in, and they often get wickets in important times.
Yeah, they did a good number on Yorkshire down at Grace Road. This is certainly significantly tighter, but it might not be so if they pick up another couple of wickets. They might end up going uncomfortably here, so Yorkshire with work to do. Shan Masood has just run a single down to fine leg. There's just a bit of a lull. I'm not sure if that's an indicator that confidence out there in the crowd is on the wane, or whether they're just having a breather. Curry, short ball, pulled pretty firmly by Ferreira to the man in front of square. Ben Mike coming into field, 1 run. Hit a couple of flat sixes that day. We were at Northampton, didn't he, the other week, and they were really travelling. That is Ferreira I'm talking about. It's Masood who hit a couple out of the park as well that day himself, who's back on strike. He's got an edge on this one, and he's gone. Leading edge, caught at point. Oh dear, it's in danger of falling apart here now. Shan Masood gone. Pressure certainly beginning to build. The Duckworth-Lewis score, I'm sure, will now show that Leicestershire are taking control here, and Masood gone for 14 off 13, including that 1-6. Caught Goldsworthy, bowled Curry the other way around from 2 other dismissals today.
Yeah, he's trying to work that one through the leg side and got a leading edge, and it just looped across there to backward point, who took the really comfortable catch. So yeah, again, that's a blow for the Vikings, but a really good breakthrough for the Foxes. Masood's departed for 14 off 13 balls. We said just a couple of overs ago that the way back into this game is to take a couple of wickets, and the Foxes have been able to do that, and now they're absolutely in the game. Jordan Thompson, we saw just a week ago, score an unbelievable 20-odd down at Northants in just 6 balls. He's going to have to do something similar today.
Final ball of the over, and he's got it away to Mulder at mid-on, and will pick up 1 run to rotate and keep the strike. So 2 players who've not seen much of the ball out there have got 6 overs here in which to score 62 runs. That feels like it's an increasingly sizable task the way things are going. The Foxes at this stage were 116 for 6. We know things petered out for them. Yorkshire still only the 4 down, but not easy starting. The longer this game has gone on, it's looking that way.
What the Vikings do have is 2 ball strikers at the crease, and I know they've still got a couple of more ball strikers to come in, so if they do need to hit boundaries on this pitch that's getting a little bit slower, then they do have a chance of doing that.
Thompson on strike, flicks one into the leg side off Rehan Ahmed, who's back on for over number 15. He'll pick up a single with that one. Donovan Ferreira on strike has scored 26 against Leicestershire at Leicester, then 15 at Northampton, including those 2 sixes, and then 13. So he's been diminishing returns for him in his 3 innings so far. Missed last weekend's win against Derbyshire, of course, tripping back to South Africa for a wedding. So 2 for him, 106 for 4, and he's hammered this one away through long on for 4 runs, or wide of long on, step back and bang.
That's a terrific shot, isn't it? He's picked the length really quickly there, brought back onto the back foot and hit that really hard on top of the bounce into the vacant mid-wicket area, or in between actually deep mid-wicket and long on. That's a much needed 4 runs for the Vikings.
So Ferreira, having hit the boundary, will work one up 2 long on this time for a single. Ahmed gone for 20 now off 2.3, sorry, 19 off 2.3 I should say. Ferreira on to 7, 1-1-1 for 4, 56 needed off 33. Ahmed in again, Thompson.
2.
He's pinging that one into the onside. Yep, they're going to come back for 2. Ferreira fancies it. Thompson does too, and they're back for a successful second. Good running.
I think the mindset absolutely has to be, when we hit the pockets, we go for 2. whatever his mindset's 2, and on the turn, if it's not 2, then we pull out of it. But if that mindset is 2, and then you'll see that more often than not.
Armitage again.
Again.
Dropped into the leg side by Thompson. They're not quite going to make it this time. He's just hit that a little bit too well, a little bit too straight, and Mulder is quickly in to keep them to that single. So 9 off the over so far, and they want more than 10. Can they finish it off? Or can Ahmed do the same? Ferreira steps back, and he's pinged that one out to extra cover for 1 run, so they get 10 off the over, but that means the required rate goes up slightly to 10.4. 115 for 4 with 5 overs remaining.
And the Duckworth Lewis par is 117, which is something that the batting team always try and match, not necessarily just because of any bad weather around, but actually because it's a decent yardstick, so they try and be in and around that or slightly above. In comparison, Leicestershire at that stage I think was 126 for 6. So Yorkshire have lost 2 less wickets with 5 overs left to go. But as you said, Doherty, the run rate's gone up to 10.40, or the required run rate, I should say.
Yep, they need both these players really to be on going days here, because starting not easy. They've got 5 overs to do it themselves if they can. Scott Curry, who's got 2 for 6, comes back on for his 3rd over at the Kirkstall Lane end this time, and that's pulled firmly by Ferreira. Man coming round from Cow Corner is Louis Kimber, who does the fielding. They got back for 2. 2 a ball would certainly do it. 50 needed off 29 by the Vikings. Cracking day of cricket here at Headingley across both these matches. And here comes Curry again, takes the pace off the ball. Ferreira runs it backward of point, picks up 1. But super day of cricket, the Diamonds winning earlier by 28 runs. Much needed success for the girls. They've got their 2nd win of the Charlotte Edwards Cup. They can't qualify, but they'll have had a much better feel about things after today, and one of the great domestic T20 knocks, I'm sure, and that's not having seen all the rest of them around the country, if you know what I'm saying. But it was just fantastic by Holly Armitage, as that is turned square on the leg side by Thompson. He's got plenty on that. Rian Ahmed round to field, they get 1, and absolutely controlled that Diamonds innings, and then saw the team home after a good all-round bowling performance by them. Ferreira 11, Thompson 6, partnership worth 15 for this 5th wicket for Yorkshire, who now have just 27 balls to score 48. Curry has gone full. He can't hit those for too many boundaries, and Ferreira has to just help it on its way up towards Peter Hanscom, who fails 1 run. 47 off 26.
Need a boundary, don't they? Just do a boundary, getting 1 away here just takes a little bit of pressure off and brings that required run rate down.
Jordan Thompson 6 off 5 so far. Curry goes short. He's missed this one down the leg side. He's got a wide against his name. There was I think a jovial appeal from Ben Cox for caught behind. But they've been tidy with the wides. We talked about the wides earlier on, and Yorkshire, well, they came up with quite a few of them of their own. Jordan himself with 7 and 9 in total, and he's turned this one square on the leg side and will pick up 1. Just 3 wides in this innings, and we did talk about those sort of margins, didn't we, when Yorkshire were in the field. So in total, in that Leicestershire innings, there were 2 leg byes, 2 no balls and 9 wides. 13 extras so far in this innings. There have been 6. Stick an extra 6 on, I'll take an extra 7 off if you like of the other innings. In comes Curry. Ferreira Goes straight back at the bowler with a shot along the deck, but he's trying to work to leg, so pressure really is ramping up here. 45 needed off 24. At this stage, I think you've got to say you'd rather have the runs on the ball.
At this stage, yeah, with the wicket just slowing down a little bit, and Leicestershire Foxes are bowling extremely well at this point in time. Runs on the board all of a sudden look a lot better, but that said, we've got 2 ball strikers at the crease, and if they can get a couple away, keep rotating the strike, all of a sudden the game changes. There's a 21-run swing required to pull this game back for the Vikings, but the more time these two spend in the middle gives them the better chance of doing it. For anyone else coming in, it's hard to strike the ball straight away, so important that these two try and get them as close to that total as they can.
133 for 6. The Foxes were at this stage. The Vikings 122 for 4. Goldsworthy to bowl his 3rd over at the Howard stand end, and Jordan Thompson just drops it into the leg side. They pick up 1. You've got to do all the work yourself as the batter here at the moment, and to be fair to Leicestershire, they have just kept on keeping on trying. Kept Yorkshire's batters thinking by Peter Hanscom changing the bowling round at will, really. He's used, what, 7 different bowlers in the 16 overs we've seen so far. Nobody's bowled out yet. Maximum of 3 for a few of them. Goldsworthy. Ferreira. Again, he's stepping back to the leg side to try and pull it through the leg side, and he's hit it straight back to the bowler. He's starting to get frustrated, I think, the way he's just walked away. He's on 12. Goldsworthy in, and Ferreira this time gets a good contact on a full toss, but there's a fielder out there on the boundary. That extra cover, 1 run. You can feel the frustration starting to build.
You certainly can, and
this is where you often get a silly shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jordan Thompson on strike. Here's Goldsworthy. He's going big here, Jordan Thompson. Is he going to be caught? Is he going to be 6? He's going to be caught.
Into the wind.
Louis Kimber watched it really well, and he was super cool there when he took that catch. And Jordan Thompson, well, he clearly felt he needed to go for that, but he's not got all of it, because if he strikes it in that direction, which is his favoured area, and he picks it up well, it's gone, hasn't it?
It has.
And he's gone 8 of 8.
The contact's reasonable. The challenge is there's a really strong wind blowing over the stand and onto the ground and across the opposite part of the ground, so he's hit that ball into the wind, so it would have carried, I reckon, another 20 yards if it had hit it been hitting the other way. So that's the challenge, the wind and taking on the wind. The contact's reasonable, but again, that's a blow. Jordan Thompson dismissed for 8 off 8 balls. In comes Don Bess, who we know played really well down at Northants, but we'll see how he goes today when look at the required run rate now, 12.9.
Yep. He's got to go from the word go, and he immediately walks in to play a reverse sweep off Goldsworthy. There could be a run out here. He looks like he's going to be miles out. He is gone first ball, and here we go. Pressure is telling on the Vikings, and Ferreira wanted to go. Bess was not of a mind to do so, and he's been run out by half the length of Leeds 6.
Yeah, Ferreira was wanting the single straight away, wasn't he? He was straight out of the blocks running, and Don Bess, been having a look at the replay now, plays the reverse sweep and just stands, tries to send him back, and if they both go, there's a single, but Don Bess has made his mind up before not to run, and Ferreira was on a different page as such.
It's Leicestershire's to lose at this moment in time. You've got to say that now. To 124 for 6. DLS says Yorkshire should be 136. Again, academic, I know, but just gives you a clue as to where that mathematical calculation thinks they should be if they're going to have a chance of knocking these off. 43 needed off 19. Goldsworthy to Ferreira, who presents the full face of the blade in pushing it up to long off, and they get 1. Matthew Revis, meanwhile, is the man who's come in for Yorkshire, and what a task he's got on his hands here if they're going to get across the line, because Donovan Ferreira can't do it on his own. Goldsworthy finishes his third over with 3 for 20 against his name. It's 125 for 6 after 17.
And 42 runs required off 18 balls, just 18 balls by the Vikings. The Foxes have got themselves back into this game, and all of a sudden have got themselves in a very, very strong position to win this game, which will be a tremendous performance if they do, with the Vikings being ahead of the game for much of this game. But in the important part of the game, the business end of the game, it's the Foxes that have taken control of the game at this stage. Just 3 overs left, 14 runs per over required by the Vikings.
Ben Mike back into the attack for his third over, the 18th of this match, of this innings, I should say. And he's bowling to Ferreira at 125 for 6. Ferreira pings this one away over extra cover for 6.
What a shot that is.
Dear me. Stepped down the pitch very positively and absolutely lashed it away towards the scoreboard on the northeast side of the ground. Bang. Bat speed, they talk about that. That was lightning.
Incredible. Just steps outside leg stump, gives himself a good strong base, opens up the offside, hits that ball so hard with incredibly fast hands. Ball went very flat over the extra cover boundary for 6 runs.
He's on to 20, 131 for 6, 36 off 17 needed. Ben Mike, in he comes again, down the leg side, wide ball. Leicestershire supporters, and well, Yorkshire supporters won't want me to remind them, but you may recall that over that Ben bowled at Chesterfield last year, where he went for 32. So maybe if things get into his mind during this over, who knows? Certainly not wishing him any ill will at all when I say that. That was a cracking shot by Donovan Ferreira. He's pinged that one away square on the leg side. If he'd have charged his first run, he might have got back for a second because it was a fumbling stop, but that's no criticism of Mulder. It was just to get something in the way of it was an effort, because it was really hit firmly. They picked up one. It was, his name escapes me. He went to Middlesex from Derbyshire. Come on, folks, help me out. 133 for 6. Revis on strike. Would he fancy this then? Well, if you want to be a professional cricketer, and he can bat, Matthew Revis, as we know, he's got first-class centuries to his name, and this is the sort of challenge you may really want to get your teeth stuck into. 34 needed off 16. Will Rev be a hero? Will he rev it up? There's Mike. Down the leg side, wide again. It's not going to happen again, is it? Leas Deploy is the man I'm thinking of.
Deploy, yeah.
He hit most of those, if not all, in that over. And Richard Mallinder's just texted in as well to say exactly the same. Thanks, Rich. Leas Deploy.
The Vikings need 33 of 16 deliveries.
Here is Mike, and that is hit down the ground by Revis, but it's a catching opportunity for Hanscom, and he pouches it. And this is just, again, that pressure situation. There's no time to try and get used to the pace of the pitch out there for whoever is coming in, not just Revis. And so he has gone without scoring. And they are 134 for 7.
Yes, with just 2.3 overs of this game left. And yeah, Revis gone for none off just one ball. It is difficult coming in at this stage as the pitch is just beginning to slow down. It's difficult to strike the ball. Ferreira's on 21 still, so while ever he's at the crease, there's still hope. But it's certainly an uphill task at this stage. 13.20 required per over from a run rate perspective.
Yep, and you've got to say that Ferreira, as the senior batter here, has got to try his best. I'm not saying that's easy, but to try and control this from here on in, but he's at the non-striking end, and Jaffa Chauhan is the new man in for Yorkshire, and he can't get the ball away. You see first ball, so another dot in the book.
Yeah, Mike's got 1 for 23 off 2.3, and Goldsworth is bowled really well today, 3 for 20 of his 3 overs. There's still 1 over remaining. I have to say the Foxes have bowled and fielded pretty well. Once they started taking pace off and bowling variations, it's become much more difficult for the Vikings to strike the ball firmly.
Chauhan is uppercutting this ball wide of off stump down to third man, and will pick up 1. And he's off the mark then. 135 for 7, 2.1 remaining, 32 needed off 13. Doesn't look like it's on.
I would think the only chance that the Vikings have got, as you mentioned, Doige, is if Ferreira takes the vast majority of the remaining balls. So he's either going to get a boundary off this ball or get down the other end and then start the onslaught.
Here's Ben Mike in again. Ferreira on leg stump will work that into the leg side, so he's going to have to take this on, as we were suggesting. 31 needed off 12. Edward Harland emails in. JD Lanks lost to Durham, but scored 50 off the last 4 overs. So maybe. Why didn't Root bowl? We don't know, but presumably just on the grounds of what they thought was going on and what was the right thing to bowl at each end while they were out there.
It's a good question though, as we see, because with pace being taken off, Root might well have been a good option today.
Coming back into the attack from the Howard stand end, Scott Curry.
But this is the business end of the game. This is why the overseas players are brought in with experience to win games of cricket. So let's see what Ferreira can do at this stage. We know he's striking the ball very hard. It's Curry that's on, so hopefully there'll be a little bit of pace on the ball. So first 2 balls of this over are pretty important.
Yep, Curry from the Howard stand and bowling to Ferreira, who throws everything at the first ball of the over and got the top edge on it, and that's out. Caught behind by Ben Cox. And the end of Donovan Ferreira, and the end, you feel, of Yorkshire's chances of winning this match.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way now. Ferreira's gone to launch that ball over mid-off. He's got the finest of nicks, and he's gone through to Cox, who's taken a very comfortable catch behind the stumps. And that's that's a huge blow again for the Vikings. The one that could have won the game for them is been dismissed. Ferreira's been dismissed for 22, which means this is a really tough task. Now, it still was from the last 5 overs. It's been tough, but it really is at this stage of the game. And I have to say that the Foxes, as I said, have bowled really well, bowled good areas, taken the pace off when required. The spinners have bowled exceptionally well, and they've built pressure by building dots.
Yep, and we've just seen people succumbing to that pressure over the last few overs now. Conor McCurr, the new man for Yorkshire, which means Dan Moriarty, if required, will be the last man in, and McCurr works a single into the leg side first up to get off the mark. But yep, Don best run out without scoring first ball in that mix-up. Matthew Revis having to play a shot first ball and getting caught, and then Ferreira himself having a real lash at one and getting a top edge. Chauhan has got one away into the leg side. They're going to come back and take on the arm for the second, and they do get back okay, but they've only got 9 balls remaining, and they need a further 28 runs to win this match. It's a good one to win.
It certainly is. What a game to win. What a game to win, but it does look tough at this stage, no doubt about that.
Yeah, they just squeezed and squeezed. Excellent effort by the Leicestershire Foxes, and Chauhan's got underneath one on its way up to mid-off, I should say, but they got through for 1 in the end on that front. Lancashire's win just keeps them closer to the chasing pack. Lancashire's defeat, I should say, their second defeat of the campaign, and the win for Durham has moved them up into 3rd at the moment. They'll go ahead of Yorkshire if, as we feel, this is going to go Leicestershire's way. Slower ball, well executed by Curry, who's dashing back to his mark. McCurr Had a big heave at it and missed. He's running back because the cut-off time is 5:49, and he's only got one ball to get there, and he has done.
One ball. And
that has been pulled away wide of long on by McCurr, who'll get back for 2. So he'll move on to 7, and Yorkshire 144 for 8. 142 for 8, the board now says. Needing 25 to win off the last over.
I mentioned Lancashire there, just having their second defeat of the T20 season. Of course, their bowling coach now is Craig White, the former Yorkshire all-rounder, an England all-rounder, and I know he's enjoying his time over the hill working with the bowlers over there, but he'll obviously be disappointed on his way back to Yorkshire, back down the A1, the M1 to Yorkshire, the defeat today. 25 runs required off just 6 balls, the final over of this T20 Blast game here at Headingley.
It's going to be Josh Hull to bowl us out here. Give you some other bowling figures while we move our way through this final over of the match, as they just sort out the field. So Louis Kimber 1 over for 13, Vian Mulder 2 overs for 16. Scott Curry, excellent effort from him. He's finished with 4 overs, 3 for 19. Super stuff from Scott Curry. 3 overs for 23 for Rehan Ahmed. Ben Mike 3 overs, 1 for 25, and Lewis Goldsworthy 3 for 20 as well from 3 overs. It's been Curry and Goldsworthy who've done the damage in more ways than one, because of course they've both caught wickets off each other's bowling as well. And this could be another wicket, and here's a 9th as Jaffa Chauhan has lobbed one up. Got quite a good contact on it, but there wasn't quite the intent there somehow, and it's lobbed up into the leg side and been caught out there by Vian Mulder. So a 9th wicket has gone. Chauhan is out for 4, and Hull picks up his first of the match.
And the Vikings too, similarly to the Foxes, are losing wickets in clusters as when they look to press the accelerator, aren't they? As I said, it doesn't look, it's been a really good pitch for good cricket all day. It just looks a little tougher now to strike the ball when there's pace off. So yeah, the Foxes are just 1 wicket away, or 5 balls away from winning this game and get a much needed win and a bounce back from their defeat the other day. And as I say, we're just 1 wicket to go, and Hull is just about to start his run up and his approach.
Yep, Dan Moriarty is required again then, and he's tried to farm this one across the line first up and picks up a single backward off square leg. So it'll be 4 and 3 for Leicestershire, 4th win of the campaign for them. I think everybody, generally speaking, before you start this 14 matches, that there's a general feeling that if you win 7, then you're basically in with a shout of the quarterfinals. Depends on how results go elsewhere. If you win 8, you're pretty much home and dry. Yorkshire have got 3 wins, and it will be 3 defeats against their name. 24 needed off 4, and that will be that really, because a slower bouncer this time. McCurr advanced down the pitch, swung and missed. So this will leave Yorkshire mid-table. Leicestershire will move up to 8 points, and depending upon net run rate, will be either 2nd or 3rd behind Lancashire. Northants with that other spot, 2nd or 3rd, depending upon what happens to them, of course, in the final analysis today. So Yorkshire being shunted down the table. And Josh Hull, he's in and bowling, short ball, back foot pull by McCurr. I think he got the cue end of it. Yeah, he's just looking at the bottom of his bat. 1 run. He's on to 4, 144 for 9. Well, still plenty in. They haven't all left because Yorkshire are going down to defeat, but it's certainly gone pretty deathly quiet out there. 5,307 in attendance for this men's match this afternoon. 2,041 in earlier for the women's game. And in comes Hull, bangs it in short, pulled by the left-handed Moriarty. Not particularly convincingly, but it doesn't really matter at this stage. He's got a single, And we just have one ball remaining then, and Yorkshire needing 22 runs from it. I seem to remember a pretty famous game in the 1992 World Cup involving England and South Africa when they went back on needing 22 after off one.
That's right, yeah.
See, mine's not completely jiggered just yet.
In Australia? Is that Australia?
No, don't ask me that. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? So final ball of the match, Josh Hull to Conor McKerr, and he's got hold of this one pretty well actually. He's not going to be out. He's not going to get a boundary either because Kimber is out there to field, and they just stick on one. So McKerr finishes not out on 5, and Moriarty not out on 2, and Yorkshire finish on 146 for the loss of 9 wickets in their completed 20 overs. And the Foxes, as you might have heard on the PA, have won this one by 20 runs, so a pretty comfortable success themselves, and ultimately you can't say that they didn't deserve it, Shawsey.
Absolutely, yeah, they got a total that we felt were around about 20 runs under par actually, but the way they've bowled and fielded to get back into this game has been fantastic. Patel's knock off 64 off just 47 deliveries really set the tone for Leicestershire, and then in the looking at the second half of the game really, with Lyth on 21, Malan on 32, Root 30, Masood 14 and Ferreira on 22, all got really good starts and got the Vikings into a decent position in the game. But the bowling off Louis Goldsworthy 3 for 30 and Scott Curry 3 for 19 really enabled them just to keep taking wickets at regular intervals within this game, didn't it, which really held Yorkshire back and got the Foxes, who were really well coached incidentally by Alfonso Thomas, back into the game and then over the finishing line, winning quite comfortably in the end.
Yep, really good effort by Leicestershire. Yorkshire's toils continue then. It's up and down as ever in this competition. It's what we get used to year on year in T20 cricket. So Yorkshire with 3, let me get the table back up in front of me. Yorkshire with 3 wins and 3 defeats against their name now for 6 points, and as I said, Leicestershire now 3 defeats, but 4 wins takes them to 8 points and back above Yorkshire. And they've done the double over Yorkshire this time around, so congratulations to the Foxes. Yorkshire, well, they'll be back in action with 2 matches in the T20 competition this coming week. First up, back here on Thursday, and if you're going to get it right, you want to get it right against the Red Rose, don't you? So it's Yorkshire versus Lancashire on Thursday night. We'll see how we go in that one. Graham Colley and Jamie Rayner and myself to bring you that, and then I'll be with Johnny Tattersall in the comm box up at Chester Street on Friday for the final match of this spell of the Blast when they play away against Durham. We've got Scarborough to come and a 4-dayer starting next Sunday. First up, we have more Diamonds action there. Final match in the Charlotte Edwards Cup takes place on Wednesday up at Chester Street against the Thunder. Graham Colley, Scott Reed and I will bring you ball-by-ball coverage on the BBC Sport website and app on that one as well. So do join us for all of that broadcasting on BBC Radio Leeds in the coming week. It's been a mixed day here. It's been a good day, lovely sunny Father's Day. Well done to the Diamonds for their win earlier. Commiserations to Yorkshire and congratulations to the Leicestershire Foxes. Thank you, Shawsey, for your input.
Good to be here, mate.
It's good to have you on board. And thank you too for joining us. We shall see you next time on Wednesday then up at Chester Street. From Shawsey and from me, from Headingley, it's goodbye.